Tak, jestem.
Chyba.
Mhm.
Lebek się znowu wyciszyła, no ale... Przed chwilą była.
Bo ja Jezu, gadałam do mikrofonu wyciszonego, nie kaszle.
Klasik.
Każdemu się zdarza.
No cóż.
Przynajmniej nikogo nie
Zdarza
wyciszyłaś
się.
na jakieś 2 godziny.
Lebek zaczynasz.
Tak. Quite an entertaining scheme. Well then, what are the conditions there attached?
Well, whether or not Kraus-sama actually discovers the gold, he'll pay Eva-sama, Rudolph-sama and Rosa-sama a total of 7.5 billion yen for their shares. However, the 10% of that will be paid before March.
Kraus, you do. To think he would have his feet swept out from under him by his younger siblings. How truly amusing. But it sounds as though they tripped when going in for the kills, yes?
Yes. Kraus-sama exposed the fact that Eva-sama and the younger siblings all have an urgent need to get money.
I mean, kto by nie chciał pieniędzy? Is there even a need to expose such obvious facts? That
No rola.
irresolute, incompetent men, what are they doing now?
That conversation has been put on hold for the time being. Now, Beatrice-sama's epitaph is being discussed.
Jezu, Sen mi napisał przerzuć się z Bandrim na Symfogir. Zbanuję go a nie ma go. Zablokuję go. Symfogir.
Co to jest?
Idę po tym.
Symfogir.
To było
znam.
Symfogir. Coś kiedyś słyszałem.
Mój Boże, Sandy.
Ja nie wiem, co to jest.
To są takie dziewczynki właśnie w strojach, jak rysowaliśmy te statki. Ja się inspirowałam, chyba, że chodzi mu o coś innego, ale wątpię.
Tak, oto.
No i jakby ja trochę się inspirowałam nimi, jak robiłam ten strój.
So they trying to solve the riddle and find out where my gold is hidden.
Yes.
Kinzo set down his spectacles and snorted.
Will the miracle be fulfilled first? Or will those fools expose the gold first? What a show this will be! At the very moment those fools solve my puzzle, I will suffer utter defeat. They can suck my corpse down to the last fragment of bone. The greed of fools can allow great magic to bring forth a miracle. And yet, if the fulfillment of the miracle comes first, Beatrice will be resurrected again. Ooh! The smile I have been chasing, half my life will be restored. Oh, Beatrice! Soon will come the sacred night when we shall bet upon a miracle and the game of demons shall begin. Ooh. I will surely prove triumphant. Okay. And survive.
Pamiętam.
I let you have the lives of all the others. I don't need wealth or honor or assets or gold or anything. All I want is to see your smile one last time.
Kinzo choked, apparently in great pain. Kanon got closer and tried to pat his master's back, but Kinzo motioned for him to stop.
Do you know why I went to the trouble of exposing the hidden location of the gold in a place that everyone can see?
No.
It is because magical power is determined by risk. If the number of people who try to discover Beatrice's gold is great, and the danger of them succeeding is great as well, then the power of magic will bring about a grand miracle if we succeed despite the odds. In other words, magic is a game. Gambling. It is not the case that the one who performs the best becomes the victor.
I mean, dzisiaj jest wtorek, dzisiaj są automaty.
Nie wiem, o
The
czym mówisz.
victor performs the best because he has been granted magic. Do you see? It is similar to how the miracle of life can be granted only after winning against the divine odds of several 100 million to 1. Is this a little difficult for you?
My apologies.
No, on jest trochę za głupi, żeby zrozumieć. That's fine. It all comes down to this. I will give all that I have built up to the one who solves the mystery of Beatrice's epitaph. Wealth, honor, gold, and the inheritance of the Ushiromiya family. Everything that I have established. My children certainly aren't the only ones with the right to attempt to solve this riddle. On podpuszcza kanon. Anyone who solves the riddle will have the right to gain everything, even you.
Yes. However, I couldn't possibly understand such a
Za mało ma
difficult
punktów
riddle.
IQ. Of course. I made it difficult. But you must try to solve it as well. That will form the seed that summons the miracle of my magic. If everyone attempts it and everyone fails, that will be that. However, if the miracle comes together and gives birth to magical power, it will happen. Beatrice will revive. That is why you must attempt it too. Everyone must attempt it. And in so doing, they will give strength to my magic. Do you understand?
Yes, I will try.
For a long while, Kinzo repeatedly muttered to himself, agitated and clutching at his head. Kanon stayed where he was, alert and unmoving, until he was given the next order from his master. Kinzo eventually realized this.
Very well. Leave me. There is a bag of sweets on the liquor cabinet. You can take some with you as a reward. Wow. Nie bierz cukierków,
I'm fine.
to znajdziesz.
After all, I'm furniture.
Znowu. I am the table.
Czemu oni są wybrani?
I am the table.
Po prostu lubią metalikę.
Doesn't eat sweets. Well, I suppose it stands to reason. In that case, leave me.
Yes. Excuse me.
O co chodzi z tą pozą? Jest taka dziwna.
Kanon bowed and left the study. As the door closed, a heavy locking noise sounded out.
Film oglądają?
But it was not the sound of Kanon locking the door. It was the door locking automatically. No one could ever enter without Kinzo's permission, and once they left, they could not enter again. It was a mechanism that Kinzo, unable to trust his blood relatives, had created to seal himself up in his own study and isolate himself from the outside world.
Oh,
He was already unable to trust anyone excepting not the children who shared his blood, but those servants who called themselves furniture.
I mean, nic dziwnego trochę. Kto mówi na siebie, że jest...
Nanjo-sama? A nie, to nie, to ten drugi.
To ja. Nanjo-sama, how are you feeling?
Ah, Kenji-san. Oh, it's just that there's no place for me to be anymore.
With a bitter laugh, Nanjo turned to face the door to the parlor. That look was apparently enough to tell Genji what Nanjo wanted to say. For the most part, Genji also understood the family's situation. It must have made him want to frown, knowing that right now at the lounge, the master he served was being discussed so disrespectfully. But it would have been very difficult to... Co?
Niech to coś powiem.
Halo.
Czemu nagle mi się
Dupa.
tak cicho zrobiło? WTF? Jezu.
Co się dzieje?
Powiedziała chyba, że
Hayley ma jakieś problemy.
O, okej. Dobra, niechcący przesunęłam na słuchawkach.
aha,
I mi się mega cicho zrobiło i
A.
myślałam, okej. Przepraszam.
Dobrze, spokojnie. Dobra. But it would have been very difficult to gather that from his indifferent expression.
Still, I
Hey.
don't understand. Why did Kinzo-san have something so provocative written? I wonder.
Nanjo looked at the portrait of Beatrice. No, he was actually directed his gaze beneath the portrait, at the plate with the epitaph.
I do not presume to understand the master's thoughts. However, I'm sure he had a deep reason for doing so.
Since long ago when Kinzo-san played chess, he would always prepare his moves according to some far-reaching judgment. Yes, sometimes even to make moves I couldn't understand. For an average person like me, it was impossible to see through to whatever it was
He was planning.
he was planning.
Sometimes I wonder if this might be some kind of will in the master's eyes. Perhaps he wishes to hand over his wealth and title to the one who can understand it.
So, you're thinking he might have wanted the four siblings to work together and solve the riddle before some outsider like myself solved it? Kinzo-san might speak of his children in insulting terms, but perhaps he also wanted them to repair their relationship.
It certainly would be heartwarming if, as Nanjo had suggested, the epitaph had been made to repair the siblings' relationship. However, both Nanjo and Genji knew that nothing could be more impossible than this. They'd known Kinzo longer than anyone, and Kinzo trusted them more than his own relatives, but even they could not guess at his true motives.
The master always says that everyone has the right to try and solve the riddle, even if they aren't a member of his family. What about you, Doctor Nanjo?
Oh no, it's a little too difficult a puzzle for this senile old man. Actually, I once wrote this epitaph down in my notebook. Night after night, I would try to solve it before going to sleep. But it really is hard. It looks like we might have some free time to relax and consider it before someone comes to get us. What do you say, Genji-san?
I am nothing more than furniture in service to the master. Gold and assets are unnecessary to me.
O co im chodzi z tymi meblami?
You're very modest. I imagine that's why Kinzo-san trusts you so much.
If so, I'm honored.
As Nenjo lightly laughed in response, he once again looked at the epitaph.
Przepraszam. Behold the sweet fish river running through my beloved hometown. You who seek the golden land, follow its path downstream in search of the key.
The epitaph on the portrait called My Beloved Witch Beatrice goes as follows. Behold the sweetfish river running through my beloved hometown. You who seek the golden land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. As you travel down it, you will see a village. In that village, look for the shore the two will tell you of. There sleeps the key to the golden land. The one who obtains the key must then travel to the golden land in accordance with these rules. On the first twilight, offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices. On the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. On the third twilight, those who remain shall praise my noble name. On the fourth twilight, gouge the head and kill. On the fifth twilight, gouge the chest and kill. On the sixth twilight, gouge the stomach and kill. On the seventh twilight, gouge the knee and kill. On the 8th twilight, gouge the leg and kill. On the 9th twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. On the 10th twilight, at journey's end, he shall attain to the power of the Golden Land's treasures, once and for the last time. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures. One shall be all the gold from the Golden Land. One shall be the resurrection of all the dead souls. One shall be the resurrection of the love that was lost. One shall be it to put the witch to sleep for all time. Sleep peacefully, my beloved witch, Beatrice.
Wow.
Kinda creepy.
Słodkich snów, księżniczko.
That was a whole lot of kill.
Tak. Dużo umierania będzie zapewne.
Na pewno, mam nadzieję. So, on the 10th twilight, the journey ends and you reach the Golden Land. You really are diligent, Maria. You did a good job writing this all down.
Ooh! I forget a lot, so I always write things down. Mama told me to. Me too.
Nie wierzę, że Maria umie pisać.
There was a notebook inside the handbag Maria was always carrying around. And Beatrice's epitaph was copied onto it. Thanks to that, we were all able to challenge the puzzle of the epitaph while walking down this beach. Jessica and Rez had already tried to solve it several times, and had already gotten bored with it. However, since this was a first for me, I was so excited I couldn't stop. It really tickled my sense of adventure. Co jest, pani Discord, no? Proszę ładować scenę.
Ból.
Zaraz się zamorduję.
Nie.
To będzie pierwszy kill.
Czemu dalej? Let's start with the first line. Behold the Sweetfish River running through my beloved hometown. Halo? Co jest? Halo? Gdzie jest mi to? No. Where was grandfather's hometown again?
I heard that before the war, Ushiromiya family had a mansion near Odawara, which makes you want to know which Sweetfish River flows through Odawara, right?
Yeah, because that river would be the starting place. Anyone searching for the Golden Land would head down that and search for the key. What's this river in Odawara? Does it have sweetfish swimming in it?
If you're looking for sweetfish in Odawara, it would have to be Hayakawa. It's famous for its mountain stream fishing.
Ooh, I hate fish.
Maria, you'll understand when you'll get a bit older. Salty roasted sweet fish. Yummy! Even though we just ate, I'm getting hungry again.
Ja też nie lubię ryb.
Też nie lubię.
A ja lubię. Dajcie mi wszystkie.
Ja też,
Okej.
proszę. Podzielimy się.
Shall I bring you a biscuit?
Huh? Oh, sorry, that's not what I meant. Don't mind it. Shannon Chan was faithfully keeping us company since she didn't have any afternoon chores for a while. I would have thought that, since she's a servant, accompanying us would force her to take care of us and tire her out, but that didn't seem to be the case for her. On the contrary, she seemed to enjoy joining in on a conversation with people close to her age.
Mm-hmm.
When I asked, I heard that she was the sort of worker whose room and board were supplied by her employer, so normally the only person close to her in age was Jessica. Yeah, I can't imagine how that might be pretty dull. Okay, so I get that sweetfish-filled river near Odawara is Hayakawa. In that case, we've got to go down it. Do you find anything if you head down Hayakawa River?
If you follow it downstream, you will arrive at the ocean.
Of course, you'd reach the mouth of the river. And the third line of the epitaph was, as you travel down it, you will see a village. By the way, since long ago, the mouth of rivers have been key points in transportation, and large cities tend to be built there. That'd be the next checkpoint.
That's a pretty good theory. Just like you guessed, there's an old city there that was very prosperous in ancient times. That's where Odawara Castle is. I think I might have gone to Odawara Castle on a field trip once. It really was a wonderful castle.
Yeah, I also went there. Even though I live in a Western-style house, it's true that Japanese people feel calmer with a Japanese layout.
Ooh, castles are boring. Theme parks are better. Ooh.
I see. Okay, if we find the gold, the Great Battler Sama will generously reserve a whole theme park for a day and let you play in it. So, Odawara Castle, huh? The hidden god of Odawara Castle. Oh, it's actually starting to sound pretty good.
Well, we figured out that much 2 years ago. The village down the river where the sweetfish swim in Odawara. We figured it was probably somewhere near Odawara Castle. The problem is the next line. Okay, let's see where Battler's strange reasoning can take him.
Jessica grinned broadly. She seemed to be implying that she would have solved the riddle long ago if it was that easy. Damn it, I'll definitely find it and keep it all for myself. The fourth line. In that village, look for a shore the two will tell you of. I don't know what it means by the two, but anyway, the shore. What does it mean by the shore? No, wait. Is there any place near there with shore or kishi in its name?
I've heard there's a place called Sogakishi in Odawara.
Huh. Oh, you sure know a lot about it. What could that mean, Shannon? Are you trying to solve the riddle and get the gold too? That makes us rivals.
It's not like I'm interested in gold. It's just that George-sama told me about it before.
That's because we reached the same conclusion 2 years ago. We even went to the trouble of laying out a map and looking it up.
It was about 5 kilometers to the north of Odawara. We definitely found a place called Sogakishi there. However, after that, we got stuck. The 5th line doesn't say where the key is hidden in that place. Maria-chan, could you read it for us?
Ooh! There sleeps the key to the Golden Land. Ooh! Ooh! I could read it!
Sogakishi is probably large, and there wasn't ever any house built there by the Ushiromiya family. Not much we can do to find the key in such a vast area without any hints.
You're right. And without a key, we can't advance to the next line. Chochaniki, what kind of place is Sogakishi?
Let's see. I've never been there, so I don't really know, but according to the map, it's in the mountains. I'm pretty sure it was the base of Mount Asama.
Something doesn't feel right. You'd expect a riddle pointing the way to the hidden gold to be a bit more exact. I get the feeling that even the part about Sogakishi was a mistake.
Well, I think it could be Sogakishi. It could be talking about some house that grandfather lived in when he was a kid that we don't know about. After all, the first line mentioned his beloved hometown. Shannon, you've served grandfather alcohol and stuff lots of times, right? Hasn't he ever talked to you about his past?
The master almost never speaks of the past. However, he talks of the great Kanto earthquake as though it was someone else's story. So he may have been living far away from the Kanto area. The Ushiromiya family may have been living in Odawara, but not all of the branch families were. Grandfather often called himself part of a branch family, the least connected to the successor.
And that means the beloved hometown might not even be Odawara at all.
I've never heard anything about grandfather's hometown, and I doubt he'd actually tell me if I asked.
If the so-called beloved hometown isn't referring to the Ushiromiya family's roots, then the Odawara theory is wrong from the beginning. Of course, this doesn't completely remove the possibility that it was Sogakishi. For example, perhaps he lived in Odawara when he was very young, but then moved far away later.
Ooh, I don't understand what you're all talking about. Ooh.
Maria had been completely left out of the conversation, and she now sat puffing out her cheeks in boredom. So basically, if we can't even agree on the starting point for this dice game of gold, we're totally stuck. But wait, after the first 5 lines, the thing we end up finding is a key, right? Even if you don't have a key, it's always possible to bust through a door. Can't we just skip the first 5 lines and just start figuring out the rest?
I haven't thought of that. Oh well, we're just wasting time anyway. Let's hear the rest of Bacter's reasoning.
But in the next part, it gets dark really fast.
Shannon frowned slightly. After looking back at Maria's notebook to recall what was written there, yeah, I was forced to agree. On the first twilight, offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices. It sure does get horrible quickly. On the
second twilight, it says to tear apart the two who are close. Does that mean to make them break off their loving relationship? Or does it mean to literally tear them apart? I don't know, but either way, it's pretty disgusting.
Even if we set that second line aside, it mentions 6 people for the first twilight, then 5 people for the 4th through 8 twilights, so at least 11 people must be sacrificed.
Oh, they're sacrificed to revive Beatrice.
I see. Sacrifices to restore the witch. Yeah, that's what it mean. Near the end, the witch will be revived on the 9th twilight. The last part is guaranteed.
On the 9th twilight the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. So everyone will die in the end.
No.
And after that, the 10th twilight is the goal line. Not sure how you're supposed to reach the Golden Land if everyone's dead by then.
Depending how you interpret it, the traveler who holds that key may or may not be included in the none shall be left alive part.
At the end, there's something pretty interesting. After reaching the goal, which gives out 4 treasures. One shall be the gold. The problem is the next one. It says the dead souls will be resurrected, right? Doesn't that sound like it means everyone who died in the alien lines?
If you put it like that, then the part about reviving lost love might refer to the pair torn apart on the 2nd twilight. That's right, and the 4th one refers to the 9th twilight. The 4th treasure is putting the witch revived on the 9th twilight to sleep.
If we put a happy spin on all this, it'll be hectic with people dying and breaking up all over the place. But it'll all be made right in the end. The awakened witch will sleep again, and everything will be like it was at the start, except with a huge pile of gold.
Now, the witch must be pretty busy with all the killing, reviving, breaking up, and reuniting people.
Not to mention waking up and sleeping.
She. Just when the tale of the hidden gold was getting interesting, it all gets pretty dubious once the witch starts showing up.
Too true.
I laughed along with Jessica. After all, the idea of a witch was just too ridiculous. Of course, once we started laughing like that, Maria, who believed in the witch, got angry.
Ooh, the witch is incredible. She can do anything with magic, even kill, even bring back to life, even give love, even take it. She can fly in the sky, can become invisible, can even make gold and bread out of nothing. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Damn, my bad. We're just joking.
Ooh.
Jessica apologized, sticking out her tongue, but Maria didn't accept it. She grabbed her notebook back out of my hands and, opening some other pages, tried to prove that the witch existed. These pages had colorful drawings of witches on them, and well conveyed the fantastical image Maria had of witches. It wasn't the normal sinister image of a crooked nose hag flying around on a broom, but a dreamlike person with unnatural powers who could do anything and wear a beautiful dress. It was just what you'd expect from an imaginative young girl. flitting through the sky, crossing a rainbow, dancing all around the night with a teacup and a teapot that would never get empty no matter how much you poured out of it. With a flourish of her staff, the stars in the sky would become candy and pour down, and flowers that produce sweets would bud by the roadside. To Maria, witches were the only concept that could embody the magical dream that so captivated her. As she grew older, it was the last remaining thing that could give richness to her dull and plain everyday life. That's why Maria believed in witches. She didn't want that dream of hers to be tarnished. She didn't want anyone to tarnish the epitaph, which affirmed the existence of witches.
Because the witch named Beatrice is Maria's dream, to Maria-chan the epitaph isn't a guide to the hidden gold, but magic to revive the witch. So it was the single link between Maria and the witch.
Now, Maria was very angry and clanked to George Aniki. Jessica and I scratched our heads and apologize. It might not be possible to smooth things over again like the time she got mad in front of the portrait. Maria didn't seem willing to be easily consoled. Unlike Jessica and I, who hung our heads wondering what to do, Shannon-chan timidly opened her mouth.
Maria-sama, did you know there's a ghost story about Beatrice that has been passed down amongst the servants?
Ooh,
Yeah, that's right. Shannon, tell us about it. I don't really know, but apparently pretty famous among the servants.
Oh, what is this? A ghost story?
Yeah, it seems it's a story from before we were born. I also heard about it from my mother. Yes, it has been passed down since the time of the mansion's construction. The servants of that time whispered that the mansion had two masters.
wow.
One of the day and one of the night. Dalej.
To jest narrator akurat. Już.
Już miałeś pół zdania, to jest to,
Dobra.
co ja mówiłem, a drugie pół zdania to będziesz ty.
Wiem. To jest... No dobra, ale to było w cudzysłowie. Dobra, okej. The tale that Shannon told was just like a typical campfire ghost story. If there was a forest with a witch living inside it, then of course the witch would come pay the mansion a visit from time to time. At some point, the ghost story naturally sprouted up between the servants.
When people do their rounds a second time to check doors, windows and locks that were supposedly closed, they would find some of them left open. Lights that were supposed to be off were turned on, and lights that were supposed to be on went out. Things left lying around would disappear, and things would appear when no one had any memory of putting them there. When any of these things happened, the old servants would say that the witch had visited the mansion invisible and was playing pranks.
Ooh, see? She exists. Beatrice exists.
Yeah, she exists. Long ago, and was always right before leaving for school. That I wasn't able to find my bag and stuff.
Maria puffed out her chest with an... Nie wiem. Dobra. With an ooh, ooh, as though this was the final proof of the witch's existence. If I opened my mouth, Maria would probably be heard again, so I didn't. I mean, you hear this kind of story everywhere. Depending on the place, they might blame it on a dwarf or an elf. The only difference is that they call it a witch on this island. Of course, walking around a vast looking mansion at night would be a little unsettling. It's an island devoid of people. Since the mansion is so drafty, walking around on the night of a thunderstorm would certainly be eerie.
In addition, some servants have also seen will-o'-the-wisps and glittering butterflies dancing around. Canon-kun also saw something like that when he went patrolling one night. And recently, you often hear servants talking about strange footsteps heard inside the mansion near midnight. We have whispered together that the Beatrice-sama in the portrait sometimes makes herself invisible and walks through the mansion. It happened a while ago, but even I have heard the footsteps while patrolling at night that resemble these stories.
Phew, that's scary.
But there's nothing to be afraid of. Beatrice-sama is another ruler of this mansion, separate from the master. So there's no need to be unnaturally afraid. If you respect her, I hear she won't do anything bad. However, she can be quite terrifying if you don't respect her, right? Correct. I've heard that just before I began working here, someone who spoke badly about Beatrice-sama fell down the stairs and quit after receiving a large injury to their back. Because of that, there was a rumor between the servants that Beatrice-sama's anger had been brought down upon this person.
Ooh, anger will definitely be brought down on Butler and Jessica. Ooh,
I'm sorry. I don't want her anger brought down on me. I apologize, Maria. Of course, I also apologize to the witch. I'm sorry, Beatrice-sama. Please forgive an outsider's nonsense.
I apologize as well. I'm sorry, Beatrice-sama. Will the witch be able to forgive us now?
ooh, don't know. Witches are fickle, so they forgive when they want to, and don't when they don't. Ooh,
That's no good. Maria-chan, isn't there some kind of good luck charm that could prevent Butler-kun and Jessica-chan from suffering Beatrice-sama's wrath? Maybe something that can block against magic.
trudno umbro, trudno.
By
to
relying
sobie
on
bywa.
Maria. Trudno. By relying on Maria, who was proud of knowing the most about witches, George was trying to revive her self-esteem. Once again, I've got to admire his ability to calm kids down. After taking a moment to cross her arms and seriously ponder whether there might be a charm that could save us, she started flipping through the pages in her notebook. I thought it was just a scribbled diary, but there also seemed to be quite a few pages that looked like they'd come from a book on black magic. Maria solemnly considered a group of these pages, which contained things that looked like magic circles. Apparently, grandfather wasn't the only one with a black magic hobby. When Maria finally found what she was looking for, she snapped the notebook shut and threw it into her handbag. She then began fishing through the bag's contents.
Cute.
There seemed to be various jumbled up things in there.
Bo
After
to
a while, she took
staretka
out various
kobieta,
pieces
tam
of
jest
junk.
wszystko.
No, ja noszę rękawiczki silikonowe.
Of junk.
W torebce kobiety jest wszystko. Nigdy nie wiadomo, co się wydarzy.
Dokładnie.
Although they were probably important magical items to Maria, and repeatedly threw them back in, saying that they were wrong. It was all a little humorous just when Doraemon took out the wrong tool. Finally, she seemed to discover what she was looking for. With a face that was unmanageably cheery when compared to the intense expression she had worn until now, she held those out to Jessica and me.
Ooh!
I grabbed it and saw that it was a very cheap-looking charm. It looked like a bracelet made from a plastic rosary, with a scorpion-themed medal attached.
Roseli!
Rozelia ten zegarek. Real.
Dostał po prostu zegarek Roseli, no nieźle.
Sigma.
Haven't you ever seen those cheap Zodiac-themed accessories? The kind he might win in a crane game at an arcade. It really looked like something like that. There were two of them. Probably one for me and one for Jessica. However, the very fact that there were two of them made them feel even more like cheap manufactured goods, making it pretty hard to think of them as magical items.
Niedowiarki.
You're giving these to me and Battler?
Ooh, with these charms, you don't even need to worry about Beatrice. Because scorpions have the power to warn off magic. Words tam było.
Huh, really? So no scorpions could do that.
Ooh, Butler doesn't believe. Ooh.
I've said too much and angered Maria again. Maria took out her old notebook again, pointing out various pages as she went on about how the scorpion had such incredible holy power that it had been used in magical circles since ancient times.
Oh, I've heard about that from some of the other young servants. Something about how the scorpion is drawn as a magic-repelling symbol in sorcery.
Really?
Ooh. The scorpions protects against bad magic and calamity. And emerald brings peace to the heart. Therefore, its effects are twofold. Ooh!
It's true. The scorpion wraps around the emerald and protects it. Yes, that certainly does sound like it would work well.
I really wanted to make fun of those worthless-looking charms, but as I watched Maria clang with all of her heart and realized that she'd found them for our sakes, I started to feel like it might actually work, even if it was just a prank from some game center. The material quality of the charm didn't matter. What mattered was the strength of her feelings. Even I don't think of myself as the sort of loser who'd laugh at something like that.
Strongly.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I apologize to Beatrice-sama, but even if I do end up getting cursed, I'll be safe now thanks to Maria's charm. Right, Jessica?
Yeah, that's right. Thanks, Maria.
Ooh! Wear it on your arm when you want your heart to be at peace. Put it in your wallet and your money won't decrease. Whoa!
Bardzo.
Yo!
If you hang it from a
Zataki.
doorknob, bad things can't get in. It's a really convenient charm.
What an incredible effect. If Maria-sama gives it her confident seal of approval, then it surely must be reliable.
Nieskończona ilość pieniędzy.
Lun, żyjesz?
Shannon Chan clapped her hands together, and Maria stuck out her chest. She was totally in a good mood again. It's probably best if we let her lead the conversation a bit longer, if it'll keep her in such a good mood. Come to think of it, she looked a bit bored when we were getting excited about the hidden gold, probably because she couldn't keep up. While eating the cookies Kumasawa-san had baked, Jessica and I asked Maria this and that about black magic. Maria happily chatted away in response to our questions. Each time, George Aniki and Shannon...
Na forum Krypta FM ona siedzi.
Each time, George Aniki and Shannon-chan would act surprised or chime in. The clouds in the sky grew darker and darker, but we cousins really enjoyed communicating freely after a year of separation. Oho, wracamy do starych dziadów chyba. O, jeszcze nie.
Did I just feel a drop on my forehead?
Huh, I wonder. As George Aniki rubbed his forehead, he looked up at the sky. Considering the color of the sky and the dampness of the air, it wouldn't have been odd for a raindrop to hit him. The wind also seemed to have grown a bit stronger.
A teraz ja. Ooh!
Mhm.
I didn't feel a drop. Only I didn't. Ooh!
Don't worry, neither did I. Anyway, I'm sure it'll rain so much tonight that everyone will get to feel plenty of raindrops.
That's right. Maybe we should head back soon.
Shannon-chan looked down at her watch. It was probably well into the evening by now.
Is it already time for you to return to your work?
Yes, thank you very much for allowing me to enjoy some time together with you all. Tell Kumasawa-san thanks for the cookies. Okay, everyone, help out with the cleanup.
Shannon-chan declined our help, saying that this was a servant job, but picking up a drop fork before the waitress has to is like my purpose in life. We folded up the blanket, gathered up the trash, and helped clean everything.
Ooh! The trash is getting away. Ooh, ooh!
I won't let it escape. I'll grab it before Maria does.
Ooh! I will grab it. Ooh! Ooh!
Yeah, don't get your shoes wet. You'll get in trouble.
To Maria, chasing after some trash sent flying by the powerful winds was just another game. By the time we finished, the wind was blowing pretty strongly.
Strongly.
Strongly!
Probably a good time to head back.
You've all helped me out a lot. Thank you very much. It looks like you're really out of time. It's okay if you head back first.
George Aniki perceived from her hurried appearance that very little of her free time was left.
Genji sounds very strict about time. If you don't show up where you're supposed to be at the right time, I bet he'll be pissed.
Well, see you later. Do your best with your work. Yes, then if you'll excuse me.
After making a respectful bow, Shannon-chan ran towards the rose garden. Okay, let's get back to the guest house. We can watch TV or something and relax a little.
Ooh! Wanna watch TV! Wanna watch TV! Ooh!
Then it's decided. Let's all head back and watch TV together.
Maria, who wasn't done having fun, agreed once television was mentioned. We climbed up the gentle stairs and returned to the rose garden. The wind has grown very strong, and the roses shook throughout the garden like ripples on the water. This might be our last chance to see these beautiful roses. I'll bet tonight's typhoon ruins them.
Oh, sorry.
These roses might be done in by tonight's wind.
You're right.
You're...
Still, I think the roses were pretty lucky. After all, they got to welcome all of you before the typhoon.
All flowers lose their petals eventually, but that means we can admire them even more when they're in bloom.
That's right. Maria, burn this image into your eyes. At this moment, they're the best roses of the year.
Ooh, burn into eyes.
Right then, Maria suddenly clapped her hands. It looked like she'd remembered something.
My rose. The typhoon will send it flying. Ooh.
You mean that sad-looking rose George Haneke marked with a ribbon? Mary apparently remembered where the rose was. She ran at full speed. The rest of us followed her.
Ooh. Ooh.
Where was that again? I'm sure it was somewhere around here.
We searched everywhere around that area, but it was only a single flower among all of these roses, after all. Even though we knew it was somewhere close by, we weren't able to find it. The wind speaking up Typhoon's front lines made roses throughout the garden undulate. It was almost like it was teasing us by making the location of Mary's rose impossible to find.
Maybe it wasn't here. Let's try spreading out a bit in our search.
Sounds good. Let's go for strength in numbers. What's up, Maria? As we made to split up and search, Maria tucked on my jacket with an unhappy face. You could tell that she didn't want us to leave that spot. What is it? What's wrong?
Ooh. My rose is here. It's here.
But it's actually not, right? Maybe it was on the other side of the flower bed. If we all look, we'll find it fast, okay?
Ooh. It's here. My rose is here. Look for it. Look for it. Ooh.
Bro.
Mary stomped her feet in irritation. She pointed at that spot and said it was definitely there, but in actuality, it wasn't. Even so, Maria got mad when she said we were going to search elsewhere. We were at a loss for what to do. For a while, we had to stay near Maria and pretend to search through that rose thicket.
Ooh. Ooh. Not here. Not here. Not here. Ooh.
Maybe she's saying that it should be here, but isn't. Mary became increasingly irritated.
Ooh.
Oh, oh man, Mary is really losing her temper.
Sometimes Maria starts to really care about really pointless stuff. If she gets
Może
what
ma
she
autyzm.
wants, that's okay, but
You can find something that isn't there. That's not good.
Just when we were at a loss of what to do, Maria called out in a loud voice.
Mama. Ooh.
We could see Aunt Rosa in the direction Maria was waving her hand. Maybe she wanted to look at the garden one more time before the typhoon came, or maybe she had some business at the guest house.
O Jezu, tam był mocny
Aunt Rosa
widok.
was coming from the mansion.
So?
She quickly noticed her daughter's voice and came over.
my, what happened, everyone? Are you looking for something?
Look for it. Mama, you look for my rose too. Ooh.
Your rose?
We found an unhealthy rose around here and marked it.
Brona jest
We
clean.
tied a candy wrapper around it, but Maria, if I remember correctly, it was growing right in front and really stood out, didn't it? Unless it grew legs and ran off somewhere, it must have been somewhere else. Maybe you remembered it wrong.
Ooh, it's here. It is here. Butler doesn't believe. Ooh, ooh.
How many times I have to tell you to stop saying ooh ooh before you understand? Mama
Ooh,
it.
Jak
So
ona tak
stay
może mówić?
quiet.
Ale stypiara.
ooh.
Nie wolno się bawić.
To jest
Ale
jej cała osobowość. Nie można jej
dokładnie,
tego odebrać.
ona chce jej zabić całą osobowość.
Tak.
I'd never seen Aunt Rosa be anything other than kind and gentle, so her anger surprised me a bit. Aunt Rosa began searching as well, so we went along with her for the time being, but we were already more than sure that it wasn't around here.
Moja mama też jest czasami zła, jak słyszy w ciągu dnia 50 raz słowo Ajba Ajna.
Jezu, tak znowu.
Też to mówisz po każdym zdaniu?
Tak.
Właśnie jak
So,
sobie wyobraziłem.
it didn't take long for Aunt Rosa to realize that too.
The rose isn't here. Did she mistake this place for someone else? There are so many roses around.
Ooh, ooh, that's wrong. It is here. Mama doesn't believe. Ooh.
I already believed you and looked hard for it, didn't I? But it isn't here.
Ooh, but it is here. It is here, but it isn't. Ooh. Co to znaczy?
Kiedy zjem pączka i już nie ma pączka.
Tragedia narodowa.
Najgorzej, ja rozumiem ją. Then someone must have ripped it out. Anyway, stop saying ooh.
Ooh. Who ripped out my rose? Who did? Give it back. Give it back. Ooh. 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 Ooh.
Should I know? Stop it. Stop saying ooh, ooh.
Ooh. Przemoc.
No nie. Szacunek do Aunt Rosy się skończył.
O jedno U za dużo.
O nie, ja miałam nadzieję wszechnią.
I mamy kolejny kill.
Tak, mamy kolejny kill. Ona idzie w drugiej kolejnej.
Nie. Oddajcie mi Marysię. Adoptuję ją.
Aunt Rosa slapped Mary's left. Aunt Rosa slapped Mary's left cheek with her palm. In that instant, Maria was shocked into silence. Of course, it was only for an instant. When Mariella realized that her wish was being rejected, she started yelling even louder.
Ooh! Ooh! My rose! My rose! Ooh!
Didn't tell you to stop that weird habit. That's why all the kids in your class make fun of you. Cut it out.
Ooh! Ooh!
No, o kurde.
Ała!
Ale w wrestling, to jest.
Wrestling w rodzinie.
Kiedy biją cię w szkole, więc bijesz dziecko, żeby nie byli dzieckiem w szkole. Działanie.
Straszne.
Once again, her palm slapped Maria's cheek. This time she
Płaczę.
didn't go silent.
Marysia.
She choked as she started crying and began to bawl in an increasingly loud voice. Aunt Rosa was clearly irritated and lifted her hand once more to try and shut her daughter
Czemu
up.
nikt w ogóle nie reaguje na przemoc? A, okej.
Oh. Aunt Rosa, no. She's just a little kid, so there's no reason to get so serious. I tried to cut in with a bitter smile, rubbing my hands together, but Aunt Rosa glared at me with a serious face, and I realized that I should have stayed out of this.
Sorry, but I could. But could the rest of you go back to your room for a bit? I need to have a little talk with Maria.
Nie, Jezu. Ooh! Nobody believes in my rose. Even thought it was here. Ooh! Look for it. Look for it. Here it was here. Ooh!
But it's not here, so you must have confused this place for something else, right?
Ooh! It is here. It's definitely here. Ooh!
Then it disappeared. Give it up!
Why? Why did it disappear? Why? Ooh! Ooh!
I don't know that, so stop saying ooh ooh!
No nie.
Aunt Rosa, once again, raised her hand, overcome by emotion, and slapped Maria's cheek. It was strong enough to knock Maria over.
Jezu.
Uźwa. Hey, Aunt Rosa, even if she's your daughter, violence isn't the answer. I stepped in between to protect Maria, who was still on the ground, crying, ooh, ooh.
Ooh! Ooh!
I knew that, as an outsider, problems between parent and child were none of my business, but I wasn't brought up to just silently observe something like this.
Don't you think it's weird? Battler-kun, are there any girls at your school who mother ooh ooh?
Ale to nie znaczy, że musi ją bić.
Well, I am in high school, but for an elementary schooler, I think saying ooh ooh is pretty cute.
Cute? Saying ooh ooh is cute? Cute!
O Jezu.
My careless words seemed to have earned me Aunt Rosa's wrath. She grabbed my collar with a terrifying
Jezu,
expression.
ona powinna pójść do
Don't
psychiatry.
say such nonsense! Do you know how old Marietta is? She's 9! She's a 4th grader! Not a kindergartner! But she still makes a sound during class! Don't you get it? Don't you know what they say about this kid when they bully her? Thanks to this weird habit, she still hasn't made a single friend. Don't turn your eyes from reality that and carelessly called Naria cute. Think more seriously about this kid's future.
O Jezu.
No co poradzisz, no.
Ooh!
I told you, stop making that sound! Did I tell you to stop it?
Boże.
Aunt Rosa struck Maria's quivering head, from which an increasingly unhappy voice was rising. I tried to stop it, but Aunt Rosa pushed me away. My back hit George Aniki.
A long time ago, Aunt Rosa also thought of it as nothing more than one of Maria's chant baby words. But now that it hasn't been fixed even midway through elementary school, she's been worrying about it a lot.
How she talks isn't really that big of a deal, right?
She'll never make it as an adult if she's like that. So even though it isn't fun to watch, this is a problem between parent and a child.
Myślę, że biciem dziecka nie naprawi tego.
Well, even if I get chewed out by mom all the time because how I talk.
No cóż, jeśli wystarczająco mocno ją zbije, to w końcu przestanie mówić u.
W końcu przestanie mówić. W końcu przestanie mówić. Tyle starczy. Na
Przykro
tym
mi
może
jest.
skończyć.
Ja chcę adoptować Marysię.
Ja też, Boże. Bank zrób dziecko.
When I put it that way, maybe even a scene as painful as this isn't something an outsider like me should butt in on.
Wather-kun, when you were a kid, didn't you have any bad habits that you couldn't fix and that got you into trouble?
Well, one or two. On Parents' Day once, I kept yelling at in front of everyone, and it was pretty embarrassing as all hell.
Well then, you can understand how the two of them must feel right now. I'm sure they don't want us to be here now. You understand too, don't you, Jessica-chan?
I don't think anyone likes to be seen when they're being scolded.
Let's go. We'll return to the guest house. Then after Maria-chan comes back, let's welcome her as if nothing happened. That's probably for the best, isn't it?
No dobra, ale ona jest bita jakby.
W tamtych czasach jeszcze było to akceptowalne.
No ale ja się nie
To
zgadzam.
było normalne.
Ja się nie zgadzam. Nie Marysie.
Pisz do Ryukishi, żeby zmienił grę.
Please,
Okay.
mówił, że bicie dzieci jest okej.
We thought George Aniki's point was probably a reasonable one. We may have been eager to use that reasonable sounding argument as a justification to retreat from this heart-rending scene. Jessica and I nodded at George Aniki and we all left. We called towards Maria, telling her that we are going to head to the guest house, but she didn't seem to hear. And we all felt sort of guilty and shameless after saying it.
In that case, look by yourself as much as you want. Mama doesn't care.
Ooh, I will look for it. I will look for it by myself, even if Mama doesn't care. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Have it your way.
After blasting her with those last few words, Rosa spun on her heels and quickly returned to the mansion. Maria probably viewed that as a cold gesture meant to injure. But that wasn't Rosa's intention. It was because the hand with which she had so emotionally struck Maria's cheek was still numb. It was because if she stayed there screaming, she might again be taken over by her emotions and continuing slapping her daughter's cheeks over and over. After Rosa left, Maria was left alone in the rose garden.
Płaczę się zaraz.
Ja też.
The wind began to blow stronger and stronger, and every once in a while, a raindrop
Jezu,
followed.
porwie ją zaraz.
Wyciągniesz z monitora.
Nie, w sensie wiatr ją porwie.
Przypomniałam sobie, że to jest Ryukishi i to małe dzieci są, to nigdy nie jest dobre.
O nie.
Słuchaj, nieźle, figambanie dopiero się dzieje. However, Maria couldn't leave that place, not until she found that poor wilting rose. It had definitely been there. Even so, it wasn't. Even though she knew the place, and even though it had been there, it wasn't. Maria bitterly searched the place it was supposed to be and fought frantically. Maybe the angle I'm looking from is wrong. Maybe the height I'm looking from is wrong. While gazing at a single point, Maria repeatedly stood up, changed her position, and continued to stare. The wind was getting stronger and stronger.
No bez kitu wiatrem porwie zaraz. Ona waży przecież 28 kilo jakieś.
But Maria kept on looking for that rose in front of the flower bed.
To wiatro porwie i będzie mogła patrzeć z góry i wtedy znajdzie.
Nie!
Wtedy będzie jak wiedźma.
Nie mów
Będzie
tak.
latała, jak wiedźma. Zostanie wiedźmą.
Nie mów tego, jak ja byłam mała, to też miałam takiego stracha, jak szłam do szkoły i miał wiatr, że mnie porwie.
Ja nie
Ale
wiem,
ja
miałam
miałam
80 książek w plecaku, więc trzymały mnie przy ziemi na szczęście.
A ja byłam bardzo leciutka, więc no.
Kinzo noticed the sound of the raindrops beating on the window. It seemed to be
Ale
pouring
w
down
sumie teraz
thickly.
też się
It had
czasami boję.
begun. It had begun to rain later than the weather report had predicted. Kinzo approached the window as if being summoned by the sound of the rain. The sound of rain is the sound of silence. That sound feels quieter than any silence, and makes humans remember that, in the end, they are alone from the moment they are born to the moment they die.
You're late, Beatrice.
O?
Were those words directed at the rainy sky? There was no one to be seen in the direction of Kinzo's gaze.
Well then, let us begin. Let us begin our banquet of miracles. This island has now been cut off from the world. Now there are none who can interrupt my ceremony. There are many fitting sacrifices for you. 4 of my children, 3 of their companions, 4 of my grandchildren, me and my guests and my servants. You may devour as many as you please. The key of fate will select the sacrifices in accordance with the demon's roulette. If that roulette chooses me, even I will become your sacrifice. However, because of that, because I will bet on such madness, I will most as bring forth a great miracle. Come, devour to your heart's content. I will achieve victory over that roulette. Yes, I will put everything on the line. Jezu, to jest takie długie. First, I will return the inheritance of the Ushiromiya family. Accept it.
Kinzo tore the window open and ripped a golden ring off his finger, and forcefully threw it away. At that time, the sound of thunder rang out, giving the illusion that the lightning had accepted the ring.
Jezu, piesek. And when you are resurrected, surely I will be the one who stands witness. I will survive until the end and watch over you as you awaken. So come, Beatrice, Beatrice, welcome to my banquet. In exchange for all that I have created, show me another miracle just this once. Ooh, Beatrice.
Beatrice!
Ah.
Dziękuję.
Wow!
Czy to koniec pierwszego odcinka? Na pewno nie.
Chciałbyś? Absolutnie.
Jaki niewinny. Niewinne myśli.
A new sticker popped up on top of the TV program we were watching. The disaster report told how municipalities all over were continually sending out rain, flood, and wave warnings. Of course, the raindrops beating harshly on the window were even more convincing. This rain's incredible. Still, when it's raining this hard, it also feels like it might stop at any moment.
You wish. They say the typhoon's moving slow, so it might be like this all day tomorrow. And even a little bad weather stops the boat from coming.
It looks like we won't be able to head out on Sunday after all. Just in case, I cleared all outside business from my Monday schedule, and I'm glad I did.
Which means, looks like we'll get to skip school Monday. Well, let me gonna sound pretty good. Come to think of it, Jessica, you've got to take a boat to school every day, don't you? What do you do when the boat stops running? Do you stay home when it rains and show up late when the wind's blowing, like King Kamehameha?
Ganga.
If the boats don't come, I stay home. Still, it's not as good as it sounds. Usually, I'm ordered to study by myself, and it's not that fun with someone standing right behind you, watching everything you do.
Wow.
During the rainy season, does the weather ever stay bad for a long time and make you miss a bunch of days in a row?
That does happen sometimes. Still, I'd get a call from my homeroom teacher every single day, who surely guide me on how I should teach myself and what I had to turn in.
She can't skip school as easily as you're imagining, Butler-kun. She's got to follow the rules for people that travel to school by boat and get a good amount of studying done.
It'd actually be easier just go to school. In my own room, I get distracted and can't concentrate. After being made to do nothing but work books for several days straight, it's pretty hard to handle all that mental stress. When I get into college, I really just want to go to some dorm and quickly say goodbye to this inconvenient island.
Okay. By the way, what do you do when the weather is good in the morning, but then gets so bad on your way home that boats are closed? Do you spend the night at school?
Wow.
That actually happens a lot. Because of that, they built some lodgings there for people who can't get back to the island they live on. That's where you'd spend the night. Sometimes when it gets really bad, you can't get back home for a few days at a time.
To się nie nazywa przytułek dla bezdomnych?
Być może.
Someone commuting to school or work on a train packed twice its capacity might carelessly think that commuting by boat would be pretty interesting and fun, but it sounds like it comes with troubles of its own.
You hear thoughtless tourists saying stuff like that all the time. I've had enough of island life. I really want to just graduate high school and say goodbye to this island.
But there are all dorm schools even for high school, right? Why'd you choose that Ninjijima school, of all places?
I've wanted to go to one of those from the beginning, but Mom's always going on about how I need to learn manners and discipline at the successor.
Tylko nie
So-
manners.
I ended up sticking close to home even for high school. Man, I hate this island. I just want to go live in a city. I don't care if rain or even spears fall from the sky, as long as I can move to a city where I can wear casual clothes and sandals and can get to a convenience store in less than 5 minutes.
Hold out just a little longer. Just a bit more and you'll graduate high school, right?
I can't wait any longer. Ugh.
Jessica stretched out and reclined in the sofa. Maybe it was a bad time slot because there weren't any interesting programs on, and we had nothing to do but languidly kill time until we were called for dinner. After that episode, Maria never returned to the cousin's room after all. Aunt Rosa probably took her back to the mansion. It'd be pretty boring for Maria all by herself while the adults had a confusing conversation. We thought we might as well head over to the mansion this year, but the weather really was awful. And since there wasn't much time until dinner, we stayed where we were. At that time, we heard the sound of a mumble knock. Jessica answered.
Yes!
The preparations for the dinner are complete. Please, come to the mansion.
It was Canon-kun's voice. Did he go to all the trouble of coming from the mansion in this train just to get us? Couldn't he just call us on the telephone? Well, I guess servants at work don't always get to take the most efficient route.
Just when I was getting hungry. Let's go.
George Aniki turned off the television and stood up. My stomach's been growling for a while. I've always been a huge fan of the main family's dinners. And didn't Goto-san say it was calf steak or something? Oh, I can't wait!
Our dinners are always even more fabulous than usual when the family conference comes around. Even I'm looking forward to it. Let's go! Let's go!
As we left the room, Canon-kun bowed silently and respectfully.
Okay, let's go. Is the rain pretty nasty out there?
Yes. Take care not to get your garments wet.
After seeing the three of us out, Canon-kun appeared into the empty room.
Wasn't Maria-sama with you?
No, she's not. Wasn't she with Aunt Rosa?
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
What about that?
Mamy problem. Rosa was lying on a sofa in an empty parlor, having fallen asleep before she knew it. She was bearing a burden that the children couldn't even imagine. That's why she only needed to let her guard down a little before the weariness immediately dragged her into the world of sleep. Realizing this, Kenji brought a blanket over to her. When he tried to spread over her, her eyes snapped open as though she'd been shocked with electricity.
It's you, Genji-san. Thank you.
When she realized that the thing that had touched her was just a blanket, and that Genji had been considerably giving it to her, she let out a sign of relief.
Did I wake you?
You wake up!
My sincere apologies.
Wow.
No, it's okay. I hadn't planned on sleeping in the first place. What time is it now?
When he was asked for the time, Genji checked a pocket watch that he put out of his chest pocket.
It's slightly after 6 p.m.
O nie, Brok poszedł.
No tak. Rosa gave her head a little shake when she realized that not much time had actually passed, even though it felt like she slept for ages. Even though she didn't feel rested at all, the drowsiness that had developed had been pretty deep.
Thank you. I'll be fine without a blanket. I mustn't sleep at such strange time. My sense of time has been completely thrown off. The rain has finally started pouring down the earnest, hasn't it?
Rosa finally realized that the peaceful sound that had put her to sleep was actually the rain.
The wind's blowing hard too. I wonder if typhoon's finally here.
That's what they said on TV. The typhoon is moving slowly, so they think it will be like this all day tomorrow.
Really? So our last chance to see that wonderful rose garden must have already passed by.
From the window, what she could see of the rose garden was completely blurred by the wind and the rain.
Maria. That's right. What about Maria?
Przypomniała sobie, że ma dziecko.
I have not seen her.
Mój
O,
stary
Did
nie.
she not return to the guest house?
Rosa knew her daughter's nature well, so a chill ran down her spine. Maria was stubbornly honest, and if she was ordered to find something that didn't exist, she would look forever and ever. Even in pouring rain.
No, the cousins left before I did, so Maria was alone. Unless someone told her to stop, she'd stay there even if it started raining spears, without even opening an umbrella. How could I have lost control of my emotions and done such a thing?
Even though she'd known about Maria's simple honesty better than anyone, she'd once again lost control of her emotions and done something terrible.
Maria!
Rosa pushed Genji away and ran
Wow.
down the...
Przypomniało się jej, że jest
O, wow.
matką.
Co, ty nigdy tak nie masz?
Nie.
Który?
Moje dzieci to są pluszaki, więc się nie ruszają.
The outside really looked like a typhoon, and the rain was pouring down spectacularly. Maybe because of some aspect of the terrain, the winds weren't typhoon class, so an umbrella wouldn't be torn out of one's hands. Even so, it certainly was a windy rain. There was no time to admire the roses being drenched. Anyway, I'm getting pretty worried about Maria. You don't think she's still rebelliously searching for a
Jezu,
rose alone?
przyszedł pan
do
i
you?
ją zabrał.
I wonder.
Najgorsze!
Najgorzej.
Surely she wouldn't do it in this rain, or at least I wish I could believe that. But Maria-chan sometimes gets really stubborn and intensely straightforward.
To ja.
Autism. We hadn't worried much thinking about how Rosa had taken her back to the mansion. However, when Kanon-kun had come from the mansion to call us and thought Maria was here, we got a little worried.
I did not see her in the mansion, so I was sure she was here. After all, Rosa-sama was stuck in a nap.
Aha, bo ona w ogóle zapomniała o swoim dziecku i poszła spać.
No tak.
You didn't see her on your way over here.
My apologies. I opened my umbrella and ran as fast as I could, so I did not pay much attention.
Boże, jaki twig. Zabił go prawie tak. Muszę widzieć oczami, co masz z sobą.
Maria nie jest z cukru, ona się nie boi deszczu, ona jest Sigma.
Mam nadzieję.
Jak jest z cukru, to się roztopiła.
If he had cut through the rose garden, taking the shortest line between the mansion and the guest house, then he would have just barely missed the place where Maria had been looking for her rose. It was raining this hard too. It certainly would have been possible for Kanon-kun to fail to notice her. Instead of arguing around here, it'd be faster to just check it out directly. Aniki, why don't we race over there?
Oh, don't you think you can beat me now that you've been growing for 6 years? Okay, let's settle this. Go!
Wow.
Ścigają się Umamusume.
George, Aniki, and I flew out into the rain.
Umamusu.
Jessica and Kanon-kun followed us.
If you're there, answer me. Maria!
It's Aunt Rosa. Hey, Aunt Rosa.
When George Aniki called back, Aunt Rosa jumped at him and grabbed onto him.
Where's Maria? Isn't she with you?
No, we didn't meet with Maria-chan after that.
Maria!
6 years ago, Maria had been 3 years old. She was a cute and pure kid who'd just accept whatever anyone said. But 6 years have passed since then. She's 9 now, and experiencing the ups and downs of life should have taught her something. But Maria, are you telling me that you're still as innocent and pure as you used to be? Maria! As I circled the rosebed, something quite unexpectedly turned to face me. It was a white umbrella. Maria was currently down, holding a white umbrella, and still searching for that rose. Uh-oh.
Rosu Maria Sigma.
Ah,
Ooh,
her face, which had turned bright red from her crying her eyes out, was dirtied with water and mud. It was a truly pitiful sight. Maria, are you still looking?
ooh. Can't find it. Can't find my rose. Ooh.
Maria had probably been there since the rain started pouring down. Her shoulders
Rosu
were
biedna
freezing.
Marysia.
She looked tired to the bone, but unfortunately, she was holding an umbrella. She wasn't completely soaked. The umbrella probably came from the handbag Maria always carried around. Thank goodness. Seriously, thank goodness. To musi być
Buttercorn.
bardzo duża torba.
Thank goodness you found her.
No, wszystko się zmieści w torebce.
Większa,
kobiety, nie
jest większa w
rozumiesz?
środku niż na zewnątrz.
No ale tak działają torebki kobiece.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Aunt Rosa threw her umbrella aside and hugged Maria.
Ooh, it's not here. My rose isn't here. Ooh.
I'll look for it with you later, okay? So just put it on hold for today. Okay?
Ooh. Put it on hold for today.
It looked like Maria still wasn't able to accept it, but she no longer had enough energy left to resist. Jessica and Canon could up with us.
I'll have a towel ready in the mansion immediately.
Maria, were you here this whole time? I'm sorry. Sorry for being such a bad mother.
Aunt Rosa, why don't we head back to the mansion for the time being? If we stay here, Maria will catch a cold.
You're
Myślę,
right.
że już ona ma cold.
No tak.
Maria, let's go. If we don't get you cleaned up, grandfather will be mad.
Ooh, hungry. Jezu, relatable.
It's already time to eat. You did a good job holding out, Maria. Once the weather gets better, we'll all go search together. Tak wyglądał
Hungry.
świat w tego
Ooh,
na Fantasmagorii sobotę. Tak wyglądał świat, myślę. Wieczorem.
We couldn't stay in the rain forever. We took Maria with us, and as we headed back to the mansion. Maria apparently wasn't as worn out as I'd thought. When she remembered that we were having half steak for dinner, she started chanting.
a, przepraszam. I'm hungry. I'm hungry. Ooh.
Aunt Rosa didn't chide Maria for saying, ooh, ooh.
I see, so she had an umbrella on her. Maria sure is good at packing the right stuff.
Ooh. I didn't break an umbrella. Ooh. Przyszła
What?
wiedźma i jej dała.
How did you get that white umbrella you're holding?
Ooh, I borrowed it.
So, carrying person might have brought an umbrella. A normal kid would look for Charlotte once it started raining, but Maria was stubborn to give up so easily. O, chyba wiedźma przyszła.
Wiedźma parasolkowa.
Kogasa?
So maybe that carrying person gave up? Kogasa. So maybe that caring person gave up on telling Maria to find shelter, then decided to give her at least an umbrella.
I see. I have to thank that person. Who was it?
Ooh, Beatrice! Wiedziałam.
Oh yeah!
Wiedziałam.
Koniec.
Beatrice!
The name Maria cheerfully mentioned was that of the island's witch. Rosa took a deep breath and asked then, trying to do so in a way that wouldn't damage Maria's good mood.
Really? That's wonderful. Who was it? Who brought you that umbrella?
Ooh, Beatrice! Nie, bo to jest z japońskiego. O Jezu. Ooh!
Maria immediately realized that her mother didn't believe her and started unhappily again. So Rosa stopped pursuing the subject. It'd probably be faster to ask whoever lent Maria the umbrella during dinner rather than ask Maria herself.
Father, please at least join us for dinner. It won't be a family conference otherwise.
Along with a dull pounding on the door, the sound of Krause's entreaty could be heard. However, that voice seemed to be resigned to the fact that nothing it said would be heard.
Kinzo-san, won't you at least once come for a dinner? All your children have gathered here to see your face, haven't they?
Silence, Nando. So, the bishop won't work. One move too short.
Apparently, Kinzo was completely focused on the final battle of his long-lasting chess match with Nanjo. Kinzo's brow was wrinkled as he continued to glare at the game board through his spectacles. Krause's voice didn't reach his ears.
Musiałem drzwi zamknąć.
Kinzo-san, I'm hungry myself. Why don't we calm down and eat? Boże biedny. Niewolnik.
Go by yourself if that's what you want. Let me consider this next move for a little longer. We are going to finish it tonight. Otherwise, it's doubtful we finish before the world ends. Whoa.
Moo. Nanjo rose from his seat, hoping this would prompt Kinzo to do the same. But Kinzo's eyes never left the chessboard. He knew well that Kinzo always displayed a blind concentration when it came to the chess, but he'd never seen Kinzo concentrate as hard as this. It was almost as though Kinzo was telling the truth, and there would never be another chance for them to continue their contest if they didn't finish tonight. It seemed that, no matter how obstinately he called out to Kinzo, it wouldn't reach the latter's heart. Nanjo gave up and headed to the door that Krause was still banging on. The door to the study opened. Krause was taken aback, thinking that maybe Kinzo was actually coming out. However, Nanjo was the one who appeared, and Kraus let out a sigh of relief.
Poczekaj. Dodałam śmieszny obrazek na ogólny.
Okej.
Proszę spójrzcie, to ważne.
Aki. Czekaj.
Okej.
Co takiego?
Bang
To jest
Dreamowy,
To jest nasza rodzina Bagdream?
No.
Rodzina Bagdream.
Cieszę się, że się
Przypnij, przypnij wiadomość.
słuchawki. Sorry.
W Kimsach jednak pies się powinien nazywać Maria.
Co? Dobrze.
Muszę zamknąć okno, bo
Słychać.
Wow.
Słychać. Wiemy. Słychać, no. Spoko. Nie wierzę. Arcydzieło.
dobra. No piękne. Jestem zachwycony. Kontynuujemy, tak?
Tak.
Dr. Nanjo is father.
I'm sorry, I couldn't be of service. Right now, this room is Kin's whole world.
Nanjo shook his head with a completely defeated expression. Kraus raised his fist once more and banged on the door, shouting.
Father, can you hear me? We're heading down now, but please join us anytime you feel like it. All of your children are waiting for you.
His voice was very loud, and he was making a racket pounding on the door. There was no way it wouldn't reach Kinzo's ear. Well, it certainly was reaching him, but he ignored it anyway.
Yes.
Sigma.
Nic to darować.
Prawda. However, unlike the time he'd been called down for lunch, he didn't fly into a rage. But by now, Kinzo was calm at heart, almost as though he had taken on a philosophical view and turned himself over to fate.
Neither dinner nor the faces of my children interest me in the slightest. Jak ale Sigma. I will only live here if Beatrice is resurrected, or if I am chosen as a sacrifice for the key. The demon's roulette has already started spinning. What meaning does dinner have at this point?
As though the painfully loud banging on the door completely failed to enter his hearing, Kinzo silently thought about his next chess move, still in his philosophical state. Just as always, Kinzo's figure couldn't be seen anywhere in the dining hall. Kraus, wearing a bitter smile, returned with Nanjo.
Father says he still is not feeling well. He truly regrets missing this once-a-year opportunity to sit together with his gathered family.
Eva and Rudolph sniggered. Huh?
Nigger.
Bro,
Co?
Huh?
Co?
Fajne słowo,
Dobrze,
zapamiętam.
tam było S. Tam było S. Okej.
Inaczej byśmy byli zdjęci z YouTube'a.
Chyba tak.
zobaczymy.
Zobaczymy. Given Kinzo's personality, there was no way he'd show signs of regret. And none of his relatives showed any regret at his absence.
Then why don't we start dinner? Goda, begin.
Certainly. Well then, if you will allow me.
When Goda was told to serve the family conference dinner, his biggest time to shine of the whole year, he nodded with a broad grin.
Might I ask who lent Maria an umbrella?
When Rosa timidly cut through the silence of the dining hall, everyone noticed.
An umbrella? What's this about?
A short while back, Maria was in the rose garden when it started raining. And she apparently borrowed a white umbrella from someone. I wanted to thank them.
It wasn't one of us. After we left, we moved to a different room and had a friendly chat that whole time.
Alright. Even after that, the Simplex had a real friendly chat.
The word friendly felt awkwardly from Hideyoshi's lips, so even those who hadn't been present could tell the conversation hadn't been a pleasant one.
At the very least, it couldn't have been me, Eva, Rudolph, Hideyoshi-san, or Kirie-san.
We were together the whole time, even after Natsuhine-san and Raphael-san left. The whole time until the meal started.
Nii-san went up to the study with Genji-san to call father. At that time, the rest of us went straight to the dining hall. So it wasn't one of us. Couldn't it have been a servant kind enough to lend an umbrella?
So, was it you, Goda-san?
I have been in the kitchen the whole time preparing. My sincere apologies.
Goda looked slightly disappointed about missing this chance to show off. At that time, Shannon and Kumasawa appeared, pushing a serving cart loaded with horse?
Horse!
Horse, yeah!
Horse!
Horse! W
To
końcu.
jest trzecie. Dobrze.
Wiesz jak to przeczytać, albo ktokolwiek?
Horse.
HDUW.
Horse.
Powiedzmy. Horse. DUW.
No.
Hong, hong, hong.
And what about Kumasawa-san and Shannon-chan?
Yes, has something gone wrong?
Because Shannon had come in part way, she shrank back, mistakenly thinking that the others were searching for the one responsible for some error.
It isn't like that. It started to rain when Maria-chan was alone in the rose garden. After that, someone lent her an umbrella. Aunt Rosa said she wanted to thank that person.
Ooh, Beatrice.
Maria, her mouth a thin line, said the witch's name in a small voice.
No, to miał być small voice.
Aunt Rosa explained the situation one more time. As she did, Kumasawa-san cackled.
Ja to będzie.
Aha, ja powiem. It wasn't us. Shannon-chan and I were preparing the rooms together, so we did not go outside.
Yes, I'm sorry, I wasn't able to be of assistance.
Preparing the rooms? What do you mean by that?
Because of the rain, we thought it would be troublesome for all of the guests to return to the guest house. So the servants were ordered to prepare the guest rooms inside the mansion. Ona ma taki smutny wyraz twarzy zawsze, przykro mi.
Well,
Głowa boli.
bo nie jest maszyną do robienia.
Really?
Lubię.
How thoughtful. Yes, it certainly would be rude to chase us outside in this rain.
Could have given it a rest.
Yes, after receiving the order from Madame, Kumasawa-san, Kanon-kun and I started preparing the rooms. Then it became time for dinner, so Genji-sama ordered Kanon-kun to go to the guest house and summon the children.
Yes, so did Kanon-san find Maria on the way to the guest house and hand her the umbrella?
Ooh! Wrong!
The person who had actually received the umbrella denied it. Rosa was troubled. All she wanted to do was give a word of thanks to the person who had lent the umbrella, but she couldn't find them. And she thought asking like this with everyone gathered for dinner would work immediately.
Then was it you, Natsuhine-san?
I'm sorry, after everyone's friendly chat, my headache was so bad that I have been resting in my room. Therefore, I did not go outside.
Then who was it? George-kun and the kids? That can't be right.
No, it wasn't us. We were watching the television in the guest house the whole time.
Czajcie, że dziadek wyszedł i jajcuje po prostu.
Nie,
Na pewno.
dziadek nie wychodzi przecież.
Maria,
Wyszedł przez okno. Wyszedł przez okno.
Actually, we thought Maria had just gone back to the mansion with you.
Po prostu wyrzucił przez okno ten parasol.
Zauważył przez okno w swoim biurze Marię.
Then Kanon-kun came, and he asked whether Maria was with us. That's when we first realized she wasn't in the mansion. I mean, if it were me, I'd have grabbed her hand and pulled her under a roof before giving her an umbrella.
Zmieniła się muzyka.
Rosa was completely baffled. One by one, the relatives and the servants denied that they had done it, even though it wasn't really something anyone would need to hide. So, by process of elimination, the number of remaining candidates wasn't large.
No, ona powiedziała, że to była Beatrice, Jezu, ale głupi ludzie.
Right after it became ready. Okay, I visited Kinzo-san's room and I was playing chess with him until just now. Which means that also wasn't grandfather. Okay.
Wait a sec, isn't this starting to get a bit weird? Who's left?
Then who was it? Genji-san? Huh? Wait a second. Don't get me wrong. It's not like I'm searching for some culprit or anything. All I want to do is, as a mother, thank the person who gave Maria an umbrella in the middle of the rain.
Giving an umbrella to a girl loitering in the rain was something to be praised, not hidden. Despite that, no one raised their hand. Why not?
No bo to nie był nikt z
Everyone
nich.
started to whisper. Everyone started whispering about how strange this was getting.
Calm down, Rosa. Why don't we just ask the person who was lent the umbrella?
That's what everyone had been thinking since the beginning. They were all scratching their heads at why she didn't just ask Maria, who had been given the umbrella.
Nice present.
However, Rosa bit her lower lip. After all, she already knew how Maria would answer if asked.
Beatrice.
Rudolph-kun here's got it right. Maria-chan, tell your uncle who lent you the umbrella.
Beatrice!
Beatrice! The dining hall was wrapped in silence for an instant. But it was soon interrupted by a burst of laughter.
I see, so Beatrice, the witch of the forest, felt pity and lent her an umbrella. What a lovely story. Rosa, there you have it.
Rose, leave it. Even though she just wanted to say thanks for the umbrella, why did everything have to be so covered in smoke?
Ooh, just like Uncle Kraus said. Beatrice, let me borrow it. Ooh.
Isn't that wonderful? We should all be jealous of such purity. What do you think, everyone?
Jezu, Beatrice ich zabije. On będzie pierwszy.
Jak nic.
I mean,
Kraus was laughing with a face that was clearly mocking, but Maria was overjoyed, apparently convinced that her claim was being believed.
On się z dziecka nabija.
how did that work? Does that mean a witch really appeared and lent her an umbrella?
Jessica asked me in a small voice that wouldn't carry over to Maria, who was sitting across from me. Has Maria ever been the type to make jokes?
Nie. Ona nie wie, co
If
to
we
jest
heard that
joke.
kind of story If we'd heard that kind of story pop out of my old bastard's mouth, we would have taken it as another joke. However, it was hard to explain it away like that when Maria said it. This was getting pretty unnerving.
No way, she's always been frank and serious. She's the sort who'd believe any joke, even ones normal people could instantly tell were lies. I've never seen her. I've never. Bro, even.
Cracking a joke.
Aunt Rosa probably knew that better than anyone. It appeared that because of this weird situation, she had no idea what was going on anymore. So, if Maria says she borrowed an umbrella from Beatrice, that must mean it really was Beatrice.
No co ty robisz?
We're talking about.
Wiedźma ją
lies,
napadła.
So I can't say
Żółta wiedźma. Żółta wiedźma.
It might be the best to take what she says at face value.
Jezu,
Nie
ja
mogę.
nie
Then what's going on? Are you saying Genji-san or someone put on that fancy dress from the portrait and gave Maria the umbrella?
Imagine Genji przebierający się za Betry.
Tohorum.
Nie wierzę. Nie wierzę, wsadzili Pawła do Umineko. No nie.
Nie! Tylko nie to.
I'm not sure about that. Actually, that's what I want to know.
Tak, to brzmi jak coś, co Paweł by zrobił.
Mhm. Jessica shrugged jokingly, but her expression didn't completely match her attitude. Oh. Once the horse were set out and Gouda showed off his vast sword of knowledge, the meal began. A couple of casual chats broke out here and there, but these seemed somehow distant, and the meal ended up being so quiet that you couldn't ignore the sound of the rain sneaking into the dining hall.
To przeczeka?
Może. Kumasawa and Shannon, pushing the serving cart, ran into Genji and Cannon on.
Bro. Oh, it's Kenji-san. Did she lend Maria-san an umbrella?
An umbrella? What are you talking about? Well, I heard that when it started raining, Maria-sama was alone in the rose garden. It seems she borrowed an umbrella from someone there, but we don't know who it was.
Jezu, Beatrice, czego nie rozumiecie.
It wasn't me. After all, I actually thought Maria-sama was in the guest house. When Butler-sama first found her, she was already holding a white umbrella.
My apologies, but it was not me either. Then you don't think it was the master? Both in the dining hall and right here, everyone... A, dobra, to już czyta narrator.
Both in the dining hall and right there, everyone had stated that they hadn't done it. That left only Kinzo, but maybe...
A, to chyba ja
Chyba
też.
ty, Hawusek.
Maybe he went walking down the corridor for some reason. A, to w ogóle Daily powinna była czytać. Cudownie.
Okay.
The master is not particularly fond of Maria-sama.
Kto by pomyślał?
Jak można nie lubić takiego dziecka, co robi?
I agree. I can't imagine that for Maria-sama's sake, he would go to all the trouble of descending the stairs with an umbrella.
My, how troublesome. Does that really mean the one who lent Maria-sama umbrella really was Beatrice? Czekałabym postacie, które się śmieją.
Kumasawa laughed, just like their relatives. Just like the relatives in the dining hall who had laughed it off. She couldn't think of any other way to break through the smoke veiling the current situation. Just then, the crisp sound of hands clapping twice went through the hallway. They all turned around at once to see Goda coming out of the dining hall.
Okay, everyone. When serving a dinner, proper timing while setting the table is essential. Please immediately see to the setting out the soup. Genji-san, the women are in the middle of an important job, so please don't get in their way.
Wiele kropek.
Tyle kropek.
Kanon glared at Goda for being rude to Genji, a person Kanon respected. Genji, realizing this, patted Kanon once on the shoulder as a warning. Kanon reluctantly turned away and returned his expression to normal.
Obey Goda's instructions. Hurry and prepare the dinner table. Come now, there's no time. Don't...
Jo, czemu oni się sklonowali?
Jak sklon.
A nie, są dwie inne osoby.
Jezu,
okej,
ale
sorry.
on ma szczenę!
Szczerze
Wiesz,
mówiąc,
nie równo-
też ich myliłem do tej pory.
Don't dawdle. Hurry.
Goda grabbed the serving card from Shannon and slowly pushed it towards the kitchen.
Then please allow us to return to the kitchen. After all, Golda's temper is very short.
Please excuse me as well.
Kumasawa and Shannon left. Only Genji and Kanon remained. Through a window, the darkness of the raining night could be seen, along with the occasional thunderbolt.
Genji-sama, did Beatrice-sama really return?
I don't know.
Shall I inform the master?
That is not necessary. If she truly has returned, she will eventually appear before the master of her own accord. Furthermore, she is a fickle person. It would be pointless to report to the master only to find that she does not appear.
I wonder if this means the master's ceremony has already begun.
Probably. However, that has nothing to do with furniture like us. We must continue to return the favor we received from the master until our final moments.
Wow.
Yes. That is furniture's duty.
Czemu nie są jacyś tacy bardzo chętni, żeby oddać swoje życie za wiedźmę?
Nie wiem.
Za wiedźmy byś nie oddała swojego życia?
Kurde, teraz takie podchwytliwe pytanie mi zadajesz.
Mm.
Nie, bo sama jest wiedźmą.
O właśnie, dziękuję. Tak,
O kurde.
nie muszę,
A.
nie muszę, bo ja jestem wiedźmą.
No dobra. The thunder crashed once more. Except for those instants when lightning lit up the sky, nothing could be seen out the window but the darkness of night. Just as humans rule when the sun is up, those that are not human rule when the sun is down. The darkness of night that now surrounded Rock and Jima was ruled by another master, the Uchimiya family. Ooh, ale muzyka. Did this master take pity on Maria when she was alone and being pummeled by the rain in the rose garden, lending her an umbrella? Cannon looked at the rose garden lights, dimly visible beyond the window. The dim lights weren't enough to illuminate the surroundings. Looking at those lights felt like making eye contact with the witch, and Cannon forced himself to avert his gaze. If he didn't, it felt like his eyes would be absorbed by that light.
Wow.
Can the weather change how people act? You often hear stories about how things like atmospheric pressure can influence people's moods and physical health. For some time now, everyone had been struggling to clear the gloomy atmosphere, but any conversation was quickly cut off, and in the end, the dining hall was simply filled by the sound of the rain. The dessert was some kind of chocolate cake accompanied by pure sherbet. Dobrze.
Han?
No, można by w sumie zrobić przerwę. Nie wiem, jakieś 5 minut?
W sumie można, bo już tak 5-10
10
minut coś w tym
No,
stylu.
dobra.
Myślę, że.
Okej.
Dobra. No to przerwa.
Już jestem. O, zatrzymaliście grę. Aha, nie ma ich. Aha, jest przerwa. Wow. Daily? Chyba nie ma. A chciałam się spytać, dlaczego na rysunku normalna rodzina tylko jedna osoba ma oczy, jakieś takie specific. Oddly specific.
Dajcie jeszcze chwilę. A nie, jeszcze innych nie ma, okej.
Halo.
Jak coś jest tam.
Daily, mam pytanie ważne.
Słucham.
Czemu na rysunku normalna rodzina tylko jedna osoba ma jakieś takie oddly specific oczy, a reszta nie?
Bo niektóry ma takie oczy.
A to jest niektóry! Wow.
Chciałam, żeby było akurat. Po prostu.
Wszyscy mają kropki. A on ma takie...
Myślałam, że to było widać od razu, kto to jest.
Właśnie nie byłam pewna w sumie. Się zastanawiałam.
Wow.
Ale mam mało obiadów. I ubrałam.
Jestem. Z całej tej fancy jadalni sobie przypomniałem o czymś takim, co się nazywa cordon bleu. Nie wiem, czy kojarzycie, co to jest, ale to jest taki kotlet,
To
który jest
super.
wypełniony serem. Jakby to jest wspaniałe. Wspaniałe.
W Lidlu
Devil
masz
Eye.
w Lidlu wydasz 14 zł, masz takie dojebanie wielkie jak cordon bleu, chyba 3 albo 2 w parce. To jest potężne. To jest po prostu final boss jedzenia z Lidla.
No to... To dobrze, że mi to mówisz, będę musiał spróbować.
Polecam.
Przekonuje mnie
Dobrze
określenie
wiedzieć.
final boss jedzenia.
Super jest.
No to co? No to chyba lecimy dalej.
Chyba
Jestem.
tak, wszyscy są? Dobra, o, idealnie.
Jak coś proszę
Super.
mi wybaczyć, ponieważ
Mhm.
jakbym była spóźniona.
Dobrze. Smacznego.
Dziękuję.
Dessert was some kind of chocolate cake accompanied by pure sherbet. Goyo-san enthusiastically explained the recipe as soon as this final dish was presented, but I quickly forgot the detail. The guest of honor, grandfather, was absent. The weather was horrible, and the identity of the one who'd lent Maria an umbrella remained a mystery. O co ci chodzi? Wiadomo, to zostawił. When dinner ended, no one felt even one bit refreshed. It was too late now, but I realized painfully that taste wasn't the only important part of the meal. The whole atmosphere was also critical. Godison, the supposed conductor of this musical piece called Dinner, did his best to enliven the place, dropping old jokes left and right, but apparently none of them succeeded.
Jest takim
After taking orders for after-dinner coffee, tea, or orange juice, he left for the kitchen. As soon as he disappeared, Uncle Kraus spoke.
My. What a waste that the dinner god I worked so hard to create has met with such a gloomy atmosphere.
Pleb.
Yes, absolutely. It just feels like nothing would taste good today.
Oh, I'd like to know why you feel that way. Later on, I'll do all I can as your older brother to help you cheer you up.
Aunt Eva grimaced slightly. I'd already heard she wasn't on good terms with Uncle Kraus, but it was pretty clear now. When I looked around, I noticed that my father and aunt also grimaced. Apparently there was something besides the weather troubling all of them. Both Aunt Eva and my dad aren't looking too happy.
Really? I don't think so.
I asked Aunt Natsuhi, who was sitting on my right, but she seemed to be in a bad mood as well.
Ja z nią pewnie znowu głowa boli.
No i to chyba normalnie z humor. She's not back, as if to say she was absolutely not interested.
Prawie.
No,
Na zdrowie.
Proszę, dziękuję.
Kurwa,
Bo jako jedynemu smakuje.
Ja myślę, że to nadaje tylko charakteru, to jest wczucie się.
Dokładnie.
Our adult conversation got a little complicated. If it's something kids like, you need to worry about bathroom food. Isn't that right? That's Rita-san, Kitty-san.
Uncle Hideyoshi laughed as he spoke, but without his usual brightness, so I could vaguely imagine just how complicated their adult conversation had become. On top of that, even Aunt Natsuhi and Kirie-san, the people he had directed his comment to ignored him, as though they hadn't heard anything. I didn't know what kind of conversation they'd been having while us kids were away, but it reminded me of how Dad said he had the stomach cramps when we arrived at the mansion. The family conference might have been a playful reunion to us kids, but it was definitely different for the adults. After Uncle Hideyoshi's comment was ignored by the other adults and an awkward silence fell over the room, Kirie-san spoke up.
We were talking about how the kids' careers would turn out, such as what lies in your future, Butler-kun. Will you just drift on to college? Wouldn't that be a little disheartening as a starting line for a long race of life?
Wait a sec. Kirie-san, if you start talking about something like that in the middle of a meal, it won't digest well and we'll all end up getting constipated.
That's right. We were talking about Butler-kun and Jessica's careers. You've got to think seriously about the future.
Hideyoshi heartedly agreed, as if they really had been talking about that, but that was probably wrong. Kirie-san had been obviously trying to change the subject. However, if Kirie-san had determined that this was the best course of action for now, then she was probably right. Taking this into account, I cast aside my suspicions as to the cause behind Aunt Eva and Dad's bad moods. At long last, the serving cart returned, filled with coffee and tea. Kumasawa-san and Shannon-chan served it to everyone. Koda-san then explained that this concluded tonight's meal. If only the mood had been a bit more cheery, it might have been the best dinner of my life. It's a shame this best of dinners couldn't have been had under the best conditions.
Ooh, George Oni-chan, is dinner over now? Over?
Yes. With this, dinner is finished.
It's
Go, you
over.
boo. Stay in your seat and calmly drink up.
Ooh,
Maria looked like she was really excited by the occasionally crushing. Maybe she wanted to quickly finish eating and run over to the window. She had been fidgeting for a while, waiting for the meal to end. Some people are afraid of thunder, while others find it interesting, and Maria was apparently one of the latter sort. Therefore, when she heard from George Aniki that the dinner was over, a huge smile broke across her face.
ooh.
False start.
She then
Awkward.
rose from her seat, took out her handbag, which she'd set under her seat, never having left it even while she was eating, and began fishing around inside of it. No one seemed particularly concerned by this behavior.
What's that? Where did you get it?
George was the first to notice it. As he spoke, Butler noticed too. Uh-oh.
Oh.
They saw that Maria was now holding a beautiful Westerstein envelope. Ze skrzydłem. On the front of the envelope, the Uroshimiya family crest, the one-winged eagle, was done in gold leaf. Furthermore, the fact that it was sealed with dark red wax made it clear that this wasn't something Maria could have brought as a prank.
Maria-chan, what is that?
It seemed that Natsuki had also noticed the strangeness of the envelope Maria was holding. Her voice sounded too serious for someone admonishing as a child, so the relatives around us finally noticed too.
What happened, Natsuhine-san?
What is that?
Maria, where did you pick that up? That envelope has kids around.
When Nanju mattered that, even as kids could understand why everyone seemed to be frozen solid.
Jezu, dziadek
The
wysłał
envelope
list.
that Maria held was... Oh,
Okay.
yeah. The envelope that Mary held was one of the Urashimiya family had customs-made envelopes for private use. In other words, it could only mean one thing. This envelope contained a message from Kinzo.
Wiedziałam.
Oh? What is an envelope like that doing here? Now that's an interesting thing to come jumping out at us.
Just let me have a peek.
Ooh! No way! I will read it. I was told to read it to everyone. Wow, Maria ma
Hideyoshi tried to snatch the envelope
najważniejsze zadanie w
out
grupie.
from Maria's hands.
Maria carry the team.
Osoba, która ledwo umie czytać.
No przynajmniej umie.
To prawda. To prawda. Przynajmniej umie. But she protected it as though hugging it and didn't let go.
Na pewno umie przeczytać U.
To na pewno.
Hideyoshi-san, you can't use force against a child. Maria-chan, where did you get this envelope?
Ooh! I got it from Beatrice when she gave me the umbrella. She told me to read it to everyone after the meal was over. I'm the witch's messenger. Ooh!
Jak są w takich nawiasach, to że to jest po angielsku. Tak PTW.
A, okej.
No. Ihihihihi. The almighty witch of the island sure likes to mess around. Butler tried to joke about it, but no one
Czemu
laughed.
kto jest teraz narratorem, że to było nie z perspektywy Butlera?
To jest... Nie wiem.
To był obiektywny narrator. Crazy.
Mhm.
Może to Beatrice.
I wonder what's
Może to
written
Beatrice,
inside
po
of
prostu
it,
ogląda teraz.
Maria-chan.
Mm.
Ooh! Gonna read it! Ooh! Ooh!
Maria casually opened the envelope. It was sealed only with wax, so she just had to remove the sealing wax to open it. The sealing wax fell onto the disc. Hideyoshi hastily picked it up and stared fixedly at it.
Ah,
He then sat in the center of the table where Natsuhi, Kirie, and Nanju stared at it. Imprinted in the sealing wax was the one-winged eagle, which was the Urashimiya family crest and also Kinzo's personal crest.
this is the family head's personal crest.
I know it from the letters I have received from Kinzo-san before. Without a doubt, this is his wazoo. But aren't there several things in this mansion bearing that crest? For example, if there was some kind of stamp for wax seals, could someone other than Kinzo have used it? No, Kinzo-san would always use a ring on his finger. His proof of the Urashimiya family's headship when he sealed the wax. This shape and complex design is definitely Kinzo-san's seal.
That is not necessarily so. Anyone in the family must have received a letter from father at least once. We can't eliminate the possibility that someone used that wax as a model to create a fake seal and pass themselves off as a father. I agree with Aniki. No matter how much the seal resembles Dad, we can't prove that it's the real thing. So it doesn't prove this envelope
No
This
przecież powiedział,
envelope
że to
came
jest
from
Beatrice.
him.
I absolutely agree. I cannot approve of arbitrary deciding that this letter came from father. Based solely
Solely. Wyłącznie.
solely on the wax seal. Dr. Nanjo, couldn't you use a bit more discretion with your vague words?
I apologize. It was not my place to speak.
Jezu, czemu są tacy niemili?
One after another, all the siblings from Kraus on downwards rejected Nanja's statements, saying that the envelope Maria held wasn't necessarily from Kinso.
No przecież powiedział, że są
You were
bici.
afraid. No właśnie.
Jezu, ci ludzie są
They
tacy
fear from the
głupi.
bottom of their hearts. Ja nie wiem, dorośli są głupi. Proste. That Kinso's intentions were written there, and that it might be some announcement regarding the inheritance that would be decidedly unfavorable to them.
Maria, the person who gave you that envelope was the same person who let you that umbrella, right?
Ooh!
I don't know what "ooh" means. Is it true?
Ooh! Yes. Ooh!
So, in other words, the witch, Beatrice, gave Maria Chan that envelope along with the umbrella.
Ooh!
Maria nodded forcefully.
I agree with my husband. It's a dubious letter handed over by some suspicious person. It isn't even worth reading. Co ty mówisz? To jest od Beatrice!
There's nothing wrong with just reading it. Banner said it to Jessica in a small voice, trying to act tough, but Natsuki heard him clearly and glared at him with threatening eyes. Uh-oh. Says Apple.
And then, Beatrice told you to read it after the meal was over. Right, Maria?
Ooh!
It's okay, everyone. The envelope didn't come from grandfather, but from Beatrice.
W końcu ktoś rozumie.
Regardless of who actually wrote it, why can't we just hear what's inside before we decide? That's right. Even if father didn't necessarily write it, I'd still like to know what's written inside. Maria-chan, I'm sorry I tried to take it from you by force earlier. So will you read it aloud in front of everyone? Maria, read it.
Ooh!
As all the relatives stared fiercely at Maria, she spread the letter open with a rustle.
Do you think it really did come from Dad? Impossible. Whenever father has announced something to us in the past, he would always send Genji if he didn't do it directly, correct? I cannot believe that he would use such a joke-like approach.
That's right. Maria, messenger? That definitely doesn't suit father's tastes. Rosa, could this be Maria-chan trying to surprise us by putting on some kind of show?
Maria isn't really a kid who'd be capable of something so thoughtful.
Zbyt niskie IQ.
Gonna read
Taki
it.
porównywalny do temperatury w pokoju.
Nie mów tak o niej.
The words came out of Mary's mouth, but for some reason her voice seemed different than usual.
No, nie wierzę, że Beatrice istnieje, więc się wkurzyła.
Everyone went suddenly silent.
Fishy aroma.
No, nie.
Welcome to the Rokenjima members of the Ushiromiya family. I am Beatrice, the alchemist for this family, employed by Kinzo-sama himself.
That's crazy.
No co przerywa? Quiet! I have served him for many years in accordance with our contract, but on this day, Kinzo-sama has announced the final suspension of that contract. Therefore, I ask that you acknowledge my resignation from the position of family alchemist from this day forth.
How foolish. What nonsense.
I can't stand to listen to it. And now, there is one part of the contract that must be explained to all present. I, Beatrice, lent Kinzo-sama a vast quantity of gold under certain terms. One of these terms specified that all the gold is to be returned to me upon the termination of the contract. Furthermore, I am to receive everything of the Ushiromiya family as interest.
Ridiculous. It's been ridiculous from the very beginning.
So it's basically one of those things, right? Doesn't it sound just like one of those contracts with the devil? The contract had expired, so they've come to collect the interest. Is she trying to grab some retirement money for old age or something? What a cheeky witch.
Butler-kun, now isn't the time to joke around.
Butler made a face as if to ask, if I can't make fun of this, what can I make fun of?
Good point.
Some of the adults' faces were pale, while others looked dazed.
After hearing this, you may feel as thought Kinzo-sama has been sadly ruthless. However, Kinzo-sama did append a special clause to the contract so that you would have a chance to preserve your wealth and honor. If and only if that special clause is fulfilled, I will lose my rights to the gold and the interest for all eternity.
A special clause.
What is it? A miałam się zająkać, zapomniałam.
Nie wchodźcie na
Special
ogólne.
clause.
No,
Beatrice
ogólnie?
retains the right to collect the gold and accumulated interest upon the termination of the contract. O co ci chodzi? Co się stało? Czekaj. Nie!
To mnie dręczyło.
O Boże.
To mnie dręczyło.
No fucking way.
Ja
No
nie
way.
byłam pełnym człowiekiem, dopóki tego nie zrobiłam. Jestem dumna z siebie trochę, ze względu na... No, ale nie powiedzcie, że on ma podobny, bo on ma taki nos.
No.
Trochę tak. Nie mogę na to patrzeć, bo się zaczynam śmiać.
Może by nie patrzeć. Aż na Twitter wrażenie.
Daj, będziesz sławna.
Tak,
Tak, tak.
Daj. Rzuć. odczuć.
Dobra. Już spokój. Opublikowane. Halo? Wszyscy w porządku?
Halo!
Wszyscy są w
Halo!
Tak.
Halo!
szoku. Jeszcze a ja mogę czytać dalej.
No to ja tam dalej chyba czytam. Dobra. No. However, if someone is able to recover the hidden gold of this contract, Beatrice must abandon these rights for all time. Długo. The collection of the interest will proceed shortly, but if any one of you fulfills the terms of this special clause, I shall return everything, including the portion that has already been collected.
To nie jest dalej część listu.
Furthermore, as the first step in this collection of Kenzo-sama's debt, I have taken possession... To jest chyba dalszy?
No,
Sam nie wiem,
teoretycznie
chyba
tak.
tak. No, w sumie tak.
W którym miejscu?
Wszystko to jest część listu.
Co? To mam to przeczytać?
Wszystko! Wszystko to jest list.
Okay. The collection of the interest will proceed shortly, but if any one of you fulfills the terms of this special clause, I shall return everything, including the portion that has already been collected. Furthermore, as the first step in this collection of Kinzo-sama debt, I have taken possession of the Ushiromiya family head's ring, which signifies the passage of the Ushiromiya family headship from one individual to another. I ask that you confirm this for yourselves by examining the imprint on the wax seal.
Are they trying to claim that that's the meaning behind this seal? That father would relinquish his ring is unthinkable.
Kraus stared at the sealing wax as if to burn a hole through it. Eva and Rudolph were doing the same over his shoulder.
Come to think of it, when we were playing chess, I did have a strange feeling that something was missing from Kinzo's finger.
Dr. Nanjo, don't say something so careless just because of the vague memory.
We can't prove its authenticity here. Only by asking Father directly can we determine whether he really handed over his ring and whether this letter tells the truth. That's right. It's just as Kiryu-san says. Do you really think
Ale muzyka jest fajna.
Kinzo-san will tell you? After all, that person's thoughts sometimes surpass the bounds of common sense.
No matter what happens, it's still nonsense. In the first place, the illusion of gold itself is one of Father's tricks. I've already heard enough talk of that gold from the rest of you.
But this is the witch speaking, right? About how the inheritance and all of the assets will be handed over to the one who finds the gold, right? So maybe Beatrice-sama is Father's legal advisor or in charge of his funds. We can't possibly trust some strange person who entrusts such a suspicious paper to a child. I mean, she has a point.
No, czasem mam.
Aniki, we need you to be frank with us. Is it possible that assets are being managed by someone you don't know? No, that's impossible. As the family head's representative, I control all of Father's assets. It should be impossible for anyone to do as they please with them without me knowing it.
So this must mean there are some assets you don't control, right? Krasny-san?
How foolish! Such assets could not possibly exist.
Oh, but there is such a thing, an asset of fathers that you don't control. There is no way such a thing could exist.
No, it does. It's father. No, Beatrice is hitting gold.
Let's keep it simple. In short, Dad had some trusted confidante that Aniki doesn't even know about. Furthermore, this person has always been in charge of watching and managing the gold. Or it could be some eccentric rich person who offered him a loan with rules like a devil's contract.
Could it be that this confidante calling Beatrice is trying to test which of Kansas' children is most worthy to be financed by her gold?
Curious question was one that all siblings wanted to answer. Upon reflection, they realized that Kinzo's strange epitaph had hung in the hall beneath the witch's portrait for quite some time, and while it had long been whispered that whoever solved the puzzle would receive everything, no one had ever clearly stated it. It was just something that everyone had hoped might be true. And right here, right now, the thing they hoped for being had clearly stated in Beatrice's letter. It clearly specified that everything of the Urashimiya family would be given to the one who found the gold.
Kinzo-sama has already publicly displayed the location of the hidden gold within the epitaph under my portrait. The rules apply equally to all who can read the epitaph. If you discover the gold, I shall return everything to you. Tonight, I ask that you enjoy your battle of wits with Kinzo-sama to the fullest. I
Sincerely.
I sincerely pray that this night will be both intellectual and elegant. Beatrice, the Golden.
Father! I know you can hear me. Please respond.
The door to Kinzo's study was being violently, harshly beaten against over and over again like a percussion instrument. The yells coming from the other side belonged to Kraus, Rudolf, and sometimes Eva. It was the siblings who were trying to intrude upon Kinzo's study to question him about the truth behind that mysterious letter. Kinzo was eating. Sigma. An elegant tablecloth was set over the desk, and the fabulous dinner that had adorned the table down in the dining hall here.
Dziękujemy za efekty dźwiękowe.
Nie ma za co.
Smacznego.
Kinzo continued his
No
meal
ale
in
ja to
silence.
robię dla fabuły.
Ja wiem.
Oczywiście, to jest bardzo ważny element.
Myślicie, że on tak blaska?
Shannon taking away.
Na pewno.
Jest w samotności, więc nikt nie usłyszy.
Nie no, jest w samotności. Beatrice mówi się na ścianie. Ciągle patrzę na niego.
A, to chyba nie blaszczę.
No właśnie.
To sorry.
Shannon, taking away an empty plate, looked uncomfortably between the door being pounded on and Kinzo's face.
Everyone is calling for you. But what should I do?
Leave them. God and my meals both hold silence as a virtue.
Should I silence them?
Wow! There's no need.
Oh.
It does not even reach my ears. Nie słyszał? Nie, no to po co? Tam nie obchodzi mnie to.
Kinzo enjoyed his food, apparently indifferent. Genji quietly lowered his head and took a single step back. As he did, Kanon, who stood in reverse like a shadow behind, to the side of Genji, opened his mouth.
Maria-sama apparently received a letter from Beatrice-sama, so I imagine they want to test its authenticity.
Has she started already then? Come, Beatrice. I have no shortage of coins to be wagered. Shall we enjoy this night to the fullest? Dobra, trudno. I don't think I lose. Your smile will be mine for all eternity. If I could see it one more time, I wouldn't regret losing my wealth, my honor, or even my life. Well then, the roulette has begun to spin. Which pocket will the ball fall into? No, don't. I'll take all. Come, you may begin. Beatrice, I'll show you the power of miracles once more. Ale crazy stary dziad. Wow!
No, trochę czasu minęło.
22.
To Maria już powinna spać.
The strange letter that the witch had entrusted to Maria wiped all memories of dinner from our minds. Maria was repeatedly barraged with questions by Aunt Rosa and the other parents, and became increasingly ill-tempered when they refused to believe her. If we kids try to barge in, they'd probably ignore us.
Oni nawet nie są kids, przecież Butler ma 18 lat, a ten George starszy jest.
No, ale i w liceum jest. A chociaż George to nie, to już ten.
George chyba jest 4 lata starszy.
23 to chyba było.
Tak.
No 22, 5.
Coś takiego.
23 lata ma.
No to nie jest kid, mam wrażenie.
No jednak dorośli są o 20 lat starsi albo 30, więc...
No, nie
No,
no,
dobra.
20 lat.
Sorry.
Our parents were all stirred up, firing back and forth about the gold and the distribution of the assets, and completely forgetting that we were even there. I'd already guessed that they'd been talking like this in the shadows, but I hadn't thought they'd be so blunt. It gave all of us kids a considerable shock.
Wow.
From what we could overhear, all the parents wanted as soon as possible. Nie, tylko nie Abba.
Must be funny in a
Back
rich
and
man's
forth
world.
Back and forth about grandfather's inheritance. Back and forth about the distribution of the gold if it was found, advance payments, and cash.
Inheritance, gold, cash.
It was so despicable. I could hardly bear to watch, even though one of them was my father. It looked like Jessica felt the same way. We left our seats without being asked to and went to hang out somewhere well away from our parents.
Get it? No, I totally see why grandfather hates coming down for meals. I am so disillusioned with our parents right now. All that about the money and the inheritance. How can they act like that out in the open?
Well, I'm completely disillusioned with my old bastard. There's no way I could think any worse of him.
That's exactly the same for me. Look, that freaking shocked me. Shocked me to the core.
Jessica looked down at the floor, irritated. She was always talking about how bad her parents were, but maybe she hadn't really felt that way deep inside. The depths of Jessica's shock made that clear.
You are all minors being supported by your own parents, so you might not understand. But getting money is neither a simple nor a pretty thing. I won't try to force you to understand right now, since you're still kids. But even so, I want you to realize that your parents are just doing their best in their own way.
Oh, great. George Haneke's gotten all
Ja się
mature.
nie płacą podatków.
Georgie, son, I know you're working hard as a full-fledged member of society.
Pracuję u wuja.
But does that mean you
Mm.
turn into a shameless, greedy vulture like our parents whenever you stop talking about money and assets?
If it were only for my own benefit, then no, I wouldn't want to do that. However, when your family and your employees, your subordinates and their families are all counting on you, there are some times when you must fight.
I hate that kind of fight. That back and forth about grandfather's inheritance just makes me want to puke.
Jessica pretended to spit violently. That harsh reaction made the depths of her pain very clear. Let's stop talking about this. All this about grandfathers hidden gold, property, inheritance is our parents' problems, not ours.
I agree. At the very least, I think children have a duty to be considerate and stay out of their parents' way when they are talking together.
Sounds pretty boring.
Everyone knows the phrase "adults are filthy," but we had now seen that for ourselves, and that really did give us a considerable shock. George Haneke was now pretty much an adult, and that so the shock wasn't that big for us. Jessica seemed to be taking it hard. Apparently, she'd received a bigger blow than I thought. She always talks badly about her parents, but looks like she hadn't changed at all on the inside. Even now, she's still a pure-hearted, delicate person who can't doubt others. I'm sure she respected her parents as much as anyone else does. And then her parents started raging about going, money, inheritance. Right in front of all the other parents and the children. It's no surprise she received such a shock from hearing that.
Jessica-chan, please don't start hating your mother and father. I won't ask you to understand them, but at least don't hate them.
I can't. Just leave me alone for a bit.
6 years ago, I would have kept taunting Jessica even after she got all dejected. But I guess I really have grown over the last 6 years. I realize it'd be better to leave Jessica alone right now. Jessica suddenly looked away sulkily and left the parlor. She probably wanted to be alone for a while. I could do nothing but wordlessly watch her back as she left.
Come to think of it, I wonder where Maria-chan went.
She's probably pounding in front of the portrait. Maria truly looked up to the witches, and she'd expected that coming in direct contact with Beatrice and receiving that letter as proof would surprise everyone and make them happy. However, the adults had doubted its authenticity, thoroughly bombarding Maria with questions and refusing to accept her story. Even for me, it wasn't hard to imagine how much that must have hurt Maria. We couldn't speak to Maria or Jessica. In the end, George, Janicki, and I just abandoned ourselves to the sound of the falling rain in the night.
I wonder what's happening with that typhoon. Maybe there's something about it on the news.
George Janicki started walking over to the corner of the parlor where the television was. To nie być działało? He hadn't called me over, and I really couldn't have cared less where the typhoon was on the sea now. So without going over to the television, I loitered around the window.
The wind hasn't picked up that much here, but I wonder if it's horrible over the sea. I did hear about a severe storm warning on the weather report.
Curious, I guess those big talks between the adults are going smoothly, yeah? She seemed to catch sarcasm. Kiryu-san shrugged.
I wonder if that stomachache of a discussion will continue on. It's not going to be fun.
Well then, please enjoy playing vultures to grandfather's property as much as you'd like. Sick.
I'll agree with you on that. If I could just slip away like you, I would do it. Unfortunately, I can't, even if I'm not allowed to speak. We spouses have it pretty rough, too.
Kiryu-san took a deep breath, smiling bitterly. That's right. They probably wouldn't let Kiryu-san speak since she's only married into the family. Still, as that partner, she had no choice but to stay by his side and support him. She's probably had to bear the full burden of his mental pressure much more than me. I wasn't going to apologize, but realizing that I had spoken too harshly, I cut the sarcasm for the time being. So, how does it look? Are they still stuck on the topic of the mysterious witch Beatrice?
More or less, those four siblings are always piling up secret arrangements when they come together to discuss the division of grandfather's inheritance. They're saying that some unknown fifth person has appeared and is trying to make things even more complicated. There's no way that they make for a peaceful conversation. Just when you think they're snarling at each other, they'll set up a common front. Natsuki-san's not the only one getting headaches.
On the one hand, they all want a larger portion than the others, so they're all rivals. But on the other hand, they don't want one yen to be snatched up by anyone other than the siblings, so they're also allies. I hadn't been told the details, but the siblings were apparently discussing how to protect their shares under various situations, setting up ceasefire agreements and rules to prevent anyone from getting an unfair advantage, even preparing to resort to legal action if absolutely necessary. That they would go this far to preserve their shares was so beyond disgusting that you just had to acknowledge their resilience. So, basically, Beatrice is like an assassin sent by grandfather. He probably wanted to scare the hell out of his children for talking about the inheritance.
Who is this Beatrice, I wonder? If everything she claims is true, Then she's a mystery figure that no one knew about until today. And she
Beatrice.
also knows about grandfather's hidden gold. On top of that,
Beatrice.
she's even entrusted with the head's ring.
Beatrice.
She must truly have been trusted by him.
Oh. Oh. Well, obviously, I don't think she's a witch running around on a broom, but there's no doubt she's a mysterious person who's earned the right to be called a witch.
If only Maria-chan would go into more detail about that, everyone's been smoothering her, even though she's just a little girl. They really scared her, and some things they might have asked now can't be asked. I wonder if those people have ever read The North Wind and the Sun.
What we do know is that Maria received from a person who took the name Beatrice. She sure is shy for a mystery person, entrusting Maria with a letter in when she could have just appeared and talked to us directly.
Hey, Pastor Kuhn, do you really think a person called Beatrice actually exists?
Who knows? Doesn't it really seem like a false name? Like she's grandfather's representative, so she was given permission to take the name of a witch from his delusions.
No, that's not what I meant.
Oh.
Right now, there's a total of 18 people here on Harokijima. Do you think there's a 19th person?
Are there really a full 18 people on this island right now? Wondering about that, I began counting on my fingers and it really did come out to that many. Almost 18 palców? Do I think that a 19th person exists? What exactly do you mean?
Just what I said. The person who lit Maria that umbrella supposedly wasn't one of us 18. So, isn't it natural to assume that a 19th person exists? And that this person lent Maria the umbrella?
Well, yeah, it sure looks that way.
Then, where exactly is this person now? At the very least, she must have been on the island when it started raining. And ever since that time, the weather has grown progressively worse, so taking a boat out would be pretty much impossible. In that case, that person must still be on the island, hiding from the rain somewhere. And without any of us spotting her.
True. We've all been randomly prowling around all over the mansion and the guest house, but no one has bumped into a 19th person.
But Arthur,
But this island is huge. There might be other places to take shelter from the rain, other than the mansion and the guest house. At about this time, I began to realize what direction Kiri-san's suspicions were taking us in. No tak.
Szukał ludzi gotowych pójść za nim, wyłowić serca słów Bożych prawdą. O Panie, co Ty na mnie spojrzałeś, Twoje usta dziś wyrzekły me imię. Swoją barkę pozostawiam na brzegu. Razem z Tobą nowy zacznę dziś łów. Perfekcyjnie.
Brawo.
Gratulacje.
Musiałam.
Kiri-san was denying that a 19th person existed. Beatrice was one of the us 18. In other words, she thought someone we knew well was tricking us.
If Beatrice, who is who she claims, she would surely be the most honored of guests, the most honored of confidence, trusted by grandfather. There's no way grandfather wouldn't give that kind of person a warm reception. She would surely have been ushered into the mansion. However, we haven't seen anyone like that.
Wait a second, isn't this line of reasoning a bit too hasty? Sure, no one has spotted this person, but that doesn't mean that you can deny the possibility that the 19th person exists, right? Maybe, for some reason, they landed on the island stealthily and have been hiding ever since. It's what they call devil's proof. It's easy to prove that something exists. But if this Beatrice appears in front of us all and then hide, then it's settled. But it's impossible to prove that there's no 19th person.
Yes, Butler Coon, your way of reasoning isn't bad. In our current situation, there isn't enough information to either accept or deny that a 19th person exists. But if you spin the chessboard around and think that way, we can deny the existence of a 19th person with near certainty.
Spin the chessboard around was one of Kiri-san's favorite phrases. I've been influenced by those words and use them myself from time to time. When you get stuck trying to find a move in chess or shogi, then by spinning the board around and looking at everything from your opponent's standpoint, you can often see a strategy that will give you the upper hand. Mamy zostać wiedźmami? It means turning things around and putting yourself in your opponent's shoes.
You see, let's say that a 19th person called Beatrice actually exists. That person must have managed, without being seen by anyone, to stealthily arrive on the island and remain hidden ever since. Maybe they have some reason, okay? In that case, why did they go to all of the trouble of appearing before Maria and handing her the letter?
It really was a contradiction. If they had some reason for hiding themselves, then they should have stayed hidden the whole time. But even so, they had appeared openly in front of Maria. Then... Wait. Maria said it herself. She said the witch made her a messenger. Maybe that's because Maria was the youngest and looked the most obedient.
Why would they need a messenger? If they just wanted a letter delivered to the family conference, they could have mailed it. If they mailed it to each one of the 4 siblings, no one would be able to ignore it. There was no need for this person to carry it themselves and secretly deliver it by hand.
That does sound pretty weird.
In the first place, if Beatrice existed and wanted to make her presence known to everyone, she could have just openly presented herself to all of us. Despite that, she chose the vague method of appearing through a little girl
Jezu, słuchawki mi się zaraz rozładują.
and only gave us a vague impression of who she was. Contradiction. Let's go a little deeper, shall we? She appeared in the foreground of Maria, trying to give us the impression that a 19th person existed, and yet she still hasn't appeared before us and is hiding somewhere at this very moment. Think about those contradictions. You've got to keep those things in mind when you spin the chessboard around. In short, if a person wants to leave us with the impression that Beatrice exists as a 19th person, what might their goal be?
if this person wanted to hide, then they wouldn't have made their presence known. If they approached to show themselves, they wouldn't have trusted the roundabout approach of entrusting someone with a letter. Which means...
It's simple. Beatrice is one of the 18 people. That's why they want to create the illusion that there are more than 18 people. That 19th person was revealed so spectacularly. If someone were to profit from this, it wouldn't be some 19th person in hiding. It'd be one of the original 18 people. Of course, this reasoning is full of holes. If you turn over even a few of its premises, it's still simply hollow point. But I'm almost completely certain it's correct.
This is starting to feel pretty creepy. Someone lent Maria the umbrella and handed her the letter. Supposedly, none of the 18 did this. And yet, Beatrice was hidden among those 18. What was this person planning? Hiding their true form and pretending to be Beatrice?
I suspected it might been Maria-chan play acting, but the contents of the message were extremely complicated and it's hard to imagine Maria-chan writing that herself. However, I can't deny the possibility that Maria-chan is working together with someone.
Ewa wygląda jak Beatrice, just saying.
No, she... Wait a sec. Maria's a 9-year-old kid, right? What could she possibly be planning and with whom?
Nie no, Rosa powiedziała, że za głupia.
No właśnie, ona jest za głupia na to. And what about her straightforward, overly honest, obedient nature?
Yes, I also understand what kind of a person Maria-chan is, but that's exactly why I think it's possible. That girl's a dreamer who can't help but look up to and blindly accept the existence of witches. So if a person appeared in front of her and claimed to be the witch Beatrice, Maria-chan would happily swallow it up. And I think.
So you're saying that if someone disguised themselves by wearing that fancy dress from the portrait, treating Maria wouldn't be that hard?
Of course, with that reasoning, all of us women would become the primary suspects. Anyway, who did Maria-chan encounter? Learning the details of that question would be the best key to solving this riddle. But this key has been firmly locked away inside Maria-chan's heart. Everyone denied the existence of the witch without listening to her, bargaining her too much with questions about who Beatrice actually was. She probably won't open her heart to the adults now.
In the dim hall in front of the portrait of Beatrice, Maria was sobbing.
Ooh, ooh. No one believes I met Beatrice. Ooh, ooh. Even thought I showed them the letter Beatrice gave. They still don't believe. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Biedna. Ja jej wierzę.
Anyway, Maria-chan is holding the key. The key to whether Beatrice is one of the 18 people or a 19th person.
Maria's stubborn, right? When that girl gets angry, it's pretty hard to make her feel better.
Butler-kun, I think a kid just like you would be better at cheering her up than an adult like me. After she's feeling better, try asking. I know you don't care all about all this back and forth about the inheritance, but don't you find this Western Mansion mystery situation exciting? Who in the world is this person who gave Mariya-chan the letter? It makes your intellectual curiosity ache.
You're actually pretty tough, considering you're still excited after being dragged through that endless money talk. Adults can be pretty amazing. I shrugged exasperately, but I did notice something. Kiri had noticed how dejected I was after overhearing our parents' turbulent discussion, and was probably trying to clear the air. At the very least, I'd recovered enough to voice my complaints. She wasn't my real mother, so I never felt like calling her mom. But it did make me think, she's a real adult.
Hey brats, so this is where you were. Kiri, you really took your time fixing your makeup, didn't you? Think I'll make a habit of going out to touch up my makeup too.
I'm sorry, a woman's makeup takes a long time, so... How was the discussion being without me?
I'm sure everything was all peaceful. Armand was. Kiri-san poked the weak spot under my arm, and her...
We decided to take a break, to cool our heads a little.
Przepraszam, jak wam czasem przerwę, bo po prostu staram się trochę wcześniej klikać, żeby nadrobić opóźnienie, nie?
Chyba głównie Blue Moon ma opóźnienie.
No tak,
Tak, ja mam opóźnienie moje 800 pingów.
klasyk.
It looks like we'll be at it all night. Makes me wanna cry.
His way of talking hadn't changed, but he couldn't completely hide his fatigue. I couldn't say I was sympathetic, but he looked pitiful compared to his normal, energetic self.
Still, that rain's just awful. I really don't wanna go back to the guest house. It looks like Natsuhine-san set things up so we could spend the night here in the mansion. What will we do?
We don't need to decide until you're done, right? If you run so low on energy that you can't return to our room, then we can take them up on their offer.
You're right. We can think about it later. What about you, Butler?
If I stayed, I'd just get in the way. I'll be nice and go back over there.
I see. Will you go back soon?
I don't know. It'd be lovely to head back by myself. I'll gather all the kids and we'll head out.
Okay, you go do that. Also, Butler, you won't be going to sleep that easily tonight, right?
Yeah, I'll probably be up talking with the cousins. Sounds like we'll all be up all night. Is there a problem with that?
I see. If you're still awake when the adults' discussion is over, I want to have a little talk as a family.
What? That doesn't sound like you. Apparently, Kiri-san was thinking the same thing. What are you talking about? She asked him in a small voice. It looked like Kiri-san didn't have a clue on what that meant either.
I also want to talk to you about it, Kiri. I'll tell you later, so don't ask now, please.
I don't know anyone who neglects the concept of family as much as this old bastard. And now he's saying we're gonna have a talk as a family. Both Kiri-san and I couldn't help but get wide-eyed.
Don't look so terrified. I'm the one who should be terrified. After all,
At that point, he swallowed his words for an instant. Even though putting on airs of importance was much like my dad. You're freaking me out, Dad. Everyone in our family gathered here now, right? Don't make a big deal out of it and spit it out.
I will probably be killed.
Wow.
There was a huge crash of thunder.
Uuu. O, dobrze, dobrze.
Oh, it must have been really close. Dad's expression, brightly illuminated by the lightning, burned into my eyes. Dad's face, which always looked so sure of itself and which always wore a taunting expression, strangely frail in a way I couldn't really explain. It was so worn out that he looked like a different person. Oh, what? What are we talking about? That doesn't sound like you.
I agree. What happened? You look so timid all of a sudden. It's not like you.
I'm gonna go fix my makeup too. Don't follow me.
Dad turned away, weakly. After that, only Kiri and I were left, still wide-eyed. What did he say? Tonight he'll be killed? You didn't think that mysterious letter scared him, do you? He's been watching too many serial murder movies.
Miał się zbić, to umrze.
Mm-hmm. Kiri sounded and answered my light-hearted words, and continued to stare at my dad's disappearing back.
Butler, when you told Rudolph's son to spill the beans right away, he left without telling us anything. Even thought he said he had something to say to both of us. He didn't answer you. Why? Oh fuck. Spin the chessboard around. What do you see?
Well, when he said he wanted to talk but then couldn't, that's a contradiction. What can you see something by looking from my dad's perspective?
Yes, I can see something. He wants to talk about something, however, he doesn't have the courage to bring it up. So he actually means chase after me. And ask me about it yourself. By saying don't follow me, he actually means the opposite. He actually means follow me and force me to answer. Obviously, what a spoiled brat.
What? Can you really call that reasoning? That's ridiculous.
Can great private and police detective deduce the emotions as feelings between man and woman? They can't, right? Figuring out the feelings of the opposite sex is an even more advanced art than exposing the tricks in a difficult crime case. If you ask me, romance novels have much deeper mysteries than masterpiece mystery novels.
I see. Is that how it is?
I'll stand alongside that spoiled brat. He normally loves to bluff, but tonight he's completely tired out from that heated discussion. He probably wants someone to lean on at the moment, and responding to that need is the role of his partner.
Sounds passionate. Then I'll leave that old bastard in your hands.
Yes, leave it to me. Czekajcie, że
He called
On
out to
powiedział-
his son departing back.
Gdzie jest Maria?
że on
Maria
powie...
dalej płacze na korytarzu?
Mój Boże.
Tak.
Chyba tak.
Ale
Na pewno.
czujecie, że jakby... Że ona nie usłyszała tego o umieraniu, tak? Że ona w ogóle jakby nie stało to?
Wyjebane ma.
Nie dotarło do niej.
Mi się wydaje, że ona to chyba chodzi o
Nie
to, że
rozumie
ona-
coś.
Może nie rozumie powagi sytuacji.
Że, nie wiem... What?
I wanted to say thanks. Thanks to you, my gloomy mood has cheered up a lot.
That's good. Communication is important.
Grzmot wtedy był, więc może nie dosłyszała faktycznie.
O, czy ja?
Może.
Crazy kind of.
Chociaż Butler usłyszał.
On is crazy.
After answering with a wink, Kiri-san followed after that.
Boże.
Natsuki could be found in a dimly lit hallway. Now and then the thunder would crash, but this had no effect on Natsuki's expression. She looked completely worn out. The discussion that had just taken place between the relatives in the dining hall was repeating itself inside Natsuki's mind.
At death's door.
Beatrice had proclaimed that in addition to the gold, all of the inheritance and property of the Urashimiya family would be given to the person who solved the riddle. In other words, she planned to undermine the absolute guarantee that Kraus, as the oldest brother, had to succeed the family had. Originally, the other siblings had absolutely no chance to inherit the headship. To them, this proposal by Beatrice was extremely desirable. It was obvious that they would accept it. There was no need to play some clumsy detective game. Natsuki knew that this so-called 19th person, Beatrice, couldn't exist. Naturally, Beatrice was nothing more than a fictional character used to pass a message that Kinzo had written himself. As proof, Kinzo had remained stubbornly neutral as to that letter's authenticity. He was completely ignoring those reckless claims that he shouldn't be able to ignore that he had given up the head's ring. In short, Kinzo had wordlessly admitted that the letter held his own message. Most likely, one of the servants had given Maria the letter. Kinzo had probably worked out an elaborate plan where the dress from the portrait would be prepared. And someone, probably Shen, would be made to wear it and deliver the letter and the umbrella. By doing that, he could make it seem like the witch from the portrait actually existed. Now, if anything, that alone was proof that Kinzo was all behind this. In that case, it was the same as Kinzo trying to butt in on the siblings' private discussion. Then, Kinzo, by announcing that he'd give everything to the person who solved the riddle, could weaken Krause's overwhelming advantage. Now it was certain. Kinzo had eavesdropped on the siblings' discussion in the parlor earlier that day. So he had known how Krause had staved off the attack by the other three, and to make the scales of the battle go back, he had sent out this strange letter which benefited Krause's rivals. He was trying to push this crazy theory so that Rosa, who had a weak position among the siblings because of her age, would join with Eva and Rudolph. Then with a 3-1 advantage, they'd be able to overwhelm Kraus yet again and make the ridiculous theories get accepted by force. And by doing that, he gave them the power to resettle what had once been a nearly decided conflict. They had now started repeatedly pressing Kraus to pay them a large amount of money, using the condition that all the siblings would guarantee Kraus's position as the successor. Talk about advantage payment was being brought up again, despite having been rejected once. Of course, even without the story about the hidden gold, the Urashimiya family's store of wealth was vast. That sort of wealth alone was more than enough. Even if the hidden gold was buried forever along with Kinzo's death, there would be more than enough to satisfy. Therefore, even if they weren't that interested in itself, Kinzo had managed to instill the lifelong fear that, on the off chance that someone found the gold, the person would be granted the headship. And this kind of Achilles heel would definitely be taken advantage of someone sooner or later. The only person with this fatal weakness was the successor, Kraus. The other siblings had found. No, they had been told by Kinzo about something that only Kraus could lose, and they had thoroughly taken advantage of that. Natsuki, as Kraus's only ally in his painful position and as his wife, wanted to fight alongside him. She kept trying to explain to him that the existence of the gold itself was a farce and that there was no need for him to compromise. Kraus had always told Natsuki. He had all the siblings. He had told all of the siblings. He always said that a hidden gold was nothing more than an illusion of Kinzo. Therefore, Natsuki had believed it as his wife and had supported her husband on that. Even so, Natsuki's words didn't reach Kraus. Even though Natsuki had fought so hard and had lent all of her strength, he continued to fight by himself and was trying to compromise with the other sibling. Natsuki sadly and weakly wondered why she could not be of use to him, then started getting angry. It had happened when everyone decided to take a short break to cool their hats. Natsuki had flared up against Kraus. Enraged, she had asked why she could not be useful to him. He had then told her that he wanted to talk about something, and invited her into a room that she was normally not allowed to enter. That room had been sealed with a heavy-looking padlock, and just looking at it had given her an uncomfortable feeling.
There's no need for you to worry about anything said by those three, or even the suspicious person who calls herself Beatrice. After all, the gold is just a ruse created by Father. There's no way something like that could be found. Your position as the successor is a solid fact. What are you afraid of? Jezu,
Kraus removed the padlock on the door.
Nie, już nic.
No dobrze. He then motioned for Natsuki to enter.
Enter.
What is this?
There's something I want you to see.
O Jezu, zabiję ją.
I've never shown you this before.
Spluwę jej pokażę i strzeli. Nie!
Natsuki timidly opened the door with a dubious expression on her face. It was pitch black. Oh.
Rushing po prostu
Nie.
druga.
She searched for a switch on her lines, but since this was her first time in the room, she didn't know where it was.
Mam PTSD.
Nagle będzie ten dźwięk. Kraus entered behind her, pushing her in, and when he closed the door before turning on the lights, the two were swallowed up by the darkness.
Nie!
Only the sound of Kraus locking the door rang out through the dark.
What are you doing? The lights.
I am turning them on now. Wait,
Będzie złoto, jak nic.
Mhm.
Czemu on w ogóle swoją żonę wepchnął,
Just as
czym
he
tego
said.
pokoju zamknął?
Też piszę się.
Jakby...
Boże, to jest stresująca scena.
Jest jurny. Just as he said, when Kraus pushed the switch on the wall, a flickering light turned on and lit up the room.
That is...
Natsuhi had her breath taken away. The room had no windows, and at a glance it appeared to be empty. In the middle of the room, a small round table had been set, and lights brightened only that table, as if it were the leading part in a play. On top of the table, a red tablecloth of elaborate design had been set, covered with dust, and on top of that, something about the size of a grown man's arm had been
Co?
set down. Sztaba złota. That something took Natsuhi's breath away.
Whoa!
Oh! Which gold?
it's a gold ingot
is
of
another-
incredible purity. Without this, no one would have believed in the legend of the gold.
It was an ingot of solid gold. Even in the faint light, it sparkled with a noble
A
and
to nie
dignified
znaczy, że
glint.
znalazł właśnie to złoto? Beatrice?
Nie, bo to tylko... To jest mało złota. To nie jest 10 ton
Aha,
złota.
okej. No dobra, ale skąd wziął tą jedną sztabkę?
Nie wiem, może się okaże.
Bo był kiedyś jakiś to było tam, że Kinzo pokazał gdzieś tam właścicielowi firmy sztabkę złota.
Aha!
I stąd
O
jest
co
pewnie.
chodziło?
Proste.
This is not a proper
Nie,
ingot.
muzyka jest po...
I don't even know whether it was cast inside or outside the country.
It took a high level of skill to make the purest of solid gold ingots. And in order to verify that purity, it was standard to have the original foundry and the name of the bank that guaranteed it imprinted on the gold. However, this ingot did not have that seal. This mysterious gold bar had come from an unknown foundry.
Beatrice.
Look here. There's nothing to be afraid of. It's just a bar
Mama
of gold.
Beatrycze dała.
Natsuhi, following Kraus's words, timidly approached the ingot.
Right there.
Kraus pointed at the surface of the ingot. Natsuhi concentrated on that section. Right there was a thin imprint of the one-winged eagle's crest. Natsuhi's breath was taken away once again.
That's right. This is the legendary ingot that Father said he received from the witch. That the president of Maruso witnessed and was allowed to select at random to take back with him. That gained the trust of the fixers in the business world. I had to use all possible means to find it. I found it before the other siblings could.
How could... Then... The legend of Father's gold is...
It actually exists. The gold that Ushiromiya Kinzo received from Beatrice actually exists.
Impossible! So it really does exist.
Natsuhi was shocked. Kraus had always said that Kinsel's cold was just a fabrication, so she had believed it as his wife. However, the reality was different. Since he held definite proof, he had been more certain than any of the other siblings that the legend of the gold was true. Because of this, Kraus was deeply frightened at the possibility that someone other than himself would find the gold he'd failed to find, costing him everything. But to Natsuhi, this truth was more than enough to split open her heart. She had thought that, as Kraus's wife, she should be his closest confidant, which was why she had selflessly supported him. And yet, he had hid this fact from her until today. Why?
Have I been so undeserving of your trust?
I didn't mean it like that. It was only that there was no need to mention it.
Is that all a wife means to you? Wow, drama będzie.
What?
Calm down. Becoming passionate easily is one of your bad habits.
You're the one who's making me like that, aren't you? I've been supporting you as a wife ever since I married into this family. For your sake, I threw away the family I was born into, and I've been offering up my heart and my body to serve you. And in return, this is what I get? How could you?
Kraus grimaced, looking annoyed. His expression effectively communicated how much he disliked part of Natsuhi, even if he didn't want to say it out loud.
It doesn't look like I will be of any use to you anymore.
That's fine. I can resolve the troubles with the siblings by myself.
Bro
I
powiedział,
don't
że
need
jego
your
własna
help.
żona jest bezużyteczna. That's wrong. This is the Umiya family's problem.
Muszę iść do kibla. Sorry. Czy może 3 sekundy?
A teraz to nie ma. Teraz to masz luz.
It's true that I am not permitted to wear the family crest on my body.
Nie chcę
But
obiecać.
I am still your wife. Niesamowite te...
Może być 3 minuty przerwy, bo nie chcę ominąć
No,
tej
no,
sceny,
no.
ale...
A, okej, dobra,
Czekamy.
przepraszam.
A,
No,
okej,
przepraszam.
spoko.
Insane.
Honestly quite incredible.
To jest historia rozwodu chyba.
Mam
Chyba,
wrażenie, że
no.
coś innego może ich rozdzielić, zanim się rozwiodą.
A, patrzcie, jaki jajcarz.
Hi, hi, hi.
Ale
to nie-
być może.
A to nie on właśnie mówił coś, że umrze?
Nie,
Nie, to
Rudolf.
był-
Nie, to
Rudolf.
był Rudolf. To był
A,
ojciec Butlera.
Okej.
Trochę lipa, jak moje postacie umrą pierwsze.
No, no tak trochę słabo, no. Dobra, to się znajdzie jeszcze kogoś na pewno. A tam jeszcze trochę postaci jest. Więc
Właśnie,
spokojnie.
to następne.
Kolejny chapter.
Ale to chlebek nie weźmie wszystkich.
Ale nie ma tylko
No to-
wiedźm, no.
Właśnie!
Okej.
Możesz być jakąś inną kobietą, która nie jest wiedźmą po prostu. Jakąś nudną.
Dobrze, jak będzie najnudniejsza postać, to będzie dla mnie. Dzięki.
A już w sumie tak nie jest.
Trochę.
Mm.
Jakby Kraus jest nudny. Rudolf jest nudny.
Oni wszyscy nie robią U.
No właśnie. Maria to jest
O.
pik wszystkich
O.
postaci.
Tu akurat trudno się nie zgodzić.
Ale niestety ma nie fajną mamę. Hejtujemy jej mamę. Musimy odebrać prawa rodzicielskie Rozie i adoptować Marię. Jako rodzina Bandry musimy to zrobić.
Najpierw musisz się cofnąć w czasie. Tak, 40 lat.
Kurde.
Może, bo jest wiedźmą.
A faktycznie. No,
Już jestem,
No
tak.
przepraszam.
O! Gdzie my skończyli? Dobra, od początku przeczytam. That's wrong! This is the Ushiromiya family's problem. It's true that I am not permitted to wear the family crest on my body, but I'm still your wife. Even so, are you saying I'm not capable of helping you? Are you...
I especially wouldn't want to risk getting you involved. It would probably make your headaches even worse than they are now. Take a rest for today. The siblings will deal with the siblings' problems. It has nothing to do with you. That is all.
Wow.
A dull headache tormented Natsuki. No matter what medicine she took, no matter what scents she burned, it wouldn't heal. In fact, simply wandering alone through the dark corridors and listening to the sound of rain seemed to be a better cure.
Dzień dobry, nie da się wyleczyć.
I may be Natsuki, but I was never Urushimiya Natsuki.
Niech to czyta, może na to.
I've been despised and no właśnie chyba, no.
A to... Nie patrzałam się w tamtym momencie na ekran, przepraszam.
Luz, przeczytałem tamto.
A to powie nam całe to czytać?
tak.
A, okej, dobra, przepraszam.
Mhm.
I have been despised and treated as a borrowed worm, and insulted when I couldn't even fill that role. Even so, I have tried to properly perform my duties as a wife, but now even my husband has rejected me. I've done my best raising my daughter, as if it were the last job left to me. However, I had no release for my anger and sadness, and they caused me to subconsciously strain that relationship too. Because I've been excessively strict in Jessica's education, she dislikes me thoroughly. She despises me for having no interest in anything but grades. There is no longer anything I can do for the Shiromino family. No, that's no good. Despite it all, I must help my husband and beat back the schemes of the other greedy siblings. The family head won't be around much longer. Eventually, Kraus will succeed the head, and the next successor will be Jessica. Strictly speaking, the man who enters the family by marrying Jessica will become the next head. But it all comes to the same thing. I have to make Jessica an excellent successor, whom everyone will accept as worthy to take over the Ushiromiya family. In the days to come, that greedy Ushiromiya Eva will probably be plotting to find some fault with the main family. And if all goes as she plans, Jessica will be dragged down from the succession with George set up in her place. It is regrettable, but George is a man and even more, has matured as a person.
It is
Compared to
regrettable to be a man.
Compared to Jessica, who is right in the middle of her rebellious period. Ona ma okres. And those grades are slightly below average. It can be seen as a glance who is more fit to succeed the head. So in order to secure Jessica's position, I need to turn her into an excellent person. After doing that, I want to find her an excellent husband worthy of the excellent person she will have become. Chcę, żeby wydarzyło się coś, co się nigdy nie wydarzy, wow. A wonderful man who will truly accept Jessica and stay with her through all of life's joy and sorrows. To już nie ja chyba.
No, to już ja. Was Natsuki trying to entrust her daughter with fulfilling some of her own? Natsuki thought back to the days when she had no choice but to marry into the family because of that unavoidable fate. She had tried to block that from her memory. She had consciously forgotten it and had actively attended to the life she'd been given as Urushimiya Natsuki. And in so doing, she had built up a new life. But just now, it felt like all that had been casually rejected. Ktoś chyba zaraz straci rolę.
How should I think as I live my life? I do not know.
Natsuki helplessly rested her head against the glass of the window.
Chyba zaraz sobie sama odbierze życia.
The glass, which was cool thanks to the raindrops beating against it, felt somehow refreshing. Even though it should have been emotionless, right then it seemed to be the only thing that could understand Natsuki. At that point, even if someone had appeared, Natsuki didn't intend to pay any attention to. But she did pay attention. Because it was her beloved daughter.
Oh, it's you, Mom. What the heck are you doing in a place like that? Thought you were a ghost.
Swojej matce tak powiedzieć.
Nagrała w rękagu. Po prostu.
Just like always, her words were rough and not at all like a girl's. Instinctively, words of rebuke rose to Natsuki's throat. However, their strength gave out and they didn't escape her lips.
Jessica, forgive me, but my headache is awful. Please leave me be.
I see.
Jessica was seeing her mother in a position of feebleness for the first time, so she was considerably disconcerted. Until just now, she'd been filled with contempt for all of the parents, including her mother. But now, those feelings had been completely swept away. Her mother's utterly exhausted face had wiped them all out. Utterly exhausted face had wiped them all out. In its place, the words George had told her floated back up in her mind. Parents are doing their best in their own way. And because their families are counting on them, they cannot afford to keep everything pleasant and have a heavy responsibility to fight. Maybe her mother had been standing around in this dimly lit hallway because no one had tried to understand that in her. Jessica hated her mother, so she had no intention of speaking kindly to Natsuki just because she was looking a bit frail. So when she attempted to speak kindly to her mother anyway, she had to clench her fists and gather up the words from deep in her heart.
It sounds like you really got your head full with that meaning thing.
It has nothing to do with you. Please go somewhere else.
Is your headache bad? Should I go get some medicine?
You don't have to trouble yourself. Please, leave me alone.
Natsuki wasn't being cold. She just wanted her daughter to go far away so that she wouldn't have to bump against Natsuki's own short temper. But there was no chance that Jessica would realize this.
Okay.
Jessica hung her head, looking sad. Seeing that expression, Natsuki recognized the kindness that Jessica was trying to master. She gave her head a small shake to drive away her own unkind feeling.
Then I leave. I'll be with your cousins so I don't get in the way of the adults. See you later.
Wait there.
She called Jessica, who was trying to leave and looked lonely, to a stop.
What?
Thank you for being so considerate. It isn't good of me to go to sleep and leave you alone.
Don't talk like that. You're bring bad luck.
I've made you worried, but I'm okay now. I will go.
If I let my daughter see
Nie,
this...
to ja.
dobra.
If I let my daughter see
Dobrze.
this feel any longer, I only make her feel more uneasy. With that thought in mind... A nie, to już nie.
No, to już ja. With that thought in mind, Natsuki left Jessica with words of gratitude and made to depart. This time, Jessica called out to her mother's back. Natsuki stopped and turned around, asking what business Jessica had with her. But Jessica herself didn't know why she'd stopped her mother, and for a while she smiled wryly, muttering to herself as she hesitated over what to say. She was poking around in her pocket when her hand and she took it out.
Hey, Mom. I was giving a charm today. What was it? A charm against magic? I'm pretty sure that you were supposed to hang it from your doorknob, I think. I forget. There's no point in me having it. So, I'll let you take it.
Taka kochana.
It was the scorpion charm that Maria had given her on the beach. Although she'd heard of its various effects from Maria, Jessica's mind had gone blank, and she was just barely able to say even that much. Jessica, thinking that her mother probably wouldn't accept it anyway, immediately drew back the hand she had stuck out, grasping the charm. So when Natsuki came back to take it, she was extremely shocked.
What is this? Some kind of a prize tag?
Well, I think it's something like that. I guess you wouldn't really expect a charm that looks like a toy to do anything.
But her mother took the charm from where she grasped it in her hand.
Thank you. I'll take good care of it. Sometime soon, in exchange, why don't I give you a charm that was important to me when I was a child? To jest mother and daughter reunion.
It's not like
Gotcha.
that's why I give it to you, but, well, if you really say so.
Wow. Then I will rest for now. My headache is awful. Try not to stay up too late.
Sure.
Wow. Mother and daughter reunion.
Gotcha. Natsuki put the charm in her pocket and turned away. She then disappeared into the dark hall.
It seems the weather will be like this all day tomorrow after all.
Dang, this makes the good weather we had earlier lie. George, Nikki, and I were killing time in front of the parlor television. At that point, Jessica returned. Her face was still blank, but it looked like she'd cooled down a little since we'd last seen her.
O, przypomnieli sobie o niej, nie wierzę.
Aha,
Maria's
dopiero
still
Chciałem
teraz.
powiedzieć.
Maria chyba zawsze jest tam, gdzie ją zostawił, więc...
Ona nie umie sama się pojeżdżać.
Trochę jak twoje pluszaki.
Ej, to w sumie fajne takie dziecko.
Nope. She just came back and she's sleeping over there on the sofa. It's getting pretty late for her
Jednak
after
nie.
all.
Okej, czyli
A
jednak
mi-
już
Jednak jest movable object.
movable object.
Po prostu podnosisz pod pachę i idziesz. Looking at the clock, I saw it a little past 10 p.m. Even if we were planning to stay up all night, it was about time to head back to our room.
Dziękujemy za efekty specjalne.
Well, my mom did have a room prepared for us in the mansion. What will we do?
I would rather head back to the guest house. Going by what we saw of our parents, I think it would be better if you weren't in the mansion.
I agree. Feels like they're telling us kids to mind our own business instead. Let's be good little boys and girls and do that. As we were talking about this, Aunt Rosa came into the parlor.
Ooh.
She was looking all over restless, probably trying to find Maria. Aunt Rosa, if you're looking for Maria, she's over there on the sofa.
Thank you. She's out cold. We must move her to a bed.
If you'd like, I will carry her over to a bed.
O mój Boże, mieliście tak jak byliście mali, że zasnęliście gdzieś i nagle się budzicie, jesteście w łóżku w piżamce.
O, bywało.
Nie.
Mhm.
Nie pamiętam. Nie pamiętam.
Wstawaj, dziadu, i idź do łóżka. Thanks, that'll be wonderful.
A to też było, ale to
Are you
później.
all heading back to the guest house?
No ale jak tak mieliście
Or
4 latka?
Nie wiem, nie mam wspomnień. But...
No tak.
Or are you going to stay in the room that Hinesen have prepared here? We were just talking about that. We just decided to head over to the guest house. Nie wiem, czy to dobry plan. I see. Then could I ask you to take Mario with you? I feel much more reassured if she thinks we're selling you the cousins.
Behind those words, she seemed to be concealing some regret that the adults, self included, had deeply hurt Maria's feelings. Leave it to us, Aunt Rosa. After all, we do have an expert at comforting Maria with us.
Are you talking about me? I couldn't do it myself. We will need everyone together.
That's right. Perhaps aren't you one who hit it off with Maria when you were messing around earlier?
As we said this, Aunt Rosa smiled, looking truly happy.
Thank you, everyone. It looks like our meeting will last until very late. So while I'm sorry to burden you like this, I'll be counting on you all to take care of Maria.
Hey, Maria, are you sound asleep? We're going back to the guest house. Maria muttered something indistinct, rolled over, and fell back asleep. It looked like she was sleeping deeply.
She's really out cold. I'd hate to wake her.
Right? I'll carry her.
I love surprise.
Maria's body was much lighter
chyba ja
than
to
it looked.
czytam. Ja to czytam. Nie, tak? Tak, ty to
Ah,
czytasz.
tak, to
Dobra.
ja. Ja czytam.
no.
Tak. No. Maria's body was much lighter than it looked. I lifted her up and put her on George Aniki's back. It was raining hard outside, and Aniki couldn't hold an umbrella and carry time. It looked like Aunt Rosa would come with us as far as the guest house to help out. However, when she heard Uncle Krause's voice call out to her, she had no choice but to return.
Well, that's a problem. I have to go back now.
Is everyone returning to the guest house?
After we left the hall on the way to the entrance, the door to the servant room opened and Shannon Chan stepped out.
It has grown very dark, so allow me to guide you.
That'll be great, Chan. George-kun is going to carry Maria there. Could you hold an umbrella for him?
Yes, certainly.
Shannon Chan brought umbrellas for each of us and a flashlight to guide the way. As we opened the front door, the downpour was quite terrific. It looked like we wouldn't have any spare time to take up. Aniki, is she too heavy? Want me to carry her?
It's okay. I can at least carry Maria-chan.
I'm truly grateful. Please take care of Maria. Sure, you got it. Then I guess this is good night, Aunt Rosa.
Then I will see them over there and return here.
Yes, please.
Aunt Rosa watched us leave.
Maria, I am sorry for everything.
Rosa's mumbling voice didn't reach the person in question nor any of the kids, but disappeared beneath the sound of the rain. Idom. After getting through the rainy rose garden, we arrived. If only I had applied for the position of Merrick. Then I would have gotten the chance to have Shannon Chan's huge boobs rubbing all over my arm. Huh.
That's not why I did it. It's a misunderstanding. I thought that if I didn't work like this, George-sama would get all wet.
Come on, quit babbling and go in.
After being urged on by Jessica, we folded up our umbrellas and went into the guest house.
Has anyone gotten their clothes wet? I can bring some towels if you want.
You might need to worry about us that much. Thanks, Shannon-chan.
Oh, that's right. We were planning to play cards or something. Would you care to join us for a bit?
Had the night shift on today's schedule.
I believe we had a special schedule during the family conference. Also, I think a few alternations have been made, so I will go and check.
Wait, if you have to go all the way back to the mansion to find out, don't force yourself.
Oh, that's alright. I can find out from the servant room in the guest house. Please excuse me for a short while.
Shannon-chan gave a quick bow, and went into the guest house servant room. The rest of us headed for the cousin's room and decided to put Maria to bed for the time being. Maria was sleeping very deeply, and there was absolutely no sign of her eyes opening.
Może udaje, żeby właśnie ją zanieśli do łóżka i nie musiała iść.
Genialne.
Nie, no
Ja
nie.
tak, rob...
Mhm.
ja tak
Na
robiłam.
pewno.
Ja tak robiłam, bo ja byłam sprytna.
Ja tak nie pamiętam.
Big brain.
jak to było, czy
Small
miłe.
body, big brain.
Też tak robiłem. Oh.
Kiedy mogę
For
przestać
now,
robić
we
ten
get
bieg,
some
kiedy mam
soft-
w stanie spać?
Bro.
Zaraz naprawdę
O
uśniesz.
kurde, co sobie... For now, we'd get some soft drinks out of the room's refrigerator and drink those while playing cards or something.
Oh,
A to już chyba
Kanon-kun.
nie.
And you're here too, Genji-sama.
No, już nie musisz.
What has happened with tonight's shift?
Kraus-sama has given an order. He made some sizable changes to the shift schedule.
Indeed. Goda-san now has the night shift at the mansion. Shannon and Kanon have the night shift in the guest house. Kumasawa-san and I have been ordered to sleep in the guest house. Just now, a phone call came saying that once you arrived, you were also to remain here for the rest of the night. Huh? That certainly is a sizable change. The shifts at the guest house and the mansion have been completely reversed, haven't they?
Originally, Shannon and Cannon had been assigned to the night shift in the mansion, while the night shift in the guest house, where all the relatives were staying, had been assigned to Goda, who had an abundance of experience in entertaining. Kumasawa should have been sleeping at the guest house, while Genji should have been sleeping in the mansion. However, it seemed that Kraus had suddenly ordered that the schedule be modified. The shifts at the guest house and the mansion had all been reversed, and Genji was spending the night in the guest house.
It's probably because of Beatrice-sama's letter.
Why, probably?
After such a mysterious letter appeared, it was only natural that Kraus-sama would suspect one of us. We serve directly under the master, so Kraus-sama tried as best as he could to keep us far away from the family conference.
Genji, Shannon, and Cannon were all permitted to wear the Urushima family crest, the one-winged eagle, as the servants who served directly under Kinzo. Of course, since they were working for the Urushima family, they had to obey anyone. But their only boss was Kinzo. Since only Kinzo held the right to employ them, even Kraus could not have them dismissed of his own accord. Because of this, Kraus and the others often viewed these servants as Kinzo's underlings and shunned them. And in fact, Kinzo seldom let anyone other than them enter his study. This sudden shift change was probably a clear expression of the sense of mistrust that had caused. Considering the time Kinzo had left to live, this would definitely be the last family conference before the problem of the inheritance came up. On top of that, the mysterious letter that claimed to be from Beatrice had dropped in out of the blue. Krauss definitely wanted to keep Kinzo's loyal subjects away from the table of such a delicate and important discussion.
If you would excuse me, I will go rest. If anything happens, call me immediately. Our company tonight is special. Yes, certainly,
Yes, certainly,
Genji-sama.
Genji-sama.
Genji nodded back, went behind the screen, took off his jacket, and slowly began to relax after Dave's words of tension.
The ones who just returned now, were they the children?
Yes. The other relatives are having a conference in the mansion. It looked like it would drag on for quite some time.
Then we've got it easy. It's already this late, and there's this weather. The rest of the relatives will probably spend the night in their rooms in the mansion.
Yes, probably. I'm only saying this because Genji-sama isn't around, but I'm a little happy I was sent to the guest house, I guess.
Huh? Why is that? Because you can stay away from Madame and Iwa-sama, those bullies. Or do you have another reason?
It's not as though I have another reason.
I see. Then let's do our best together with our night shift. I'm counting on you, Nesan.
Just now, I was asked to go to the children's room and play with them.
Shannon hung her head apologetically, gazing at Cannon's uncertainly. Cannon didn't try to meet her eyes and spoke curtly as he sighed. It looked like he didn't plan on indulging his sister.
You can't. You were assigned to the night shift.
Boo!
Nie wolno się bawić.
Boo!
Ooh.
Fun
No
is
fun
not
allowed.
allowed.
Debil.
Besides which, it isn't necessary for furniture like us to respond to an invitation to play. You understand, right?
Yes, I do understand.
Shannon's shoulders drooped slightly. She had already expected that Cannon, as stickler for rules, would say something like that, but she still seemed a little discouraged. As Cannon flipped through a logbook, he spoke without facing Shannon.
That means the children will be waiting for you. You will have to apologize and tell them you have their night shift and won't be able to stay with them. Go and come back.
Oh, yes. I will go apologize and come back.
Shannon hurriedly stood from her seat before her brother's mood could change and flew out of the servant room after giving a quick bow. As he watched her go, Cannon took a single deep breath. Kenji's voice came from beyond the screen.
Canon. I will be here, so you can go too.
Genji-sama. Shannon was the only one called. It's not as though I was invited.
That is only because you were not there at the time. If you had been, you would be invited as well. It is good to play as a child from time to time.
No, such a thing is not necessary for me. Human children may have a need to play, but we are furniture.
Is that so?
Nesan is also furniture. Even if she pretends to be a person, it will only hurt her later. I understand that, so I try not to get too close to people. That's all.
Genji did not say anything after that. After a while, he stood up and used a pot of hot water to make powdered cocoa, serving some to Kanan as Is that for real? I had no clue.
Anders, you are too loud. You wake Mario up.
Ooh.
Butler was so surprised that he yelled obnoxiously and scattered his cards everywhere.
Ooh.
His voice caused Maria to turn over once, but she soon fell back into a deep sleep. Jessica gave him a jab, and he lowered his voice. Still, seriously, now that you mention it, they really did have that kind of atmosphere, didn't they? Now I see, so George Haneke is... George couldn't be seen anywhere in the room. A short while ago, when Shannon came into the room, George suddenly said that he'd forgotten something in the mansion and he'd go back and get it. Shannon said she would guide him, just like she had on the way to the guest house, and the two of them departed together.
Well, there's actually been signs of it for a while now. You know, questions about hobbies and favorite things. I always thought it was a bit much for a passing interest, and look what happened now.
Come to think of it, I get the feeling George Haneke's always been overly nice to Shannon. Now I get it.
Czyli będę musiał teraz romansować sam ze sobą? Cudownie.
Jak się z tym czujesz?
No nieźle.
Nie wiem, może to i lepiej.
Wow.
According to the weather report, it looks like it will be at its worst tonight. It also seems it will last all day tomorrow, though it should get a little better. Really? Then maybe the boat won't arrive until the day after tomorrow. I hope that doesn't interfere with your work on Monday. I already knew the typhoon would be coming beforehand. Just in case, I made sure I didn't have any plans for Monday, so it's okay. I may not look it, but I really am the type who can plan ahead in his schedule.
Jezu, a Shannon nie jest czasami za młoda na niego? Chyba nie mogę romansować.
No właśnie, nie pamiętam ile Shannon ma lat, ale
18.
chyba... A,
18
18?
chyba.
Dobrze.
Czekaj, muszę to sprawdzić, bo tak...
Ja też.
Prawda.
Weź odpal może w
Policja
menu,
już sprawdza.
bo chyba powinieneś móc zobaczyć relacje, może tam jest.
Tak, czekaj.
Jak jakieś postaci nie widzieliśmy jeszcze, no to
19,
nie
okej.
ma ich.
Okej,
Okej,
Więc
bardziej
luz.
bezspecjalne.
nie piszę.
Nie ma, ale 19,
Nie
no dobra,
napisali
okej,
jej.
to git.
Dobra.
Musi być gdzieś napisane.
Ech,
Mimo, że jest...
Gdzie jest?
no,
Okej.
Coś mówiło o swoim wieku gdzieś tam na
Kurde.
początku.
16!
A gdzie
Na
ty
wiki
znalazłeś?
jest napisane 16.
Dobra, nie ma
Aha, czyli ma.
Co? Nie,
No cóż.
aha, a ja sprawdziłem teraz i to jest 19.
Wstawiam
Aha.
na ogólny.
Aha.
16 jest.
Shannon, When They Cry Wiki. Ma 19, ale twierdzi, że ma 16.
A, okej.
Jak Yukari.
Jak Yukari, no.
Tak, ma 19.
No nieźle. Okej. George puffed out his chest, acting proud. Compared to the calm appearance George always had as the oldest cousin, he now looked amusingly like a little kid. Shannon chuckled at this abrupt contrast.
It's no surprise you're so well prepared, as someone who will bring prosperity to his company someday. Well, making a company prosper really is a tough job. Money isn't the only thing that's important. I learned that well when studying under my father. Making a company prosper is like owning a castle and leading your subordinates. My dad really loves reading about great leaders during the warring periods of Japan, a hobby that's probably influenced by the fact that he shares Toyotomi Hideyoshi's name. Much of his philosophy on managing businesses comes from talking about them. Did you know? Takeda Shingen, who was Wow, to jest najdłuższy
O
tekst.
Jezu.
Takeda Shingen, who was feared as the leader of the strongest cavalry corps in the warring periods, started out with his troops in a complete disarray and didn't have the kind of strong leadership necessary to utilize them well. Is that true? That's a little unexpected. In order to unite his troops, Shingen allowed his excellent leadership in many ways. For example, when a soldier succeeded well in battle, he would immediately honor them with a medal. Normally, that kind of thing was put off until after the war, and they were all awarded at once. He continued this diligently while on the field of battle, and immediately, showing his appreciation for his troops' military exploits, motivated them in extremely significant fashion. Also, whenever one of his troops was brought down by an illness, he would be the first to rush up to them and care for them, and so on. Takeda Shingen wasn't just the man who led the strongest cavalry corps in the warring period. He was the person who cared the most for his troops throughout the warring period. And because he was that kind of a person, all of his troops went along with him.
Jezu, zgubiłam się przez to, że jest jeden głos tylko.
No niestety. Oni
Mogę
są,
być
oni
Shannon,
już
jak
są
chcesz,
jednym.
Kawusek.
Ciekawa propozycja.
Chcesz?
Wow.
Wow. Dobra, dawaj.
Wow. Okay, najpierw tak. The truth was, Shannon had already heard this story several years ago. But whenever a discussion of his father led to this sort of topic, George would always glow and look like he was having a great time.
This is
Którą ma jedną historię.
sounds familiar.
So Shannon just smiled without interrupting, urging him to continue.
Of course, in a capitalist world, money determines both your strength and the height of your fortifications. But you can't build up a castle or succeed in a war by yourself. Such things can only be accomplished with the support of many subordinates, by borrowing their strength. After understanding this, when I look at my father's back, I realize how immature I am. I can clearly see how much competition he had to overcome before building up all he has now.
Okay. George-sama, you truly look up to your father. I'm jealous.
Oh, sorry, that's not how I meant it.
I'm sorry. That's not how I meant it either. The two of them awkwardly looked at their feet. Shannon had no parents. She had been brought up in an orphanage owned by Kinzo called the Funikin Gospel House.
Że nie wiesz, że oni wychowują niewolników.
No.
Dosłownie child labor.
Niesamowite.
To się chyba nazywa baza? Based?
Wow.
Under the guidance of Kinzo, their honorary director, the orphanage offered members who excelled a chance for on-the-job serving experience. If their efforts met with Kinzo's approval, they'd be able to leave the orphanage and work as servants for the Urashimiya family. Shiromiya. This was considered to be the highest honor for those who lived in the orphanage. Servants from the Fukuin house all took names with the character on in them while they served. So Shannon wasn't her real name. The same went for Canon. All of the members of the Fukuin house were orphans. At least they were all people who had been separated from their parents under special circumstances.
Okay.
Because of this, the orphans had been taught to think of each other as their only family. That's why it seemed so natural to both of them when Canon called Shannon his sister.
Hmm.
And while Shannon and Canon were working in the mansion, there were several other servants possessing the own character names such as Manon and Lennon. Lennon? John
no way.
Lennon?
Lennon?
Yeah! Who had often worked in a rotation schedule. However, there were not many servants who had stayed in the Ushiromiya family for long. It was standard for them to quit after 3 years. So you could possibly say that Shannon, who had been working for 10 years, was a notable exception to the rule. Working as a servant for the Ushiromiya family was a heavy burden, but the pay wasn't bad at all. For working for a full 3 years would earn more than one would in society. That was why, even though the orphans realized what a harsh task working for the Ushiromiya family was, they still hoped to be accepted. Maybe the fact that Shannon managed to continue working for 10 years wasn't because she had more willpower than the other servants. Maybe she'd gotten stuck working for 10 years because she didn't have the courage to say she wanted to quit. Kinzo couldn't even trust his own blood relatives, and those excellent servants sent from the Fukuin house were the only ones he could rely on. Because of that, Kinzo would sometimes allow them to wear the family crest, as servants under his direct control, and have them work close to him.
You've been working here for almost 10 years now, right? You must have saved up a lot of money by now.
I wonder. It's not like there's anything in particular I'd like to buy. After all, a few million yen isn't enough to live off the rest of your life.
So the reason you've been working all this time wasn't to hit some target sum?
Yes, that's right. I have nowhere to go outside this mansion, and I have been getting along well with servants. The madame does scold me sometimes, but caring for the roses and cleaning the mansion is fun.
But that can't be your entire life, Shannon-chan. No, Sayo-chan.
What? Sayo's bad dream?
Let's go
Yeah,
there.
Bandori referencia. No way.
Oh, is
Shannon cast her eyes downwards when she heard her real name. She understood what George was trying to say and felt silent.
Secret identity.
There's something I have learned as I continue to study even after becoming an adult and a full-fledged member of society. A human's life is not as monotonous or short as we thought when we were kids.
All school-age kids have certain fears that they can't shake. They wonder whether they'll live the rest of their lives like this after a monotonous and boring school day, spending their time in a carefree laziness without anything interesting happening until it's all over. However, life's only like that for underage students. Compared to a human's life, the time they spend as students is nothing more than a blink of the eye, a period where they break through the shells of their immaturity. The inside of the shell might be a hot, suffocating, and boring world, but the world beyond that shell is vast and filled with limitless possibility.
So far, your life has been trapped inside the shell called Shannon. I think you're under the mistaken impression that your life will continue like this forever.
bullshit pigment. I can fix her.
That's,
I can fix
Shirin couldn't deny those words.
Jak naprawić
She'd been
mebel.
unable to harbor any clear doubt.
Jak naprawić na to?
Clear doubts about her life, so. And since she never had any hope or goals for changing herself, she'd lazily continued living the way she always had. And if asked whether this life was satisfying, she wouldn't have been able to nod.
Ogólnie to właśnie doczytałem, o co chodzi z tym wiekiem Shannon. I tam ogólnie jest pojebana historia.
Tam jest jakiś spoiler i ja przestałam czytać.
Tak, także
Dalej
powiem
nie
tyle,
wiem.
że
Nie czytaj,
ma
nie
ma
mów
dziewię-
nic, nie czytaj nic. Nie można czytać.
To, co już wcześniej powiedziałem, ma 19 lat, okej?
Mhm. No tak.
Okay. She's not
She may
16.
have been She may have been intentionally averting her eyes from the truth. Without George's admissions, she would have continued pretending not to notice as her real life slipped away bit by bit, neglected. George-sama, is it wrong for me to continue living this way?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Oh, and by the way, didn't you break one of your rules just now?
George immediately gave a strict answer, then broke out into a mischievous smile. Shannon already knew what she was being chided for, and she hung her head again, apparently embarrassed.
Didn't you promise not to use Sama when the two of us are alone?
Whoa!
I couldn't. Ooh. I couldn't obey that as a promise, but if it were an order, I would have to obey it because, furniture.
Then it's an order.
Yes? What the signal? Certainly, George-san.
Czuję się źle, to nie wiem, to... Ja czuję się, wiecie, jakby ja się czuję, jakbym stała za tą altanką i ich podsłuchiwała. To jest bardzo intymne, okej.
Trochę tak.
As Shannon hung her head, her face red, she said George's name again, this time using san.
Yes, that's fine, Sayo-chan.
George smiled at Shannon, no, Sayo, to praise her small act of bravery.
Sayo's Bank Dream, proszę to czytać.
Sayo's Bank Dream.
Następnym razem będzie Sayo, to trzeba powiedzieć Sayo's Bank Dream.
Sayo? Ale,
No,
o nie.
Sayo's Bank Dream. Sayo's Bank Dream to jest przecież Paweł!
No.
Mm.
Czy co?
Nie!
Czy nazywamy ją Pawłem?
Nie.
No to koniec. Paweł teraz musi cosplayować pokojówkę.
Mam wrażenie, że Paweł to będzie zaraz wszystkie postacie tutaj cosplayował. Najpierw był Genji, teraz Shannon.
Jeszcze był Kinzo. Chyba.
Też by mógł być.
Wszystkich będzie.
Wszyscy mogli
Wszystkich sam by
być.
cosplayował.
No.
Wszyscy w sumie. O to do każdego
No to
pasuje.
trzeba,
No, ale-
trzeba mu kupić ten
tak.
cosplay, bo tak jak mówił, on nie będzie płacił za coś, co nie jest stołą.
Ach. Dobra, to się go zmusi.
Tak. Porwiemy go.
Nie będzie miał wyboru. No oczywiście. Nie będzie miał wyboru. No dobra, wracajmy. The short exchange alone made it clear how far back the relationship must have stretched. For a long while, the two talked as if the weather raging about didn't even enter their thoughts. They talked about the many memories they built up during their relationship that no one knew about. Every once in a while, a flash of lightning would attempt to interrupt them, but this could sully neither the roses nor the time they spent blushing at each other.
That's right. I have something I wanted to show you.
What could it be?
Żabę wyciąga.
Żaba.
Jezus, kliknąłem.
Zawsze chciałem żabę. O Jezu.
Może był
George
taki
timidly
ten.
searched through his pocket. Something got caught in the depths of his pocket, and just like the stuttering George, it took a little while to get it out.
Oh.
Whoa.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh boy. It was a very small box. A small box covered in a deep blue velvet. That peculiar shape was enough to tell anyone what was
Żaba.
Żaba. Shannon had prepared her heart somewhat certain beforehand that this was what he'd been planning. But even so, when she actually saw it, she couldn't avoid blushing once more. George opened the small box, took something out, and held it out for Shannon to take.
I want you to take this.
Bro.
I couldn't accept something so valuable.
You can't take it?
To nie tak się robi.
That's not a.
Weź to.
I'm worthy of such a thing.
Daily, przecież to jest żaba.
Sorry.
Sajos Bank Dream.
Jeśli nie powiedzieli, co to jest.
This
więc-
isn't a request. It's an order. O kurde, stary. Take this żaba. Take this żaba, okay?
Żabol.
If it's an order,
Go,
I
go.
cannot disobey.
Yeah, that's right. Well done.
Bo...
Oh.
Wow.
Wow. Specjalny art, nie wierzę.
Very
Shannon,
good.
not wanting to show her bright red face, timidly accepted the ring from George's hand while still staring at the ground. That ring wasn't a simple accessory.
Był ozdobiony w żaby.
It was a noble object, meant since ancient times to be offered to a
tłumaczę
special woman under
obrączkę
special
zaręczynową.
circumstances. Therefore, while George could order her to take it, she could not order anything beyond that. Anything beyond that would depend not on an order, but on Shannon's, no, Saya's own will.
Bank Dream.
So from here on, I am not ordering you anymore. Sajos Bank Dream. I want you to give me your answer by tomorrow without using words.
Yes.
Do you understand?
Yeah. True.
How should I?
I won't order you any further, so this isn't an order. But a ring is something you put on your finger after all. If you like it, you can just put it on any finger you choose. Ale
Shannon
soundtrack
had
zajebisty.
only
Hey,
pretended
Potter.
not to know. She already understood what he wanted her to do. But she was standing at a huge crossroads of her life.
Look how late it's gotten. Let's call it a day.
Wow.
George turned away from Shannon, acting just a bit bluntly.
Oświadczył się, a teraz sobie idzie.
I could probably order you to wear it on your left hand. You might be timid and dependent enough to actually obey that kind of an order. But I want at least this last step to be done by your own will, Sajos Bank Dream. Understand?
Nie wierzę, co się dzieje.
Właśnie, na której ręce się nosisz? To jest jakaś osobista
Nie.
rzecz? Mhm.
Nie wiem w sumie na której. Na lewej?
To jest ciekawa myśl.
Bo ja wiem.
Nie, żeby mi groziło, jakby, żeby to wiedzieć.
Groziło. Okej.
Przyjmę.
Mam wrażenie, że nikt do końca nie wie.
So that's my order. I want you to think about it well tonight and show me your answer tomorrow.
Shannon nodded back. Today was the culmination of their many days spent together. This moment certainly hadn't come as a surprise to Shannon.
We should be getting back to the guest house soon. If we take any longer, we'll make everyone worry about us.
I'm sorry, I just remembered something I had to do in the mansion, so I have to go back to the mansion.
Bro.
Something this late? Really?
George stared into Shannon's face as he laughed mischievously. He definitely saw through Shannon's lie. However, when she saw how she felt, he could sort of understand that she might be so embarrassed that she'd want to be alone. So, because George realized the meaning behind Shannon, he accepted it.
Wow. Kiedy ślub?
Spokojnie, jutro powie, że nie jest zainteresowany.
Nie! Moja reakcja.
Ja się boję, że z prośbami tej gry to ona może nic nie powiedzieć następnego dnia, ale mam nadzieję, że nie.
Hope!
Ale wiecie co? Ja
Shannon
bym...
entered... Już?
Bo
Kończę
Blumon
się.
chętnie bierze nowe role, ale on czyta przez większość czasu, więc
Aha, chyba że tak.
rozumiecie, o czym mówię.
Tak.
Czy nie, spoko, nie, po prostu akurat tylko na tą... Żeby Hawusek tam nie czytał, tam. Nie gadał sam ze sobą.
Tak.
Ale
Ale nie
chcesz, spoko,
oświadczał się
spoko.
sam sobie, no.
No, dokładnie.
To niektóry chcesz być Shannon.
Jak chcesz Shannon być, to proszę.
No i tak będziemy musieli pewnie zrobić przetasowanie trochę tych naszych ról, bo
No.
postacie być może poznikają i będzie trzeba zrobić takie
No ale nowe się będą pojawiać.
Damy radę.
A tak.
Dobra, kto z nas zna fabułę? Czy ktokolwiek zna? Czy nie?
Chyba nie.
Nie.
A,
Nie.
no,
Nie.
okej.
Wiem, że tak, czekaj, pomyślę ile postaci tak przychodzi.
5?
1, 2, 3,
I mean, ja
5 albo
widziałam w
6.
openingu po prostu,
Pięć
że
razy.
są jakieś inne baby.
Ja bym chciała tą
Tak.
babę, ale
No,
ja
są
nie wiem,
baby
czy
i
ja
jeszcze
mogę...
jeden chłop na pewno.
Ale o Wiedźmach nie gadamy na pewno, no bo to wiadomo. Ja
Ja
widziałem, że tam
jestem-
są jakieś takie laski, które coś tam
Jest
miały takie
jakaś-
śmieszne stroje.
Tak, są
Mam
dwie,
nadzieję,
które przysługują jednej
Okej,
i jest
jakaś
jeszcze jeden chłop.
dziewczyna
Ja widziałam
i
na
ona
wiki,
chyba,
gdzie są klony.
jak wam powiem o tej dziewczynie, że ona
Mm.
istnieje, to chyba będzie spoiler, więc nie wiem.
Dobra, to na razie nie.
Na
Nie
razie.
chyba...
Nie rozmawiajmy o tym.
Ale nie jakby suspicious.
Dobra, czytamy dalej chyba, nie?
No chyba. Shannon entered the entrance hall to the mansion with a tottering guide.
Turning the gate.
A mixture of exultation and uncertainty gave her a feeling that she couldn't easily describe. It swelled up in her chest until it felt like she was about to burst. After stopping for a second in front of the servant room to take a deep breath and calm her heart, she opened the door. Inside, Goda, who had been ordered to take the midnight shift at the mansion tonight, was absorbed in a worn-out crossword puzzle magazine. He looked up for an instant to see if one of the family had come, but when he realized the servant, he returned to his puzzle as if nothing had happened.
Czytam ja znowu, nie? Genji-sama told me to come and help you. Oh, is that so? That's a relief. I was just about to go check that the mansion was fully locked up, but I felt uneasy about leaving this room unmanned. After all, Kraus-sama and the others' meeting looks as though it will continue for quite some time. They might request some tea at any moment. That's true. Then what shall we do? Should I watch over? In that case, forgive me, Shannon-san, but I'll ask that you patrol the mansion. I will stay here awaiting the family's orders. Yes.
Shannon was slightly disgusted.
Też bym była dysgasta, jakbym zobaczyła taką mordę.
Huh?
W sumie...
Nie mogę.
Even though she'd come here to help out as a favor, she was casually being forced to do the job of the person actually on duty. Not leniwy chuj. Furthermore, after one-sidedly forcing that task on her, Goda returned to his magazine once again and became immersed in his crossword puzzle. Shannon bowed her head as a token sign of respect for her elder, then left the room to patrol the mansion. Thanks to her being a bit ticked off, she managed to suppress that floaty feeling she'd been having until just now. Anyway, she couldn't let Genji or Kanon see her looking like this. She wanted a little time to herself until her heart calmed down, so maybe going on patrol wouldn't be so bad. She began to hear the tumultuous voices of the family discussing in the dining hall. Someone was speaking at great length, only to be interrupted by someone else. This second person also began to speak in a very long, drawn-out fashion, until yet another person interrupted. They kept on repeating. It was as though their displeasure was sweeping out through their voices. She had been told to go to the guest's house, so it would be bad if Kraus discovered her. Thinking this, Shannon dashed past the dining hall. Then she went along a prearranged route through the dark mansion, checking that all the locks were secure. Może zapomnieli zamknąć. She walked down the hall, checking each window. There were no humans on Rokkenjima other than family, so looking up didn't really serve much of a purpose. Humans? No, właśnie. No one had been in the habit of looking up at Urushimiya head family, at least not until Natsuki had scolded them for being careless. Ushiramiya. The metal fixtures on the windows were ice cold, and as she checked them one by one, the glow in her eyes seemed to cool down.
Yo!
Wow, co się
Ale
dzieje?
jazda.
O nie! O tyle!
Ale faza.
O nie! O nie! O. Znak.
Potrzebujesz pomocy?
On podobno nie wie, o co chodzi w tej grze.
To była kryptyda.
Kryptyda.pl to była.
At that time, she thought she saw something twinkling across the hall. Twinkling? Czyż kanon jest tam? How could anything be twinkling through the darkness of the hall? She figured she must have been imagining that she held her breath, grasping a curtain. She glancingly gazed down the hall. However, other than the occasional crack of thunder brightening the hallway, she was unable to glimpse any flicker again. It must have been her imagination after all. Her heart was so agitated that she'd seen something that didn't even exist. Shannon went back to checking the windows. However, a certain unnerving in the back of her mind. It was that ghost story, which had been passed down amongst servants who had served in the Ushiromiya head family. The mansion had two different masters, one of the day and one of the night. Beatrice, the master of the night, would sometimes fly around the mansion in the form of sparkling butterflies. That was the story. Come to think of it, didn't Kanan-kun once say he'd seen it with his own eyes? Though he got sulky when I said he must have imagined it and refused to believe it. Could it possibly be true? The roar of the thunder gave no answer. Brrr.
Wow.
Coś idzie do Wii?
Pokazują wszystkie slajdy, które mają.
Chyba. Są bardzo
O!
dumni z nich. Się w sumie nie dziwię.
Beatrice!
Beatrice! To ona. O, północ.
Będzie jumpscare, boję się. Wyjdzie Beatrice z obrazu na zje.
Przyjdzie straszna baba i cię zje.
Nie!
O, dziad.
Powrót do stypy.
O Jezu, ale nudy.
Plułam
A
cię
jednak nie?
z śmiechu.
Co się dzieje?
Ale mad jest Ewa.
Co dobrze. No.
Co się dzieje?
Weź tę muzyczkę pod
Pokaz
głośno.
slajdu.
Ktoś chyba umrze, coś czuję.
No dobra,
Co się dzieje? Baba.
To on śpi?
Andzio.
A może to ten legendarny koniec rozdziału?
Nie.
Co?
Nie,
Nie
to
wiem.
to by
Nie
miało
przesadzaj.
sens. To by
Do
trochę-
tego to jeszcze trochę na pewno.
On
Nie wierzę,
umrze.
żebyśmy
On.
nawet byli w kółku.
Ma nawet oczy zamknięte, umarł.
To by miało sens, bo wskazówka zegara, który tam się zmieniał, co każdy jakby taki podrozdział po prostu już doszła do północy, nie?
Ja tak chwilę tu czytałam, że to jest real time już.
Mhm.
Wow! Wszyscy
Dobra,
poszli spać.
przeliczyłem się
Nie?
chyba. Chyba się przeliczyłem w takim
Nie mów.
razie.
Słodkich snów, księżniczko.
Szósta. The
Wow.
sacrifices chosen by
Co
the
oni
king.
wstają tak
O,
wcześnie?
Że nie.
Crazy trochę.
No jak idziesz do pracy?
Oni
No
nie
oni
idą do
nie
pracy.
idą do pracy.
Nie pójdziemy.
Okay. Genji tightened his bow tie and looked outside through a crack in the curtains. Maybe the rain had died down a tiny bit since the previous night, but the thick rain clouds didn't seem like they'd be letting any trace of them by. W październiku o 6 rano?
Okej, to
The
trochę.
morning was dim and far from refreshing.
It seems it will last all day after all.
Sorry for keeping you waiting, Genji-sama.
Cannon finished checking his appearance and exited the washroom. On their normal schedule, it was rare for anyone to suffer going straight from a midnight shift to an early morning shift. They were on a special schedule for the 2 days of the family conference. However, unless the typhoon passed today, the relatives' stay on this island would last until tomorrow. Cannon thought it best to be prepared for the special schedule to last an extra day. The two of them left the guest house, opening their umbrellas. The rose garden had been devastated by the wind, rain the previous night, Even though they'd spent several days making it beautiful to welcome their guests, one stormy night was enough to ruin it. Canon sighed. The two headed for the mansion. They were supposed to meet up with Goda and breakfast. Goda was such a perfectionist that he probably already woken up and was probably already preparing a breakfast and as exquisite and elegant as glasswork. They reached the overhang by the entrance to the mansion and folded up the room. Genji took a bundle of several keys from his pocket and unlocked the front door. The Ushiromiya family mansion was the only thing on Roken, so in the past they hadn't been in the habit of locking up. However, Natsuhi had ordered that the mansion from midnight to ever since then, unlocking the door on the early morning, servant's morning shift. This task has been given to Genji and Kanon so that Goda could start preparing breakfast as soon as he woke up. Silence had fallen asleep in the mansion, giving the impression that the mansion itself was still asleep.
Well then, let's begin the morning chores.
Yes, sir.
The two of them split up and began operating.
Co się stało?
If the curtains stayed closed, the mansion would remain enveloped in faint darkness, as though it was still trapped in the previous night. Following a well-rehearsed procedure, Kanon went around the mansion, opening the curtains for one window after another without having to retrace his steps once. Even with this horrible weather, drawing the curtains made it feel just a little bit like morning. While doing that, he passed in front of the kitchen. Even though he hadn't smelled anything yet, his stomach started aching for some of Goda's prized cooking. Good morning.
Good morning. Huh?
He tried to greet Goda, who should have been getting breakfast ready, but Goda was nowhere to be seen. The kitchen was darkly lit, and not only were the curtains not open, but the fan wasn't even running. It was still cold, without any trace of a fire being lit, so of course there were no signs of breakfast being made either. Though it would have been excusable, perhaps Goda had overslept. Even servants are only human. They sometimes sleep in and show up late. In the rare case that such a thing happens, it's part of servants' code to hide the unlikely scene before anyone notices, smoothly cover it up, and make sure the family never even realizes that anything has gone wrong. Kanon took the receiver of the phone that had been lifted to the wall and dialed for the extension line in the servants' sleeping room. He couldn't hear the characteristic sound of a dial tone. Kanon tried picking up the receiver again, but even so, he couldn't hear the usual dial. He tried dialing it again, but it had no apparent effect. Could the lightning last night have damaged some machine breaking the extension line? The equipment in the mansion was all worn out. Kanon fully understood that even the smallest thing could have caused it to break down. He gave up trying to wake Goda with the phone and dashed over to the servant's sleeping room. How long has it been since I stopped sleeping and... O! Dobra, to jest chyba Goda, czy ktoś.
Albo Goda, albo
Nie do
Kanon.
końca wiadomo. Dobra, czytaj zaraz.
Dobra, jak na razie
się okaże,
przegląd to
dobra.
mnie nie... How long has it been since I stopped sleeping and started lazily staring up at the ceiling? That vague sense of awakening was part of Natsuhi's usual morning experience.
Czyli
Aha,
Natsuki.
to ja?
Tak.
O, okej.
Ale już...
Aha, ale teraz
A nie
jest...
czytasz tego.
A, ale nie,
No, ale
a ja
teraz,
się
ale teraz tylko ja.
przygotowałam.
No cóż. She always slept lightly, and she couldn't sleep at all without medicine. To Natsuhi, sleep was definitely not a happy thing.
Happy.
When she looked outside, she's happy. When she said that it was still pouring, if she hadn't sensed a tiny amount of light, she might have mistakenly thought that it was still the previous night. She herself was on one of the hosts, and she mustn't wake up later than her guests. Urging herself on, she raised up her body, which still hadn't fully recovered from yesterday's weariness. No one would torment her as long as she remained inside this room, and her stomachache wouldn't get any worse here. This room was the only place she could find peace. So when she left, it meant returning to the world where siblings kept trying to stab each other in the back. In that case, wouldn't it be better to just stay locked up in...
Kliknął księżniczko.
Rel.
Dziękuję. That ridiculous notion brought a bitter smile to Natsuhi's face. She was starting to sound like Kinzo.
What do you mean?
Though she often complained about Kinzo staying locked up in his own room and refused to talk to everyone else, the truth was that she longed to do the same. Natsuhi gave her head a small shake, and her fantasy was replaced by the reawakening of her usual headache.
Jezu, ona cierpi przez całe życie.
Ja rozumiem. When she reached for the doorknob, trying to leave the room, she had hung from it before going to sleep the previous night. It was Maria's charm, which Natsuhi had received from Jessica. Didn't Jessica say something about it having the power, telling her to hang it from her doorknob? Maybe it was thanks to the charm that at least this room had been protected from the mouths of her husband's siblings. As she thought this, her mood began to get a little more cheerful.
I wonder if I have Jessica to thank for the little bit of peaceful sleep I managed to receive.
Then Natsuhi remembered. That's right. Last night, I promised Jessica that I'd give her a charm of my own in exchange for this one.
A nie, to ja powinnam przeczytać. Jezu. To jest tak niejasno poznaczone. Nie, ale teraz
Trzeba myśleć.
Jezu.
To jest za późno na myślenie.
A, tam marudzisz. Wytrzymamy do późnego świtu.
Czytaj.
O. Dobrze. Natsuhi opened a drawer on her dresser, an accessory case that she had treasured when she was a child. Inside, there were many small objects that Natsuhi had thought were valuable at the time. From amidst those, she pulled out the red pouch. Inside was a small round mirror about 10 centimeters across.
Wow.
It looked quite old, but the design on the back of the mirror was very ornate, and it felt like something with historical value. At the very least, it seemed much more authentic than the other charm, which looked like a plastic scorpion keychain. She had heard that this was a spiritual mirror from warding off evil spirits, and she had been given it specifically by her grandmother when her grandfather's mementos had been distributed. It had been believed since long ago that a strange power resided in this mirror. Perhaps people thought it could reflect calamity and malice in the same way it reflects light. Natsuhi returned the mirror to its pouch. It would probably be a fitting object to hand over to Jessica. Just as she was placing it in her pocket, the sound of someone knocking on the door suddenly echoed throughout the room.
Yes.
Good morning, madam. It's Genji. My apologies for waking you so early.
I'm coming now. What is it?
No servant had ever come to her this early, nor had they come to wake her in person. Perhaps something bad had happened. Maybe some fatal oversight had been made while preparing breakfast, something that would shame the household in front of their guests. Natsuki took a deep breath in anticipation for whatever troubles she was about to hear. When she opened the door, Genji once again gave a warning greeting while bowing deeply. Natsuki tentatively responded.
Good morning. Did something happen?
My apologies. It would seem that the telephones have broken down due to the lightning last night. The extension telephone isn't working, so please forgive my coming to see you directly.
The extension telephone isn't working? That will be troublesome. Will it be possible to fix it?
I am afraid we don't know the location of the damage. Later on, I would like to call in an expert and have him repair it.
Jak chcę zadzwonić, jak nie działa? Does that mean we'll be unable to have it repaired until after the typhoon passes? Then it will remain broken down for the duration of our guest's stay. Will that hamper our efforts to care for our guests?
We will do all we can to ensure there are no problems.
Very well. I'm counting on you to make sure we have no blunders.
Natsuki let out a small sigh of relief. She had been prepared for the worst, but damage to the telephones wasn't the kind of trouble she was worried about. Then again, even this would probably be enough to spark sarcasm for Eva. Natsuki gave her head a slight shake.
Wow, Yusu. Are the preparations for breakfast proceeding well?
As to that, we haven't been able to find Goda. The arrangements for breakfast have yet to be carried out.
What did you say?
Natsuki was indignant.
Dum dum dum!
To her, this was a much bigger problem than the phones not working.
Czy możemy mieć wine boom?
Możemy.
Yes!
Dziękuję. And despite that, this piece of information was the part that had been postponed. Why did everything go well most of the time, and then come to something like this when the relatives were visiting? Natsuki put her hand to her forehead and shook her head.
Well, I suppose he slept in. At any rate, just see to it that someone hurries up and prepares breakfast. I don't care who. Well,
Oh. Natsuki exited into the hall and turned around for a second to close the door into her room. The creepy thing she saw there silenced her completely. Uh-oh. It was an unpleasant sight. As though someone had dipped their fingers in reddish black liquid and scratched at the door around the
co
doorknob.
jest?
Aha, czyli się zaczyna.
Zaczyna się.
It was probably some sort of awful prank, arranged by some person who wanted to make it look as though they tried to force the door with bloody hands.
I to ją ten czar mu ratował?
Może.
What sort of prank is this? How awful!
I also just noticed O kurde, już nie mogę mówić. I also just noticed it as I came to call you. I will clean it later.
Perhaps This is a vulgar joke by one of the guests. Disgusting. Truly disgusting.
Who in the world would pull such a childish and disgusting prank? Natsuki had a pretty good idea, but of course there was no proof. So even if she pushed the issue, it would just seem as though she was making a fuss about nothing. In fact, it would surely be better to act as though she hadn't even realized such a prank had been played on her. Natsuki gave the order to have it cleaned and headed off to the parlor with a squeak of her heels.
Wow. Whoa.
Oh. Kurde. When Natsuki and Genji arrived in the parlor, Eva and Hideyoshi were already there.
Good morning, everyone.
Daily.
Przepraszam. Morning, Natsuki-san. Goda-san will be making us breakfast. My stomach's been getting all excited since I woke up.
After all, it seems food is all you can look forward to at the head family household. I'm pleased to see that you two are in high spirits so early in the morning, Eva-san.
With a weary expression, Natsuki returned Eva's gaze, which was fiercely competitive despite the early hour. Then
Wow.
Kanon jogged in.
Jest Jokerem.
Jocie. Jokejem?
Jokerem.
Going an apology to the relative. After bowing in an apology to the relatives for running inside the mansion, he noticed Genji and told him something in a small voice.
Kanon, have you still not found Goda? Goda?
My apologies, madame. I went all over the inside of the mansion, the guest house, but I still haven't found him.
Dum dum dum! Fine boom. Where in the world has he gone? At any rate, breakfast is higher priority than finding Goda right now. See to it. See to it immediately.
Yes.
Trzeba szeptem, bo to nie mają słyszeć tego.
Kanon glanced at Genji. It seemed he had something else to report, but was uncertain whether or not the words should come from him. Genji nodded and decided to give the report himself.
Madame, it is not only Goda. Your husband is also nowhere to be found.
Fine boom!
Oh.
My husband? Idealnie.
Yes. Even before visiting you, I went to his room to tell him that breakfast wasn't being prepared, but I did not find him there. Furthermore, he's
Fine
not
boom.
the only one missing.
Fine
Rudolph-sama,
boom.
his wife, and Rosa-sama are nowhere to be found.
Nie.
Mocne.
Kuźwa.
Not in the guest house? Nor the mansion? And
Yes.
nie,
They were not in their rooms in the guest house either.
what? Jezu, goście
When she
zniknęli.
heard that Goda alone was missing, po prostu tak
Wrócili do
wyparowali.
domu.
Znudziło im się.
Przepłynęli w pław całe morze do domu.
When she'd heard that Goda alone was missing, she'd assumed he had slept in or was loafing around somewhere. However, now that she'd learned that several of the relatives were also nowhere to be seen, she began to take a slightly more optimistic view. A gdzie jest Shaun?
Co? Nie no, Shaun chyba jest.
Nie wiem, nie mówili nic o niej.
Ale też nie mówili, że się
Nie
zgubiła.
widzieliśmy jej. No, też racja, ale nie widzieliśmy jej. Ach, no dobra. Could last night's family conference have continued all night, up until the present moment? If so, they might have wanted to cool their heads after being shut in a stuffy room, going out for walks on their own through the rain.
Zapili i skończyli w rowie.
That looks better.
The part about cooling their heads really sounded like something Kraus would say. Gouda had probably been summoned to accompany them and aid them in some way.
Alkohol dostarczał.
Gouda was not a man who lost track of time. He had to understand that preparations for breakfast would be hindered if he did not return. However, maybe the family conference had continued with an atmosphere that would make it hard for anyone to slip out. Yes, that theory would be quite convincing for Natsuki. She remembered that the illusion she'd felt that morning, as though the previous night had never ended. When she learned that the feeling wasn't just an illusion, she once again took a very deep, weary breath.
Nie mieli czarów na drzwiach i umarli.
No, ona miała bransoletkę i było git. After all, that banquet of filthy vultures circling around Kinza's property was still going on.
Perhaps they are still discussing the inheritance somewhere in the garden, or maybe the beach. At any rate, if we don't call Gouda back, we'll never be able to begin preparations for breakfast.
The only one who knows how to make breakfast.
What do you say are Nissan and the rest still continuing their discussion?
Jezus, nie spali, dyskutowali.
She had planned to say it in a small voice, but Hideyoshi overheard Natsuki manage to grasp the situation.
Nissan and Rudolph sure are tough, but maybe it's just youth in Rosa's case. In Rosa's case? Nie, jeszcze raz to przeczytam, fatalne to było. Nissan and Rudolph sure are tough. Maybe it's just youth in Rosa's case. Just a bit after midnight. The two of us were so tired that we headed back to bed. Though I do remember that Nissan and the rest were still having a heated discussion at that point. Men certainly are unpleasant when they get all fired up.
A, dobra, już ma wszystko sens. Tam było napisane, że 6 osób zniknie, tak? No to mamy 5 plus jeszcze jedna, czyli jeszcze Shan. Pewnie, czy tam ktoś inny może.
Bardzo mi
nie.
Shannon.
Natsuki snorted, her face still blank.
Canon, search outside. If you find Gouda, tell him to return immediately and begin preparing breakfast.
Certainly.
Natsuki Nessa, we don't know for sure that they're outside, do we? Couldn't they also be inside Father's study?
Daily.
I think that's certainly possible. I don't know what path their conversation took, but there's certainly a chance they moved to Father's study and let him in on the discussion.
I can't imagine that Father would willingly let them bring such a topic into his study. You really think so? Well then, there's nothing we can do. I'm sorry, Genji-san and Kanon-kun, but couldn't you search outside? It wouldn't be that strange for Nissan to suggest they go outside for a walk to cool their heads. Even in this weather. I will go to Father's study. Who knows? They might actually be there after all.
Usłyszałam, may actually be dead.
Nie.
No w sumie
Nie,
może
no
być
co
to
ty-
samo.
Co ty mówisz?
Fantazja.
I couldn't ask a guest like you to accept herself, so I will go. I can also wish him a good morning while I'm at it. Oh, then I'll leave it in your hands. Though I somehow doubt he will return your greeting. Natsuhine-san, have you always been on such good terms with father? I don't know whether you should call it that, but I'm sure that I have gained his trust as the wife of the successor of the Ushiromiya family. Then I'm sure he'll at least answer you, right? I'd like to at least have breakfast with father. Do you think you could convince him to come down and join us? It seems that he thoroughly despises the rest of us, but I'm sure he'll listen to you if he trusts you that much. After speaking so boldly, if you're unable to convince father and calm down alone, then I doubt you'll ever be able to claim that you've earned his trust again. I am not confident, but I will try.
Tej Ewie to się chyba nudzi.
Co?
Ewa to jest drama queen.
Drama Queen.
Się dudzi. Ja nie mogę.
Ta chyba Zygzak McQueen.
Drama queen.
Natsuhi responded. Natsuhi responded, looking discouraged. However, knowing Kinzo's temperament, she had absolutely no confidence in her ability to take him out. Eva was cruelly mocking her, confident that Natsuhi wouldn't be able to get Kinzo to calm down.
Jezu, w ogóle Ewa ma
even-
wytatuowany symbol rodziny na ręce,
No ma.
ale oddana jest.
Bo jest fanką samej siebie. No i tatuażki. Kocham moją babcię. Po prostu mojej babci. Symbol mojej babci.
Symbol mojej babci.
Słuchajcie, moja babcia ma imię jak kwiat. Nie wiem, mogłabym sobie.
Wow,
No.
Sigma.
Wow. Not bad. But even so, Natsuhi would lose face if she gave up, saying it was impossible and letting Eva go instead. Eva's mean-spirited and unreasonable demand made slightly. When Genji realized this, he softly spoke to her over her shoulder.
Madam, please take this if you would.
And this is...
Genji handed Natsuhi a sparkling gold tea of ornate design. It was the key to Kinzo's study.
Yo!
Oh,
O chuj.
To jest honor.
big. The study had an autolock and couldn't be unlocked as long as Kizo forbade entrance.
Czyli
However,
mnie
since
uznali,
Genji
że
was
powinni
especially
nawet-
trusted by Kinzo, she was allowed to carry a key to that door.
But if this key is used, won't you also receive the blame?
When the master is sleeping deeply, simply knocking on the door will not suffice. And it would be more difficult to persuade the master to leave his room if you must talk through the door. Please use this.
Genji.
Crazy.
Until now, Natsuhi had thought of Genji as a cold servant who wouldn't do anything for her, since she worked directly under Kinzo. But it looked like she would have to alter her understanding of him. She wanted to communicate her gratitude, but but by then Genji had already turned his back on her and was walking down the corridor with Kanon. But as Natsuhi watched them go, the wards directed at her from behind were sneering.
Przepraszam, czy możemy zarządzić jakąś przerwę małą? Albo zakończyć,
Możemy.
bo jest jakby
Myślę, że
późno i bym sobie chciała picie zrobić.
Nie
Można
wiem,
w sumie
ja bym jeszcze
zakończyć.
posiedziała, bo
Tak?
jest ciekawie w końcu.
No to prawda, no to co, przerwa?
no właśnie ja bym tak do przerwa i może
Tak.
skończymy na następnym tym jakimś dużym tym.
Dobra, dobra.
Aki.
Mhm.
W końcu się zaczyna robić ciekawie.
Hell yeah. Już się pić teraz. Idę posprzątać.
Dobra, króciutka przerwa, czy...
Siema.
Siema.
Co to za impreza?
Yo.
Przyniosłam sobie
No, desu.
inne picie i loda do jedzenia.
A ja resztki żelków i zimną herbatę.
O,
Zapomniałem
A ja
ją
wodę.
Czekolada.
smacznego.
Dziękuję.
uwaga, lody się nazywają pyszne.
No to muszą być pyszne.
No.
Zazdro.
No, a wy macie lody pyszne? To jest
nie,
Grudziądz
my-
ekskluzyw.
My mamy tylko lody niedobre, sorry.
Ale super są.
Macie
Wow,
pozdrowienia od
niesamowite.
Lumi. Nie pytajcie kto to.
Okej.
Też pozdrawiamy.
Okej.
Pozdrawiam.
Pozdrawiamy. Pozdrawiam, całusy. Mama.
Jak to wstrzymano stream? What is that?
Jak to? No, słucham? No nie. Czekaj. Aha?
Zmienimy... O, już jest. A, już nie ma.
Lol.
Super. Bro is faking it. Au, au.
Au, au. Au, 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 au.
Au.
W sumie Bang Dream cover tego byłby epicki.
Brzmi jak plan.
Au.
Przedstawię ten plan daily. Poćwiczymy później. Daily jesteś już? O,
Tak, już jestem.
robimy cover Haniu Nanodesu.
Dobrze, ja rozumiem, jestem główną wokalistką, pierwszy chcę śpiewać.
Dobra. Kontynuujmy. Chlebek, zaczynasz.
Już, sorry, królik rozwalał mieszkanie. Well then, you must bring father with you, okay? After all, it's his son's precious wife who's asking. I'm sure he'll listen to you. We're guests, so we'll just relax here at our leisure.
Quit it, Eva. You're talking this too far. Yes, he
Whoa.
is son, but we are counting on him to deal with father.
Without answering, Natsuhi forcefully spun around on her heels and quickly left that place.
Mam wrażenie, że ona tak dość często na tych obcasach się kręci. China.
Bardzo często.
W końcu się
Guru,
złamie.
guru. O, jak Pawłowi.
After all that excitement the previous night, there was no way anyone was going to wake up early. George, Aniki, Jessica, and I were snoring loudly on the beds in the room.
Daily nie zrobiła tak.
Zrobiłam.
A, nie było słychać.
But Maria... No, nie było słychać. Niestety. But Maria, who had gone straight to bed without joining in, was completely awake.
Gdzie? Nie ma skam, ukradł.
Jeszcze nie. Jeszcze nie!
Bardzo wiele kropek. Ła, Jezu!
As she...
Królik ją próbuje zamordować chyba.
Nie!
Chyba
Nie?
Grulik.
Od lodów!
Aha, Lody wszystko cię próbuje zamordować.
Dobra. Już żyję.
As she rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked around, she was met with the loud snoring of the other three cousins. For a while, Maria had to think about what happened.
She forgot.
She forgot.
Chwilę. Najgorzej.
She forgot. After that, she realized that her mother wasn't with her, and she quickly got lonely. Maria left the cousin's room, trying to head to the room that had been arranged for her and her mother. Uh-oh. Paying no heed to the three who were sleeping soundly, she slammed the door shut. In response, Butler mumbled and rolled over in his sleep, but it was enough to wake him up. After a while, Maria returned, once again open.
With a lively
Bible.
bang. Nie wiem.
Bang Dream.
Gdyby Maria żyła w tych czasach, byłaby fanką Bang Dream.
Ona by oglądała Skibidi Toilet.
Uuu,
Na pewno na Has-Been Hotel.
Albo. When she left the room, her face had been sleepy, but now that she was back, she looked irritated. After that, she climbed on Battler's bed, which happened to be the closest, and started yelling and jumping. Trying to leave. No, super.
Ooh, wake up! Ooh!
What? This isn't an enemy raid. Surround him! After making sure I was awake, Maria moved over to John's bed and started jumping on that too.
Jezu.
In that
Jak w wojsku.
manner, the three of us were all great.
Musztra, panowie.
Budzimy się.
In that manner, the three of us were all greeted with a very pleasant awakening.
Thanks for waking us up, Maria-chan. You stopped us from sleeping in after that late night. If only you could have been a bit more gentle about it.
Georgie-san, you really are an adult. I respect that.
I'll be 7 soon. Well, it's not really a bad time to wake up. Oh.
Ja już czasem ja wstająca przed 12 zaraz. Uuu! Mama's not here. Ooh.
And Rosa? She wasn't in her room? I wonder if she's already woken up and gone to the mansion.
Not here. Ooh. Mama. Ooh.
Maria kept groaning ooh, and looking unhappy.
Ooh.
She didn't exactly seem lonely because her mother wasn't around. It was more like she was irritated and thrown off balance because her mother wasn't there as she'd expected.
Ooh.
If we could just tell her where her mother was, that alone would probably calm her down. But unfortunately, we had no way of knowing where Aunt Rosa was, except that she wasn't here.
Daily.
Daily.
Anyway, it's time for breakfast, so let's head over to the mansion.
That's right. Maria, let's go to the mansion together, okay? I'm sure Aunt Rosa will be there too.
Ooh.
I'm not so sure.
Mama's in the mansion. Then I will go there. Ooh.
Yeah, guess we should go to the mansion. Our parents have probably already gone there.
Maria regained her usual composure so completely, her early encounter now seemed like a lie. We got dressed, left the room, and headed for the mansion.
Whoa!
Ooh.
Hmm?
Once more, there was a knocking sound on the study door, but there was no answer.
Nie, to chyba ja.
Tak, ty.
He seemed to be sleeping still, and I could not wake him.
If she went back downstairs and said something like that, Eva would probably be amused and triumphant. Even putting Eva aside, it was problematic that Kinzo had stayed shut away during this entire once-a-year conference, not even coming down to greet anyone. Even if the family head, no, especially the family head, couldn't fail to make an appearance. I wonder if I can convince her myself. That's she readied herself and used the key that she'd borrowed from Genji to open the door.
Wow, światło!
O kurde.
Flashbang.
O, ciemność.
Even though she was prepared for the sweet stench, which seemed to eat into one's brain as it poured out the small crack in the door, she couldn't help but grimace.
Daily natural.
Thinking that he might be still sleeping, Natsuhi entered the room quietly. When she did, Kinzo was already awake and looking down out of the window.
So you're awake. Good morning. How did you get in?
Kinzo spoke with his back still facing her. His voice was not harsh, but calm. And Natsuki was slightly reassured. However, though he was awake, he wouldn't have ignored all that knocking. He was in a good mood. Natsuki wasn't able to relax.
My sincere apologies. I asked Genji-san, and he allowed me to borrow the key to the study. Oh, Genji did. If my friend thought it was that important, then I have no choice but to listen. So, what business do you have with me? Well, breakfast will be ready soon, and I would greatly appreciate if you would join us. What? I will eat here. Have it brought here like always. But father, this family conference happens only once a year. Please, at least let them see your face. Go back downstairs.
Hello.
Are you asking me to join in as they discuss how to show up my inheritance after I die? How foolish.
He has a point.
Let them speak of such matters as much as they please without me. And if that's what you call a family conference, it's hardly worth leaving my room for it. I am busy. Do not bother me.
His last words carried the threat that any further questions would not be appreciated.
Nawet nie powiedział dzień dobry.
Masakra.
No.
Żałosne.
Natsushi realized that adding any further pleas would finally bring his wrath down upon her. She didn't look forward to facing Eva's sarcasm, but there was nothing more than Natsuki could do.
Is that so? Understood. I am sure everyone will be sorry to hear it, but I will tell them.
Natsuki decided to give up. Bowing silently, she tried to leave the room before Kinzo's spasmodic temper could flare up.
Wow.
As she did, Kinzo spoke to her.
Wow.
His voice was so calm and gentle it felt like it came from an entirely different person.
Natsuki, it has been quite some time since you married into the Ushinomiya family. Yes, it has been many years since I was first permitted to bear the name Ushinomiya. Do you sometimes long for your previous family? No, marriage means abandoning your peer family. Yeah?
Kinda crazy.
I am Ushinomiya Natsuki. The Ushinomiya family is the only family I can come home to, the only one I am fond of. W sumie tak w Chinach jest. Co tam było?
Wardrobe hit.
Chiny i Japonia to samo. She wasn't really exaggerating. Such was the resolve she felt whenever she applied the Ushinomiya family to herself. And that's precisely why she was so saddened when her husband didn't treat her like an Ushinomiya, leaving her to race about in vain.
If Kraus were a woman and you his husband, no, I wouldn't say that. What do you mean by that? Father,
Natsuki was shocked. If Kinza's words just now were what they seemed, it would have been more than enough to make up for all she'd suffered up to that point.
forget it. It's just the nonsense of an old man.
Kinzo once again faced away from her. He told her to forget it, but Natsuki couldn't help feeling a warmth in her heart.
Father, even for I, Natsuki, am not connected to you by blood. I am still your daughter. I will most assuredly see to it that your
Assuredly.
honor and glory and everything you have left behind are protected. Family reunion! You do not have the right to wear the one-winged eagle. However, the one-winged eagle is surely engraved in your heart. Popłaczę się zaraz. That is irrefutable proof that you are my blood relative, one who will inherit the glory of the Ushinomiya family. Some will sneer that there is no eagle on your clothes, but such words are not worth lending an ear to. Only those who hold the eagle in their hearts are my true blood relatives. I now consider it an honor that you were welcomed into the Ushinomiya family. Niesamowite, naprawdę.
Yache. Without saying anything more, Kinzo remained with his back to Natsuki. However, Natsuki couldn't help but feel something warm well up inside her that she hadn't felt since long ago, when she had been just a child. Natsuki bowed silently to his back and left her.
Niesamowite to było, naprawdę. Good timing. How is father? You were talking so long, so I came to check. Taking tam było, o Jezu.
And Natsuki left this When Natsuki left the study, she saw Eva climbing the stairs and their eyes met. Eva was smirking unpleasantly, thinking that Natsuki would leave grudgingly after failing to convince Kinzo. However, the way Natsuki was now, such a frivolous laugh would not disturb her. She was not permitted to wear the family crest on her clothing, but she was permitted to wear it in her heart. So she spoke calmly, clearly, and confidently, with the dignity of the one who would protect the Utsuri glory. Let's go!
Ona ma ten jakby... kurde, nie. Redemption arc. Father said he would not join in on the family conference. He says he has no interest in discussing such obscene matters. I figured you'd say something like that. If you failed to co to za słowo, przepraszam.
Persuade.
Persuade? If you fail to persuade father, just say so. How pitiful. I'm beginning to see why father lamented so. Wow! What do you mean by that?
Natsuki did not answer.
Natsuki, wow.
Just as Kinzo had done earlier, she showed Eva her bag and she headed down the stairs. Eva finally realized that she was being made fun of, that something had happened too quickly bolster Natsuki's confidence. Even so, she apparently didn't have the courage to risk Kinzo's wrath. Unable to even knock on the door, she could only click her tongue, make a notion as though scratching at it, and follow after Natsuki. Crazy.
So were Nissan and the rest. Jezu, nieważne. So were Nissan and the rest there? Did you ask father about them? I didn't get the chance to ask, but they were not inside the study. Father would never let them into his room to discuss such a lowly topic, so it is unlikely he knows where they went. Let us go downstairs and wait for the servants to return from their search. Breakfast may be late, but how would you like some tea, Eva-san? That would be fine.
Eva couldn't hide her confusion at the complete difference attitude. She was acting so boldly, and while Eva hated to admit it, even had a sense of dignity about it. Unable to find fault with anything, Eva could only follow Natsuki back to the park.
Jezu, Ewa straciła teraz samą osobowość, bo już nie ma nad kim się znęcać.
When the two of them returned to the parlor, Hideyoshi had been joined by the four children and Nanjo. Genji, who had been talking with Hideyoshi, reported the current situation when he noticed that Natsuki had returned.
You still have not found my husband and the rest?
Yes, my apologies. Also, Kumasawa has started preparing breakfast. She said that she will need just a little longer.
The clock read a little past 8. 8 should have been the time to start breakfast. Normally going over that time limit would increase to the host.
2 godziny bez jedzenia, mało.
Nie mam na luzie.
No, tutaj widać, że niektórzy już umarli przed jedzeniem.
No, jakby nie patrzeć.
Canon is now searching outside. Also, no one has seen Shannon either.
Even Shannon's missing? Truly, just how many people did my husband bring with him on his little walk? Wszystkich.
Just how many people has gone missing by now?
Śpią gdzieś w krzakach.
W jakimś rowie leżą.
Nie, oni wszyscy teraz
Now that
naprawiają
the
ten
number was this
telefon.
large.
O, no.
Jezu,
Wiesz, ilu
inżynierów
ich-
A,
dokładnie.
w
potrzeba.
sumie no to ma sens. Wszyscy poszli.
To jest typowy grill po prostu. 10 inżynierów się zbiera,
Not that
żeby
the number was
naprawić
this
coś.
large. Now that the number was this large, it's starting to feel truly unpleasant, as though the people here were the only ones being left out of something interesting. At least, that seemed to reflect the feelings of the children, and Maria in particular. She was indignant, her stomach grumbling, almost as though her mother and the others have left her alone to go off and eat something. The other children were flipping through the channels on the television, trying to find interest in Maria and cheer her up again. Anjo was sitting on the sofa, gazing blissfully at the children while reading a book. It must have been a book about chess.
Jazz?
Pets.
Jazz?
You like
Do you
jazz.
like jazz?
You like jazz? The sound of footsteps came rushing towards them with a pitter-patter. There was only one set, so they realized before seeing that who it belonged that it was probably Cannon, not Krause and the rest.
Madam, excuse me.
Judging by your appearance, you still haven't been able to find them.
My apologies. I still haven't.
That will be enough. You've worked hard.
She didn't know where they were. They had to be somewhere on this island. They
Wiedźma
hadn't
przyszła
had
i
a thing
zjadła.
to eat since the previous night. To by miało sens. So their stomachs must be growling about now. They probably come plodding back of their own accord before long. By now, Natsuhi was perspirated and started to feel that there was no reason for them to go out of their way and search.
A, teraz ja. I will go to the kitchen to prepare some tea for all of the guests. Thanks to both of you for all of your hard work so early in the morning. Wow, czemu ją nagle tak upaść za głowę?
Natsuhi left the parlor, acting as though the release intention had a new surge in her headache. Kennen tried to call her back, but Natsuhi left swiftly.
What is it? Was there something else?
Yes. I was unable to find her husband or anyone else, but, well...
Kennen sounded evasive. It looked as though he didn't know where they were, but had spotted something that might be connected to their disappearance. Even Hideyoshi noticed this exchange of words and came over. Probably picked up on something strange in Kennen's behavior.
What's going on, Kanan-kun? Did you find Krasny-san and everyone else?
Actually, the Rose Garden storehouse looked strange.
Jezu, tam zrobili imprezę.
W sumie.
What do you mean? It looks strange?
It was... how should I explain it?
Kennen hesitated once more. His tone wasn't at all what you'd expect from this usually fearless boy. Seeing this, Eva and Hideyoshi looked at each other dubiously.
What do you mean? Are you saying Nissan and the others were inside the storehouse?
No. I am going to inspect the inside now. I just now came back to get the key, but
I don't really get it, but it sounds like we just gotta look around inside it. Where's the key to that storehouse?
it is in the servant room. Let us check inside the storehouse at once.
Ken dashed off to the servant room and returned with a key. Genji left the parlor, saying that he would go check, but then Eva and Hideyoshi followed after. What was this something strange about the storehouse that had caused the usually fearless Canon to hesitate? It was still pouring outside, but perhaps their curiosity over this something that Canon couldn't talk about won out. While the children made a big fuss watching television, Canon and the rest dashed over to the entrance.
Przechować Weinboom.
Tak, tak, tak.
It was definitely not a pretty building. The Umineko ma swój własny Weinboom. Because of its appearance, it had been built so that it was hidden in the corner of the rose garden. Kanon, Genji, Eva, and Hideyoshi came running across the rose garden holding umbrellas. They entered a small path just off the rose garden, which was normally off limits for those appreciating the garden and only used by those maintaining it. As they dashed down that, the storehouse came into view in front of them.
Dziwny
Faktycznie.
dźwięk pojawiających się drzwi.
It was kind of an old shed compared to the flawlessly perfect beauty of the rose garden. It was pretty seedy looking. It was easy to understand why it had been built in a hard-to-see place. Eva and Hideyoshi arrived at the storehouse long after Kanon.
You two sure are fast. I thought my heart was gonna explode.
I never knew they had a storehouse way over here. But what is that?
When Eva looked at where Kanon was pointing, she was at a loss for words. Noticing this, Hideyoshi also followed Kanon's finger and was likewise too shocked to speak. The entrance to the storehouse was kind of a shutter. And there, everyone suddenly realized why Kanon had been unable words to describe what they now saw. On the shutter, which was completely filthy from being exposed to wind and rain for so long, stuck right on it, there was something that looked like a strange, like a dark red liquid? Mucus? Maybe it was some sticky paint. An indescribably eerie shape was drawn on the shutter with some kind of ghastly substance.
Blood.
The rain had caused it to drip down like fresh blood leaking from an open wound. No more beating around the bush. Some kind of mark was drawn there, with a ghastly substance that looked like blood, in a shape that seemed to suggest something ominous. 2 circles were drawn there. Inside them was a design that looked like a cross. The 4 ends of the cross were widely exaggerated. It looked like some kind of crest from somewhere around Europe. And in the cracks between these shapes, written closely packed together, were some unfamiliar characters or possibly symbols.
What a vulgar bit of graffiti. Could be one of those. One of those magic circles from the demonic ceremony.
Z tego wyszła Beatrice pewnie.
It wasn't... Na pewno. Ona tam normalnie nocuje. It wasn't surprising that Hideyoshi would say that about such a ghastly shape, drawn with a deep red dripping substance.
When was this made?
Last night, I came here before it started raining, and there was nothing drawn here at that time.
Jezu, może tam ci ludzie sobie zrobili taką imprezkę z przywoływania demonów.
We must do something before anyone else sees this. If they laid eyes upon it, it would cause them great discomfort.
That's right. Even though it's just a shield. I wouldn't want to leave such an unpleasant piece of graffiti alone for even a second longer than I had to.
There is some paint inside the storehouse. Let us paint over it temporarily as an emergency measure. Then repaint it again someday when the weather is good.
Genji remembered that he had just recently seen another scribble, and that the two had been made with a strange, dark red substance of the same color as this. That must have been... That's right, he had seen it on the door to Natsuhi's room.
Kanku, let's remove this scribble quickly and go back, okay? Even though it's just a storehouse, it's really irritating to have graffiti around the home I was brought up in.
Yes, ma'am. I will take care of it immediately.
Cannon squatted in front of the shutter and unlocked it. Uh-oh. He then lifted up with all of his strength.
Wow, mam wrażenie, że on zbyt wiele tej siły nie ma.
A boisterous noise resounded, and the eerie shape drawn on the shutter began to get sucked up in through the top as the shutter was raised. At least for the time being, that ominous drawing disappeared from the direct gaze, and they all breathed a sigh of relief.
Oh.
Thanks to a kids program they came across, Maria was feeling much better.
Ooh.
Battler and Jessica were poking fun at the kids show at every turn, cackling together. George was enjoying the program with Maria from his perspective.
Ooh.
And just sat on a sofa by himself, passing the time by quietly. They heard hurried footsteps coming from the hallway. Uh-oh. There were the footsteps of a single person. Oh.
What?
Did that mean it wasn't a group of four that had just left?
Shinzo! A nie.
Nie.
Nie wygląda jakby się zmachał.
It was Genji. It was very rare for Genji, who considered being servant's virtues, to be grasping for air. He had probably come dashing back from outside the mansion. His shoulders were soaking wet and he didn't have his usual trim appearance. When Genji noticed Nanjo looking at him, he gave a small silent bow and quickly approached him.
Dr. Nanjo, my apologies. Please come with me quickly.
Oh, what does it matter? It should be done.
As Genji whispered something into Nanjo's ear, Nanjo went pale.
Ktoś umarł.
He rose from the sofa, trying not to be noticed by the children still engrossed by the TV. And the two of them rapidly left the parlor, Just as they were about to exit the parlor, they came across who was pushing a serving cart loaded with a tea set.
Wow.
Genji whispered something into Natsuki's ear, and Natsuki went pale, shock. Then, leaving the serving cart where it was, the three of them dashed towards the entrance.
Pewnie to jest jakiś oczywiście umarł.
Zwłoki znaleźli.
Jak nic. George noticed them running down the rose garden.
What's that? Isn't that Genji-san and Dr. Nanjo and... Oh, that's Aunt Natsuki, isn't it?
What's up, Aniki?
Maybe something happened. They looked terribly flustered.
Ugh.
When Jessica and Maria saw that Eva, Hideyoshi, and Nanjo were no longer in their seats, and that the serving car had been abandoned in the entrance to the parlor, they also realized that something was the matter.
Could there have been some kind of accident?
Let's go check it out. It's so fun if we were the only one left out, right?
Ale zasłońcie oczy Marysi. Zasłońcie jej oczy.
No to trzeba zasłonić, oczywiście. For some reason, what battlers said sounded extremely indiscreet. But they couldn't deny that they were a little insecure and concerned after seeing the adults run off into the rain without regards to their appearance.
Check us out, okay? I'm worried something might have happened. Nie wyglądało dobrze.
Jessica's uneasy words spoke for all of them. Hey Maria, are you coming too? Or will you watch TV?
Ooh, wanna watch TV. Ooh.
Let's go on without her. Maria-chan, we'll be back soon. You keep watching TV, okay?
Ooh. Maria ma proste marzenia w życiu. Bajki, ciasteczka. Nic więcej jej nie
Wiedźmy.
potrzeba. Wiedźmy, no.
Rozumiem. By the time the kids made it outside, the adults were no longer inside. But Jessica seemed to have a pretty good idea where they'd gone, judging by the direction they'd been running. Following Jessica, we ran through this rain-soaked rose garden. The wind seemed to suddenly get stronger. The malicious sound of thunder began to ring out like it had the previous night. It felt like an eerie something had surrounded the island and was trying to stop us from moving forward. Jessica, is there something over this way?
I'm pretty sure there's a storehouse for gardening tools or something.
What in the world could be going on in a place like that?
Nie, miejsce morderstwa.
Just as Jessica had said, they began to see a storehouse in front of them. They could also see the adults there. The shutters to the storehouse was open, and several adults looked as though they were searching for something. For some reason, only Natsuki was outside the store. Without even holding an umbrella, she was hanging her head and her back was facing them. There was Genji, Nanjo, and Natsuki, who had just left the mansion. The ones who'd left earlier, Kanon, Eva, and Hideyoshi, were also there, making for a small... There was absolutely no bustle of activity. When Natsuki realized that the children were approaching, a triple expression ran at arms spread wide. Aww.
You mustn't come any closer. Go back to the mansion.
However, no. Because of that, the kids saw the scene Natsuki was trying to keep them away from. Inside the storehouse with its shutter wide open, a faint fluorescent light shone down. And right there was...
Daily.
Daily
O,
wykaż się.
leci.
jestem w mieszkaniu z ludźmi i właśnie krzyknęłam i nie złapało tego na mikrofon, bo mam zaległość.
Nie.
Yes. Jessica's piercing shriek rang out.
To ja mogę. Ja!
Dziękujemy.
But that was just because Jessica's scream was the loudest.
Ja myślę, że to inny sposób może rozwiązać.
O,
Też można. Też można, tak. The same thing spilled out of Battler and George's mouth as well.
Moja mina.
Eva spread her arms just like Natsuki, running at the
Whoa.
kids with a bone-chilling expression on her face.
George, take everyone and return to the mansion. Quickly. Right now.
When Natsuki spread her arms, I thought she was trying to prevent us from advancing any further. But that wasn't why
Ale
Eva was
muzyka fajna.
spreading her arms right now. She was trying to stop us kids from seeing that terrible scene. It was her mother's heart, trying to protect the eyes and hearts of us children by blocking our view of that terrible scene by at least the width of one of her arms. Is this some kind of joke, is it?
Whoa. Whoa.
I'd seen this cheap scene all too often in manga, TV, anime, and movies. I'd seen it over and over. This was just seeing something appear in real life that I'd seen plenty of times before in one of those sensational movies, right? That shouldn't. But that suited that old bastard, isn't it? I can't do that. Then that's Uncle Kraus. That's curious and
Nie no, ta muzyka jest taka fire, a tam dosłownie ludzie umarli.
No.
You mustn't, Jessica. You mustn't go in. You mustn't look.
Rigor mortis has said Umineko almost the entire body. It's likely 6 hours or more have passed since. As far as I can tell, by looking at the damaged area, there's a high probability that they were damaged after the events. No, I must watch what I say. I'm a general practitioner. Examining corpses is outside of my area of expertise. So what does this mean? Just killing him wasn't enough, so they went on to do something like this? The devil is here, the work of the devil.
Aunt Natsuki caught Jessica in her arms and Aunt Eva caught George Aniki. And so I was the only one who could approach.
Właśnie bro został sam.
If only there had been someone there to catch me too. Catch me. I wouldn't have needed to have this horrible evil scene burned in.
No i został sierotą.
No. That's not it. It isn't that there's no one here to catch me. The people who should catch me, they're right there, aren't they? Just Jessica said it did look like a storehouse for gardening tools. A lawnmower with extra blades, a grass sickle, and a hammer. Some carpentry tools such as a saw, piled up potted plants and bags of fertilizer, and treated just the same the corpses of several people that had been laid to rest there. No, had been caused in there. I could tell them by their clothes. That old bastard and Kiryu-san, Uncle Kraus and Aunt Rosa. Beyond that, Goda-san and... Are there still more of them? How many people died? You're fucking kidding me, I can't even count them on my one hand, damn it!
On nie umie więcej niż do 5 liczyć.
Nie. On ma tylko 5 palców. I didn't know whether it had been one of these hardening tools, which if used for something other than their intended purpose could definitely be wielded with an... Or whether it's some horrible tool that had been brought in there specifically for this. Anyway, each one of these bodies jammed in here had been given an atrocious makeup. It wasn't makeup, it was more like their faces had been plowed. Their faces were smashed, forced into expressions that normal people couldn't make even after death. I couldn't tell where the eyes or the noses were, but I could find their mouths because they were gaping wide, their gums exposed. But their front teeth were missing, and even the cheeks that should have covered all this were all torn up and laid bare. That trendy makeup you always spend so much time on, even though you're a man, isn't doing a thing right now. Dad, I always thought you were going to hell. But still, not like this, right? You weren't such a son of a bitch that you should have to suffer so brutally. And Kiryu-san, didn't I tell you to stop going out with this guy? There's absolutely no reason for you to end up like this too. They've got no faces. No faces, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it!
But
No
son,
faces.
you mustn't look anymore. There's no way your
Faceless
mother and father
people.
should see them like this. For your mother and your father's sakes, you mustn't look there anymore.
Dead people are supposed to have faces that look like they're sleeping people. They've got no faces. My dad and Kiryu-san have no faces. I don't even know what kind of faces they were wearing when they died. What's wrong with me? Will I have to see these Smash Monster-like faces every time I remember them? That's just great. I didn't want to remember that old bastard smug face anyway. Just great, just great! But why even Kiryu-san's face? Kiryu-san wasn't even a crook. Sure, she ticked me off a bit now and then, but she was like a cool big sister to me. This is wrong. This is all wrong. At least Uncle Kraus has it better, doesn't he? It's not his whole face, just his side. At least he's got half his face left, right? That's still better, that's still better.
Nie wiem, czy to duża poprawa.
Czemu w ogóle?
Bardzo dużo o.
No.
No!
Jessica broke her ears with the sound of her own screaming, trying to shut out my reckless
A, bo on się drze tak głośno.
Stop
I
it,
wszyscy
Buttercun.
słyszą.
Just stop it. Just stop it.
Aniki! Aniki! Ugh! Disregarding age and appearance, I fell to my knees, clinging to Aniki's waist and sobbing. It's as I was crying on behalf of everyone there. Representing the feelings of everyone there, I and over.
Wow. Mocne.
The ones lying over there are Uncle Kraus, Uncle Rudolph, Aunt Kiryu, and Aunt Rosa and Goda-san. Just those 5, right?
No. 6. There's one more person over here.
The body Hideyoshi was looking down on happened to be hidden among the shadows in that mountain range of objects, and a blind spot to George, who stood by the entrance. So George couldn't tell whose body it was. So George cursed himself. He cursed the fact that his worst guesses always turned out to be right.
So, the one lying at your feet is Shannon, isn't it?
Yes.
Nie!
Nie!
Jezu!
No tak.
Ledwo co się oświadczył. Nie!
To jest ten bęker.
Biedny George.
George
Biedny
fell
George.
completely silent. He shook his lower lip, trembling. Normally, he would have wanted to run to his beloved body, screaming and crying. However, before rashly rushing forward, he worked to keep his composure and asked his father,
Is Shannon the same as Uncle Kraus and the others?
Hideyoshi deeply understood the meaning of those words, so he couldn't give George an immediate answer. Or rather, he felt that silence was the only sincere and loving response he could give George right now. When George asked if Shannon was the same, he meant to ask whether the corpse was in the same condition as the others, or since Hideyoshi hadn't denied it, even her corpse was in the same brutal state.
Jezu, biedny George.
Can I look at Shannon?
No, you can't.
Why not? After all, I won't be able to see Shannon's face again, right? So why won't you let me see what her face looked like at the end?
The last time you met Shannon was yesterday, right?
Yeah.
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 I see.
Yeah.
When you left her, what kind of face she was showing you?
It was a wonderful smile.
Nie.
After he handed her the ring, she hesitated, even though she must have already made up her. Then she looked bashful and ran away because she was embarrassed to let him see her face looking like that. That's the expression that was revived in George's mind.
I see. Then I'm sure Shannon would want to leave you with that smile in your memory.
Popłaczę się zaraz.
Hideyoshi looked down upon Shannon's body lying at his feet. Just like the other bodies, it was in such a horrible state that it'd make anyone want to cover their eyes. Her head had been smashed in from the side, and no more than half of her expression remained. If the remaining blood-soaked half of her expression had been wiped clean, would that graceful smile of hers have peeked out? But only half of it. Without thinking, Hideyoshi slapped his hands over his eyes. How brutal. If her face was going to be crushed anyway, then if only all of it had been crushed, he might have been able to temporarily distract George from his pain by making the pathetic suggestion that there was someone else wearing Shannon's clothes. But however, her face had been left untouched. It caused the body so much humiliation, while still proving beyond doubt that the body was Shannon's and no one else's. How inhuman, how brutish. And there, trying his best to burn the image of the remaining half of Shannon's expression into his eyes as she lay at Hideyoshi's feet, was Kanon. Kanon was not crying. Tears had risen to his eyes, but they did not drip down. But that didn't mean he wasn't feeling as much sadness as everyone else. Losing Shannon, who had lived with him in the same orphanage, whom he had loved as a sister. It must have been just the same as losing a blood relative.
George, I'm sure Shannon Chan is saying thank you. She must be glad you didn't end up seeing her in such a pitiful state. I'm sure she's thanking you for holding strong and showing restraint.
I understand. I understand, father. I understand.
George
Yes,
leaned
yeah.
outside the wall of the storehouse, crunching down limply.
Father, I have a request.
What is it?
I want you to look for me. Is there a ring on Shannon's finger?
A ring? Let me see.
Hideyoshi crouched down. As he did, Cannon silently pointed to one of the Shannon's hands.
Yeah, there is. It's a diamond ring.
Diamond ring!
Diamond. It's been pretty expensive.
What?
And which hand? And which finger is it on?
The ring finger of her left hand. I see. So Shannon Chan was engaged. You debil.
George! Don't tell me you...
Eva! That doesn't matter now. A man made a lifelong promise to Shannon Chan. A man promised her happiness for life. Who that one man was isn't the issue here. Being told that by a man is a woman's dream, isn't it? I don't know when she received this ring. I also don't know who gave it to her. However, even so, Shannon Chan took this. Then she accepted it and put it on her left ring finger. I'm sure the man who gave it to her was also happy. To most
of the people there, Hideyoshi was simply disturbed by this extraordinary situation and was blurting out strange things. However, someone who knew of George and Shannon's true relationship would understand the full meaning of those words.
I see. Thank you. Father.
George stood up. The traces of tears still streaked his face, but his expression had returned to its usual calm one.
Let's go. Butler-kun, Jessica-chan. If we stay here any longer, we'll get in the way of the adults.
You're right.
Jessica sniffed once, showing her face to her mother, who had been holding her the whole time, to let her know she was okay now. When she faced George again, she once again had on her usual expression. Although she still couldn't smile.
Butler, hang in there.
Butler came down crouching in front of his parents' bodies. I'm sorry. Crying like hell calmed me down. You bastard. Dad, I bet you're laughing at me. After all that shit I talked about you, here I am crying like a baby just cause you died. Well, so what? I guess I just got the gene that makes you cry when your parents kick the bucket. Butler's face was still bright red from the tears, but he had at least recovered enough to fake a smile, if only a bitter one.
Cannon, you mustn't remain here any longer either. Take the children and return to the mansion.
Natsuki had been standing under the rain this whole time, unable to take a step into the storehouse. Maybe she had her own way of grieving, different from battlers. Realizing that she had to take on a role of responsibility now that he was dead, she gave Cannon those orders.
Halo.
Yes,
Canon.
madam.
Niektóry. Cannon rose silently and turned to face me. His face was pure white, almost as though his own heart had died along with Shannon, and there was no life in his expression. On an ordinary day, if he had been told to guide the children to the beautiful garden, Cannon might have led the way. But now there was no distinction between Cannon and the children. They were now just kids of about the same age, suffering the pain of losing those close to them. After making sure that the children were leaving, Natsuki started giving orders to Genji.
Genji, contact the police immediately. They probably won't be able to come until the typhoon passes, but they should be able to tell us what to do next.
Understood. There's an emergency radio, so I'll use that to contact them.
When she heard that, Natsuki remembered. That's right. The phones were out today, weren't they? However, they also had a radio since they couldn't all the time while living on an... At any rate, they should start by contacting the police and receiving instructions. Everything else could wait.
Dr. Nanjo, is there anything more you can do here?
Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do.
Understood. Genji, could you at least cover their faces with something? Exposing them like this is humiliating to them as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Genji picked up several dried-up towels from inside the storehouse, when Eva stopped him with a shrill voice.
Wait a second.
Wait a second.
Stop. This is the scene of a crime, isn't it? Then we mustn't disturb it. We all panicked and walked in here with our shoes on, but even that will surely get in the way of the police's investigation, right?
Natsuki glared at Eva, offended. Objectively speaking, Eva was right. Even so, she glared at Eva as though accusing her to those tragic corpses, which had been humiliated even after the simple kindness of covering their faces. However, Eva had spoken both calmly and correctly. This horrible situation definitely wasn't an accident. It was a crime. Someone had killed them. It was a murder case. So, they needed to be careful to avoiding this further.
Daily.
I agree with Eva-san. Until the police come, we should leave everything be.
What do you say, madam?
You're right. Very well. Close it up. And just in case, we should put a different lock on it.
A different log?
Yes. When we came here, the shutter was locked. That meant the culprit used the key to the shutter to lock it.
Did that make sense? So what does that mean? The key that opens the shutter will have the culprit's fingers on it?
I'm sure it will be worth submitting it to the police as evidence, but Canon usually has it. And he used it to unlock the shed just now. It's probably have Canon's fingerprints on it. Nie no, powinno coś się zachować tam jeszcze.
No.
Also, that key was hanged to Genji-san's now, and he took it with his bare hands. It doesn't look like it will be very useful as evidence.
Oh, that was careless of me. My apologies.
Genji-san, are there any other keys to the stair house?
No, only this one.
Coś dorobił.
So the culprit walked out of several rooms with that key, and then was nice enough to return the key to where they found it?
Wow, jaki obrazek.
Ooh. Hideyoshi's theory sounded plausible, but was actually very strange if you thought about it. Why did they go to all the trouble of returning a key they stole? Now, if you think about it even more deeply, there are points that are even more bizarre. When a criminal hides a body, they're usually trying to delay the point found, so they can use that time to escape. The 6 weren't necessarily killed there, but it was reasonable to assume that they were killed somewhere on this island, carried to this storehouse and hidden to delay the discovery of crime. And yet, the eerie magic circle scribbled on the storehouse shutter had allegedly indicated the location of. Sure, it didn't explicitly mention the corpses, but 6 people had gone missing. In that situation, someone had made such an obvious piece of graffiti and even returned the key to the shutter, almost as though they wanted the corpses to have here to be discovered. Anyway, we can't put all our faith in our lock that the culprit has opened once before.
If we want to protect this place from the culprit's hand, I think we should put a new lock on it.
I think that's a good plan.
Jezu, ale ona ma grymas na twarzy.
Genji fished around inside the storehouse and unsealed a brand new padlock that had been inside us.
What should I do with the key?
I will take it. I will take responsibility and hand it over to the police.
Next, she took the key to the padlock from Genji's hand. After that, they all exited and lowered the shutter. And so, the corpses were once again sealed behind the shutter, which was still covered with that creepy magic circle. Genji crouched down in front of the shutter to fasten the new padlock. Shutters often have a place in front where you can, in addition to the main lock of the shutter. This was one of those types. In the midst of the roar of thunder and the pouring rain, the storehouse stood there, ominously. With its closed shutter still covered in a blood-like creepy substance, it swallowed up the bodies of the 6. To Natsuhi, putting the new lock on wasn't mainly to preserve the for the police. She might have felt like she wanted to shut that mouth for all eternity. To prevent that eerie beast from swallowing up any more.
Come on, let's go everyone. Dr. Nanjo, thank you very much for your work. Genji, hurry and contact the police.
I will do so as soon as I return.
The adults left the storehouse. The ghastly magic circle drawn on the shutter kept the 6 bodies in its throat, looming eerily as the lightning occasionally lit it.
No,
Wow.
no to chyba na dzisiaj kończymy właściwie na wczoraj.
Tak. Tak.
No,
to
7
chyba...
godzin siedzimy, więc to jest chyba dobry moment.
Starczy.
Tak.
Definitywnie starczy.
O,
na nas.
właśnie 7 godzin dokładnie minęło nagranie.
Niesamowite.
O, no i super.
Okej, to będzie najdłuższy odcinek.
Tak.
A myślałam, że
Może będą
4,5
jeszcze
godziny. Myślałam, że 4,5 godziny
No,
to jest dużo.
Dzisiaj było niesamowite.
Dzisiaj maraton gigantyczny.
Tak, no bo musieliśmy nadrobić, bo wczoraj nie było. Mnie za tydzień nie będzie. Można bez... Chociaż nie, w poniedziałek już wyjeżdżam. Zaraz, zobaczmy.
To możemy wtedy przenieść na poniedziałek na przykład.
Przecież nie, w poniedziałek też mnie nie ma. W środę
Kurde,
wracam.
a
W środę wracam.
W środę?
Tak już w środę by można było chyba.
możemy w środę.
Tak.
Czekaj, w środę?
No.
Jutro? Helge. Oczywiście.
W środę
Moje
twoje urodziny.
Jej, Umineko urodziny.
Wszyscy szczęśliwi.
O, jest piosenka. Aha.
Już nie ma.
Spoko, to wtedy robimy sesję 10-godzinną.
Tak. O jest. Ja będę rozpieprzony po
No
górach.
bo już skończymy
jadę
pierwszy
poryżnąłem.
chapter. O, no i git.
O Jezu, męczące to było.
Zobaczę z ciekawości,
To było
ile w
dobre.
sumie zostało z tego pierwszego chaptera.
To było dobre, ale już mi się język po prostu plątał od
No
takiej ilości tekstu.
Tak jest.
Akurat mi się cały dzień plątał.
O.
Nawet się zdążyłam umyć dzisiaj.
Wow.
Podcast. Przerwy.
Ej. My to jesteśmy teraz, naprawdę? Jesteśmy w ponad połowie pierwszego chaptera.
Ja.
Nie
Ja.
wierzę.
Niesamowite.
Niesamowite.
Nie są.
No to najdłuższą część chyba tak definitywnie zrobiliśmy, tak? Na to wychodzi.
No, ale zaczyna się robić naprawdę ciekawie. Bardzo dobrze.
Tak,
Teraz-
pierwsi ludzie umarli.
Tak.
I to całkiem sporo.
Szkoda mi. Szkoda
teraz
mi
to będzie-
George'a.
Bo wierzę, że
George nie
No.
zasłużył.
Nie wiedziałam, że umrze.
Biedny Shannon.
Trudno
biedny
będzie
Shannon.
utrzymać to tempo trupów.
Ja wiedziałam, że ktoś umrze, a nie wiedziałam kto, więc tak byłam w strachu ten cały czas.
Znaczy było się
No,
domyślić, że ktoś
no,
umarł,
tak.
jak nagle ludzie zniknęli.
Ale ja wiedziałam, że był.
No.
Ale kto umrze dokładnie, nie? W sumie
A.
można było się spodziewać, że Shannon. Bo to jakby...
No Shannon to...
No ale to jest
Takie
jakieś smutne.
No, to smutne, to prawda.
Mm.
Biedny George.
Ja coś czuję, że tutaj coś się pozmienia. Tutaj jest coś głębszego, bo nie wierzę, żeby 6 osób umiera i co? Mamy jeszcze 7 rozdziałów. Nawet nie skończyliśmy pierwszego.
Może będzie jak w Higurashi. I po prostu się będzie
może, pewnie
zapętlało.
Może tak.
Ej, to by było całkiem śmieszne.
Jeszcze raz co?
Że będzie jak w Higurashi i będzie się zapętlało po prostu. Wracać do samego
Boże,
początku.
Nie, nienawidzę tego.
Nie no, chyba zrobił coś innego tym.
Jako osoba, która skonsumowała prawie każdy Higurashi media i ja byłam sama w lupie 1000 razy. Więc jakby tam częścią lupu nawet. Nawet mam jakąś mangę alternatywną pseudo kanon z inną historią.
Kiedyś to skończymy. Kiedyś nadejdzie ten dzień. Ale na pewno nie w tym roku.
Tak, ale dobrze nam idzie. Utrzymamy to tempo, to na pewno nam się uda to zrobić całkiem sprawnie.
Crazy.
Jak kogoś interesuje moja trasa na właśnie górki najbliższe, to robię streama.
Aha.